Alicia, the sole lady of the Lane Marquis family after 200 years. After living a tragic life and dying due to a curse as the seventh wife of the Grand Duke, she unexpectedly transmigrates back to when she was 19 years old. Having been thrown into hell and become a powerful warrior, she decides to change her fate, wanting to break off her engagement with her terrible fiancé. Alicia sends a marriage proposal to Grand Duke Ricard to find a way out. From then on, they become entangled in a curse, conspiracies, and budding feelings. The story continues to unfold with countless mysteries, challenges, and sweet romance, so let us follow Lisa Manhwa and watch the story unfold. The opening scene of the story is a vast desert. Perhaps because of the long journey, Alicia is extremely tired. Sweat is constantly streaming down her face. At the same time, the drops of sweat gradually vanish due to the heat. Alicia blankly looks up ahead, lying. She still clutches the clock tightly in her hand, lying. The story gradually unfolds, about the daughter born after 200 years in the Lane Marquis family, the lovely youngest daughter of a perfect family. The figure of the small child appears before our eyes, like a poetic painting. A girl who lives being sheltered by everyone, a girl like a flower in a greenhouse, so precious that she never leaves the family, that is the Alicia known to everyone. Inside the room, Alicia hesitantly hides in a corner, a shy person, who stutters the first sentence, an illegitimate child afraid of strangers, who stays cooped up in the annex reading books. Her eyes gradually become sad. That is the real Alicia Sirius Lane. Alicia understands her own situation very well. She knows her own life better than anyone else. Even though she has the status of an illegitimate child, she can still survive. It all started when Alicia's mother became pregnant with her. Even though she was a daughter, she was still recognized as the Marchioness's child. Then comes Alicia's gradual growth. She is the only daughter who survived in the Marquis family. But her life is always predetermined, because she still has value to the family. Everything gradually started when she grew up, so when she turned 17, it was not surprising that the Marquis ordered her to marry. On a beautiful day inside the royal palace, a man steps in front of Alicia and greets her. "It is an honor to meet you, my lady." He smiles and extends his hand to introduce himself. "I am Gregory from the Barker Count family." Out of politeness, Alicia quickly turns to greet him. "I am Alicia from the Lane Marquis family." She does not know that her life has been exploited, the true power of the capital, and the true power of the north. Alicia and Gregory are officially engaged. The marriage between the two families proceeds very smoothly, and it is thought that it will last forever. In an accidental discovery, Alicia discovers the truth, that Gregory Barker has been unfaithful, and everything has come to an end. At that moment, the fierce man becomes extremely angry. "You dare touch my wife." He coldly punches straight towards Gregory. "You are dead for sure." The story continues. Although Gregory Barker is still alive, he has been crippled, and then the Lane family announced the cancellation of the engagement, but the Barker family does not accept it. The two sides argued for a long time. This divorce trial lasted for 8 years. Only Alicia still maintains such a sad face. That is the age when outsiders will start criticizing her for being too old, and she has also become useless. One time, Alicia steps inside the room and asks, "Father, you called for me." Seeing her appear, Valdemar finally looks up. "I have decided on your next fiancé." He coldly declares, "It is Grand Duke Tessen." This name makes Alicia extremely afraid. Ricard Tessen. She is very afraid of the person with that name, the Lord of the Land of Gold and Death, Tessen, the guardian of the western border, the Emperor's half-brother. Perhaps that is also why Alicia does not dare face it, that is, the Grand Duke, an evil person. Another thing makes her even more afraid. He has killed 6 Grand Duchesses before. Many legends are spread. The first Grand Duchess died mysteriously while on her way to Tessen after the wedding. Even so, things did not end there. The second Grand Duchess returned to her parents' home because she could not bear the harsh environment of Tessen, but soon after, she passed away from an unknown disease. Everything gradually becomes worse than ever. The third Grand Duchess ran away to her parents' home for fear of death, but on the way back to Tessen under the Emperor's orders, she passed away in an unexpected accident. Time passes, another story appears, the fourth Grand Duchess. Terrible things continue to happen. The fifth Grand Duchess, the sixth Grand Duchess, all have died because of marrying Ricard Tessen. Thinking of these things, Alicia sighs wearily. "Even if I do not leave the mansion, I know these rumors, so there is no way Father does not know." Her hands involuntarily tremble. "So Father is telling me to go die." Thoughts in Alicia's head keep appearing. "I do not want to. I do not want to. It is too scary. I do not want to get married. I do not want to die. I do not want to." Suddenly Valdemar's voice rings out, drawing her attention. "Do you want to say something?" At this moment, Alicia hastily looks up and reacts. Valdemar's eyes are full of anger, staring intently at her. Sweat is constantly streaming down her face. Alicia's throat suddenly freezes. In the end, she just weakly announces, "No, nothing." Hearing this, he quickly orders, "Then go back to your room." Suddenly, the rain pours down, drawing Alicia's attention. Just now, the sky was still clear. The sky before her eyes has turned gray, now it is raining. Inside the room, Daisy is carefully combing her hair. Alicia's face is still very sad. Seeing her like that, she calls out, "Miss." Daisy speaks slowly with a bit of helplessness, "Do not get married." Realizing that she has blurted out the wrong thing, she quickly startles. Daisy quickly lowers her head to apologize, "I am sorry, miss, I really do not know anymore." Alicia sadly lowers her head, "It is okay." Her mood is extremely uncomfortable, "Can you leave me alone for a moment?" She thoughtfully looks at the gifts placed on the table, but Valdemar's words ring out, "The Grand Duke sent the betrothal gifts and the marriage agreement. I have told someone to bring it to your room." This makes Alicia remember, "Go back and check it out." She thinks to herself, "He said that." Carrying curiosity, Alicia slowly opens the gift box. Expensive jewelry catches her eyes. Seeing these gifts makes her surprised, how flashy. Suddenly, an item draws Alicia's attention, "This is." She thoughtfully takes the clock in her hand to examine it, a pendant, it looks very old, is this a royal heirloom? After looking more closely, Alicia is surprised to discover, this is not a pendant. Her face is a little blank, it is a clock. While Alicia is still thinking, the space here seems to have changed. She still does not understand what the hell is happening in this place. Alicia's body is pushed down into different dimensions. This makes her extremely tired. Finally, Alicia falls into a pitch-black space. She hastily looks up, searching around, "What is this? Where is this?" Suddenly, a drop of water falls on Alicia's face. With curiosity, she slowly raises her hand, "This is." Her face gradually changes, as if she has realized that something is wrong, saliva. Alicia silently stands still, realizing the dangerous situation. When she turns around, the terrifying monster rushes over. Alicia comforts herself, "This is a dream, right?" Time passes, the story has also closed, January 1st, 350 according to the Benedict calendar, Alicia has fallen into hell. That is a pitiful life of Alicia. After that, the space here is extremely gloomy. In order to escape the pursuit of the monster, Alicia hastily hides to the side. She worriedly looks outside and thinks, okay. The monsters are all falling into a deep sleep, drawing her attention, they are all asleep. Alicia carefully tries to retreat further away, "If I want to run away, now is the time." Remembering the previous time makes her very confused, the day I fell into hell and met the monsters, on that day, I died. But when Alicia opened her eyes again, everything was not as she thought, no. She sees the skull placed right in front of her, was dead is correct. Sweat is constantly streaming down her face, was dead is correct, but it seems. Only now does Alicia realize an important thing, I have become immortal. She remembers the wound on her hand, a small wound from a paper cut, also takes a week to heal. Now, everything is far from what Alicia thought, yet I only need a day to recover after being torn apart by a monster. Alicia seems to have completely accepted these things, and I realize that, even if I want to die, I can't die. The moment she saw the monster, Alicia became extremely desperate, I was wrong, she sits still, without moving, at first, I kept begging. Tears have made her face dirty, "Save me." But then the monsters would not let her go either, "Why are you treating me like this?" Alicia's attitude gradually changes, then anger, she keeps yelling, "What did I do wrong?" Once again, she quickly logs out. Time passes, Alicia has tried many ways, then rebellion, resistance. The space here constantly envelopes her, and finally, escape. Everything happens too quickly, making Alicia extremely desperate. She looks at her own body, "Can I escape here?" Suddenly a thought appears in her head, what if I get discovered? Her body has been shaking with anger, and what if that monster gets angry? She clenches her fist, constantly shedding tears, "I am so scared." Pitiful Alicia can only curl up in one place, "No, I can do it, I can do it." Not wanting to live in this life anymore, Alicia suddenly stands up to resist. She tells herself, "I can do it." Alicia just wants to leave this ghostly place as quickly as possible. The space before her eyes gradually becomes blurry. She no longer recognizes where she is, am I going in the right direction? Alicia's feet are covered in mud. After struggling for a while, Alicia has found a door. Her eyes suddenly light up, the exit is there. Seeing the light makes Alicia think that she is about to succeed, great, just a little more. Even though her body is tired, she still does not give up. I just need to go a little further. She uses the last bit of her strength to run as fast as she can forward, then I will escape from this hell. Alicia gasps for breath, comforting herself, I can go back. A look of anticipation on her face, let us go home. But the result that she wanted never happened. Drops of bright red blood roll down the ground. Alicia's eyes widen, looking at the scene before her. The disgusting monsters are still looking at her with scary eyes. They are preparing to tear her apart again, making Alicia desperate. What is this? She does not want to accept this fact at all. Another failure, that tragedy keeps repeating itself. Looking at her current appearance is extremely pitiful. Alicia has failed to escape. She can only let the monsters in this place eat her, and become prey for the small monsters to practice. Alicia's eyes gradually become desperate, and they are still too young in hunting prey. She keeps begging, I do not like it, I would rather you kill me. But clearly, they do not bother listening to the words she is saying. A terrible scene happens, the sizzling sounds of Alicia ring out throughout this place, so they can't kill their prey in one go. The bones gradually pile up, in the corner, the unfinished bones gradually pile up, words like that keep repeating themselves, to the point that Alicia can't count how many times she has died. But, lying on the cold ground, Alicia thinks to herself, if I marry the Grand Duke now, I can't die either. She even feels sorry for her fate. What a pity, are not I the perfect bride for the Grand Duke? Thinking of this, Alicia's face breaks into a smile. If he knew about this, maybe the Grand Duke would kneel down and beg me to marry him, because this is an opportunity for him to get rid of the rumor of killing the Grand Duchesses. Realizing that something is not right, she is a little confused. Why are they eating for so long today? The monsters are still gnawing below her body. I do not like being in pain. Realizing that something is not right, Alicia hastily speaks, wait, if I do not like it. Her eyes widen in confusion, then why do not I try to kill them? Now Alicia is no longer the innocent girl she once was. Why am I only realizing this now? If I do not want to die, then I just kill them. She slowly stands up, looking at the bones piled into a mountain, then everything has become easier. It seems that Alicia has calculated something. The bones scattered on the ground are very hard and sharp, enough for me to use. She can't hesitate and uses these bones to stab back at the monsters. Unlike me, who can recover even when injured, the lives of these monsters are limited. Alicia has realized that she is fully capable of winning. This is a match that I am sure to win. I started with the weakest ones. Finally, she has learned how to resist, then one by one. All the monsters in this place are killed more easily by her, one by one. Alicia seems to be immersed in the space here. Her small hands clench the bone tightly. Blood has splattered all over Alicia's face, but she does not care. Die. One by one, the monsters are constantly being attacked by her. In the end, they can't fight against Alicia's power. In order to take revenge, Alicia does not forget to try a piece of their meat. She spits out a mouthful of saliva and coldly curses, serves you right, you bastards. Looking at the space here, Alicia asks herself, why in the end? She does not want to stay in this dark space again. I have hidden it so deeply. The story continues. The first thing Alicia does, after waking up in the monster's lair. Her hands slowly touch the strange item. Involuntarily, Alicia remembers the first time she saw this clock. Hide the clock, the thing that brought her here. A look of anticipation appears on her face. Got it. She has recognized this important item. It is the only thing that helps Alicia know how much time has passed. Alicia knows that the clock is the source of everything, when in the monster's lair, where light cannot penetrate. Suddenly, Alicia becomes strangely thoughtful. She turns her head to look at the monsters right in front of her. Unable to endure any more, she kicks this pile of meat. How many times is this? Her mood seems to have completely exploded. How many times have you killed me? Perhaps Alicia is no longer the girl she once was. No matter how many times you kill me, I will still live, you bastards. In her eyes, there is only hatred. You only know how to eat living people. She keeps cursing. You do not know how painful it is. Her feet have been straight into this pile of minced meat. Realizing that something is not right, Alicia's face becomes blank. From inside the monster's corpse, a golden crystal suddenly falls out. Because of curiosity, she lowers her head to examine this crystal carefully. Trying this makes her feel extremely confused. What is this? Alicia puts the crystal up to examine it. The golden light, along with the strange shape, makes her very curious. What is this? At the same time, the scene switches to another place. That crystal is like a badge on a sleeve. A voice from outside rings out. Your Highness, I am Juan. Rykard hears this and nods. Come in. Juan steps in and quickly reports the problem. I am sorry for disturbing your rest, but I have an urgent matter to report. He thoughtfully stares at the space right in front of him. Just now, a carriage with the Lane family's crest passed by. There is some disappointment in his voice. So she died again. Seeing this, Juan is still about to speak again to tell the whole story. It is not like that, it is just that the Marchioness's daughter suddenly disappeared. Hearing this, Rykart laughs in surprise. Are you joking, or is that the truth? He slowly reaches his hands forward. In his eyes, there is gradually becoming extremely helpless. Whether she actually disappeared, or ran away because she hated marriage, perhaps her fate is still to die. In the dark space, Alicia suddenly raises her weapon to attack. Her eyes gradually become filled with hatred. April 1st, 358 according to the Benedict calendar. She does not hesitate to attack the giant monster in front of her. The story is still continuing. Alicia has survived in hell, moreover. Now Rykart has become extremely strong. She smiles expectantly. I have a feeling that this time will be very good. She seems to be too familiar with life in this place, still living very well. After defeating the monster, Alicia does not forget to search in the monster's corpse. Where are you hiding? She does not know that someone behind her has been secretly watching. Alicia is already holding the gems in her hands. Suddenly, the demon rushes straight towards her, as if secretly attacking. She still does not notice and keeps praising, also quite big. While the demon thought that it had succeeded, suddenly his fist swings down to the ground. Alicia jumps into the air and coldly asks, "Who are you?" Her hands gently caress his head. Understanding his actions, her face gradually changes. "How dare you?" Alicia does not hold back and kicks the demon's face hard, touching someone else's prey. Then she does not forget to kick him flying far away. "You are in hell and you are still stealing from others. You are finished." There is contempt in her eyes, intimidating him. Got it. This action causes the demon to freeze in place for a moment. A tear immediately appears on his face. Help. Seeing him acting so strangely startles Alicia, a monster that can talk. The demon's whole body has been shaking with despair. With no other choice, he hastily bows his head and keeps begging, "I am sorry for not realizing how strong you are, and for trying to steal the magic stones. I will give you the magic stones that I have." Perhaps he knows that he is not Alicia's opponent. "I won't hang around near here anymore. Please spare my life." Listening to these words, she suddenly becomes silent. After thinking for a while, she suddenly asks, do you know where this is?" The demon quickly answers, "It is West Alec." Witnessing these strange things confuses Alicia. This place also has a name. She secretly remembers everything, from when she fell here until now. I only know that it is hell. When Alicia leaves the dark cave, the scene before her eyes draws her attention. This place. The space here has turned into a very strange place. That is thanks to the sentences in the book that I read when I was little. A red stained with darkness, the sky there has a dark red color. Through the cracks of the earth, black rocks gradually revealed. Every time I breathe, the heat fills the whole body. It seems that Alicia knows something about this through the information read in the book. Even though it is night, the atmosphere continues to heat up. That is in the temple's religious book. Heaven and hell. Alicia sighs, reminding herself, I can't find anything here. She continues to drop the magic stones in front of the demon. So what is this? Her eyes gradually become expectant. A magic stone that helps me become stronger when I eat it. He quickly says what he knows. This is a magic stone. The demon's face breaks into a surprised smile. Such a precious thing, and you just casually put it on the ground. Seeing this, Alicia is curious. Is this very precious? Mentioning these magic stones, his eyes suddenly light up. Of course, it is very precious. This is the biggest magic stone I have ever seen. This size is equal to the Lord's. He secretly glances towards the magic stones. If I have this, I can also become stronger, Alicia suddenly announces. Then it is yours. This news makes him extremely stunned. Really? She smiles and explains, I will let you eat it. After confirming the words she just heard, the demon is very incredulous. Really? She does not hesitate to nod. Really, in return, you have to tell me some things that I am curious about. After that, the demon quickly explains to her, magic stones are crystals of power created from the condensation of mana. He knows a lot of knowledge about this thing called magic stones. If Alicia wants to get stronger magic stones, hunting the current monsters is not enough. In this world, magic stones are extremely rare. Magic stones appearing in the bodies of these wild monsters are just accidental products, because their amount of mana is also limited. Alicia silently listens to the words he is saying, but we, the intelligent demon race, are different. We control mana to accumulate power, and then hunt each other. Seize power, and become stronger. According to this demon's story, she slowly steps onto a new path, so the more powerful demons you hunt, the more power you gain. East Noah, West Alec, South Pens, North Kaya. Looking at the door right in front of her, Alicia thinks to herself, those are the 4 lords, the strongest in hell. Images of angels and monsters involuntarily flash in her mind. Unable to wait any longer, she slowly opens this door. Inside, Alec has been waiting for her from the beginning. So you have come, traveler. Alec smiles, reaching out towards Alicia to greet her. Welcome to the castle of the West, Alec. Not wanting to waste time, Alicia directly rushes forward. Alec. Her face has now become extremely displeased. I do not wonder who you are. The space here falls into silence. After observing the situation, Alicia is surprised to praise, the size is decent. The magic stone in her hand makes her very appreciative. As expected, I have to fight with a stronger one. Now she is very curious about what she should do next. Should I go east next time, or north? Suddenly, the magic stone gradually shatters before Alicia's absorption. She happily puts her hands forward. Well, it does not matter which direction I go, I still have plenty of time. Sensing that something is wrong, Alicia's face immediately becomes blank. Her eyes widen. Wait. Only now does she realize that something is wrong. Wait. Alicia's shouts keep echoing. When she looks more closely, familiar scenery catches her eyes. This place, it is my room. Her small feet are still dangling on the bed. But immediately after that, this figure falls hard onto the ground. Alicia confusedly clutches her head and asks, I am back. The space right in front of her makes her a little startled. The more she thinks, the more confused Alicia feels, and says loudly, what is this? Alicia's eyes widen, looking at herself in the mirror. Younger, I am younger. She sighs, reaching out to gently touch this face. This is indeed my face, but why is it so young? Could it be because of that lord's magic stone? Feeling some pain in her feet makes Alicia surprised to turn around. My ankle, I sprained it just now from falling. Realizing that something is not right, she gradually becomes blank. What is going on? She realizes that the situation seems to have changed. My ankle, there is only bone, or what? Perhaps becoming weak again after being so strong makes Alicia extremely desperate. My arms too. What is with this weak body? What can I do with my arms and legs like this? Let alone a spear, I probably can't even hold a stick. She suddenly realizes a truth. It seems that Alicia's voice gradually stutters. I can't. I have lost all my power. She wants to return to the place where she has invincible power. After returning from hell, that power is something that I had to collect from the magic stones. Saying this, Alicia sighs, raising her hand, and now there is nothing left. A knock on the door from the outside draws Alicia's attention. While she is still confused, a familiar voice rings out, Lady Alicia, it is Daisy. Daisy continues to offer, can I come in? Alicia, surprised, turns her head. She hastily looks around this place to see if there is anything unusual. It seems that everything in this place is safe. After lying down on the bed, Alicia hastily announces, come in. Daisy slowly steps inside. Good morning, Lady Alicia. Seeing Alicia still lying there makes her very confused. Did you sleep well? She smiles, nods, and turns her head. Did Daisy sleep well too? Looking at Daisy's current appearance, Alicia immediately sits up. Her eyes gradually become unbelievable. Daisy, she is still waiting. Yes, her voice rings out. How old are you? Hearing this, Daisy is a little confused, but still answers, my age, past autumn. She does not forget to say, then I will be 22, is something the matter, lady? Unable to accept this fact, Alicia quickly falls down, causing her to worry, lady. Daisy hastily yells, is anyone there? But Alicia does not pay attention to this. It is not that I have become younger. Daisy is becoming more panicked than ever. Lady Alicia has fainted. She has also realized a truth, but that I have gone back to the past, when I was 17 years old. Alicia realizes that she has truly been reborn. That is the starting point that broke her life. After that, the Marchioness hastily comes to examine Alicia. Her hand gently reaches towards her forehead. At this moment, Alicia slowly opens her eyes, waking up. I am so thirsty. Seeing that she has woken up, she becomes extremely happy. Alicia. The Marchioness hastily comes closer to support Alicia's weak body. Drink slowly. Be careful not to bloat your stomach. While she is still thinking, she keeps asking, what happened? I was very surprised when I heard the news that you fainted. Remembering something, she gently turns her head to look at the Marchioness. Thank you, mother. Her change makes her very unbelievable, madam. Time turns back to the past. At that time, the maid quickly runs after her. Where are you going? Your subordinate hastily speaks up to stop her. Madam, that would be very difficult. But the Marchioness does not care at all. Get out of the way. She continues to walk step by step forward. Is there any place in this house that I am not allowed to go? Or is there something that only I do not know? This time, the servants in this place keep discussing together. that, the madam is going towards the south gate, we are done for, no matter how frivolous the Marquis is. There has never been a problem with having an heir. They worriedly look at Alicia's small figure, but not only did he bring the illegitimate child into the mansion, but he secretly raised her without the madam knowing until now. At the same time, the Marchioness has also appeared before Alicia's eyes. Maybe today we have to dispose of a body. She can't hesitate and speaks up to question, "Are you Alicia?" The maid right next to her hastily speaks up, "Madam, the nanny, I will explain everything." But contrary to everyone's thoughts, the Marchioness gently kneels down on the ground. "Hello." A smile appears on her face, "I am your mother." Her attitude surprises Alicia. At that time, Alicia remembers her own pitiful past. "You know, miss, everything that you receive. She constantly has to receive criticism from everyone, all are not yours. People keep saying imposing words to her, miss must be grateful for what she is given." This makes Alicia feel very pressured, but do not try to cross the line. Because she is too scared, Alicia hides behind the maid's skirt, surprising her, "Miss." The Marchioness still does not give up and smiles, asking, "Are you surprised that I suddenly appeared?" Afraid that she would think too much, she does not forget to explain, "It is true that I suddenly appeared without warning, so I will leave. Alicia, rest comfortably." Alicia thinks to herself, "I did not expect my mother to be such a beautiful and gentle person." Her appearance becomes very worried, "I feel so guilty, but I do not know what to do." She remembers the smile on the Marchioness's face. "Alicia, this makes her even more helpless. My existence is proof of infidelity, making me feel very guilty. She always gives me the warmest, Alicia." She does not care who her child is, to the point that even though I know my real mother loves me, the Marchioness still innocently calls me that, Alicia. But Alicia is always distant from her. "Yes, Marchioness," she sighs, lost in thought, "but I still can't change the way I address her." This makes Alicia feel a little regretful. "When I was in hell, I regretted it a lot." While the Marchioness is still confused, Alicia asks, "Can I have another glass of water, mother?" Her voice becomes more affectionate. "Are you very thirsty?" A smile finally appears on the Marchioness's face. "I will get it for you right away." Her mood gradually becomes better than ever. "Do you need anything besides water? I will do everything for you, so just tell me." Witnessing the scene just now makes Daisy very confused, thinking to herself, "It seems that just now the miss did not stutter at all." The closeness of the two people makes her even more surprised, but in the end the madam was called mother. Daisy walks down the long corridor, asking herself, in just a moment, can a person change to that extent? It seems that she realizes the abnormality, like someone who has just escaped from the gates of death. The Marchioness is still constantly talking with Alicia. "Did you faint because your body was tired? Should I tell someone to bring herbal tea for you to drink?" She gently reaches out to touch the back of her hand. "Mother." Her voice is a little disappointed. "My fiance has been decided to be Gregory Barker." This makes her blank. "How do you?" But then she still quickly comforts her. "You are still very young, Alicia." Alicia has another plan in her head, so the engagement with Gregory Barker has not been officially decided. She hastily says what she feels. Actually I do not like Gregory very much." Alicia continues to think, "If it is now, maybe I can still salvage it." She wants to have a better future, but marriage between nobles is a family contract. "Can mother help me?" Understanding what Alicia is saying, the Marchioness quickly tells her, "Just leave it to me." She does not hesitate to say, "I also hate Gregory Barker." This makes her very unbelievable. "Really?" Saying this, she sighs, recounting everything. "Although the appearance and personality are not very similar, he reminds me of your father when he was young." The Marchioness does not hesitate to stand up and hug Alicia tightly. "So please trust and entrust it to me, my daughter." Before she leaves, she does not forget to tell her, "I won't force you to marry if you do not like it." After that, Alicia rushes inside Valdemar's study. This immediately surprises him. Before he can react, she coldly speaks, "Please release my mother." Faced with her anger, Valdemar feels very uncomfortable, barging into the family head's room without notifying the butler. What kind of impolite behavior is this? He frowns and continues to order, "Go back to your room, Alicia Sirius Lane." Now Alicia is not afraid of what he is saying. Is that the word you want to say after imprisoning the female head of the family in a room? She does not hesitate to face this man directly, Marquis Valdemar Lane. Seeing Alicia's impoliteness, Valdemar becomes even more uncomfortable. "Speak carefully, there are heirs in the mansion." He coldly speaks up to remind her, "Your mother is just sick and needs to be treated for a while." Alicia glances in another direction. How hopeless. She has guessed all the truths, not because she needs to recuperate, but because she opposed my engagement, right? While Valdemar is still uncomfortable, Alicia keeps blaming him, imprisoning the female head of the family in a room and still afraid of outsiders hearing it. Is your face so important? Unable to endure any more, he immediately reminds her. Stop, I said, there are many ears here. But Alicia has no time to care about this. Ears, what ears? After a moment of silence, she suddenly speaks. If the Marchioness. Her eyes gradually become cold and she speaks, accidentally takes a hammer and hits her fiance in the head, then what would happen to your precious face? Seeing Alicia acting so strangely for the first time makes Valdemar very angry. How dare you? He immediately raises his hand and slaps her face. You dare threaten me. The words just now make Alicia feel a little funny. Threaten? I am trying to hold back the feeling of wanting to hit you. Her eyes now seem to want to devour him, right now. This scene makes Valdemar freeze immediately. Did she originally have such eyes, at first? Sweat is constantly streaming down his face. Something very strange has happened. He remembers the previous Alicia, the daughter who was always obedient, not even daring to say a word of dislike. Her actions just now have made Valdemar very suspicious, yet now she has come to the study and glared at me. He still does not understand what the hell is happening in this place. Her eyes are like those of a warrior who has experienced countless storms in life. Realizing that he is thinking too much, Valdemar startles. What am I thinking? Sweat is constantly streaming down his face. She used to tremble just by looking into my eyes. How can she change so easily? He thoughtfully looks at Alicia's current appearance. It must be late puberty. Children are originally like that. Not wanting to waste time, Valdemar quickly orders, quickly go back to your room. Originally daring to disobey the orders of the family head is a punishable crime. His words are like an imposition on Alicia, but because you are still young, I will overlook it this time. Reflect and repent until you truly feel guilty. But she does not care about these things. Alicia coldly asks, so what? Her change makes Harry very blank. What did you say? She coldly comments, it is too noisy. Alicia continues to look at Harry's current appearance. Brother, he is the second son of the Lane Marquis, Harry Molston Lane. Alicia's calmness makes him even more confused. Now you are not allowed to enter the main mansion anymore, and so what, huh? He keeps asking, you offended the family head and you are not worried, or what? Alicia calmly explains to Harry, it is more comfortable not having to go to that old-fashioned place. Remembering something, Alicia suddenly asks, but how's mother? Harry sighs and recounts, she's been released from the room. But it seems that the Marchioness is still very angry at Valdemar's actions, but she is forbidden from going to the South Gate, after hearing the news about you. Harry's voice continues, older brother is trying to stop her from coming here. The older brother in his words is the eldest son of the Lane Marquis, Felix Henry Lane. Hearing this, Alicia also becomes silent. Older brother is also working hard, so. She is very hesitant, asking herself, is now the time for me to report my situation to mother? Harry next to her feels a little funny. You saying that makes me think that you are here for mother. While she is still blank, he continues to announce, Alicia, I came here because I am worried about you. These words make Alicia freeze on the spot. She suddenly presses back, are we that close? Hearing this, Harry immediately gives a forced smile, maybe you do not know, but I cherish my only younger sister. While Alicia is still thinking, he sighs, it feels strange. Finally, she has understood everything. I did not expect you to have such thoughts. Her eyes gradually become appreciative, but it is not bad either. She looks at Harry's face turning red with embarrassment. I am an illegitimate child and I am shy, so if you hate me, it would not be surprising. He is still talking to himself. It is embarrassing to say that myself. All of this is noticed by Alicia, but I never thought that I would be cherished. An indescribable feeling rises in her heart, but it is not bad either. Seeing her seem strange makes Harry curious. Why are you smiling? After a moment of silence, Alicia suddenly asks, what stage has my marriage reached? Speaking of this issue, Harry immediately becomes serious. Everything between the two families has been discussed. Now we are just waiting for the royal family to approve it before announcing it. Hearing this, she secretly thinks, the royal family approves. He continues to look at her. Do you hate it that much? Alicia's eyes gradually become innocent. Do you remember the time I made my debut in high society? Harry smiles and nods in confirmation. I remember. She remembers that time of her own, and becoming a laughingstock for everyone. So after that, I locked myself in my room for a long time. Alicia comforted herself. It is okay. Although she feels very embarrassed, I just need to get up carefully. Hearing the laughter around her makes her feel even more uncomfortable. At that time, Gregory steps forward, smiling sarcastically. Are you all right? Thinking of this makes Alicia even more angry. Gregory Barker is the first one to laugh at me. She sighs, recounting everything at that time, and the only debut party in my life ended like that. Harry's face suddenly becomes serious. If I kill him now, will it make you feel better? Hearing this, she laughs and replies, even though I know it is impossible, but I am still very grateful for your heart. He sighs, understanding her feelings. I did not know at that time, I am sorry. In his eyes, there is gradually becoming very angry. If I can't kill him, then a duel probably would not matter, just cripple one of his legs. While Harry is still talking, Alicia hands a letter forward. Take this. This makes him very curious. What is this? Her voice gradually becomes hesitant. That. She continues to offer. Please pass this message to Grand Duke Tessen. This news makes Harry freeze on the spot. What? He turns to look at the letter with suspicious eyes. A series of Alicia's strange actions makes him very confused. Alicia, what are you thinking? Alicia does not explain, but instead urges him, you must act secretly and as quickly as possible. She smiles expectantly. You will help me, right? After that, Raycart angrily throws the letters forward. The more he thinks, the more confused he feels. The marriage negotiation between the royal family and the Greitz family is extremely confidential. He keeps asking, yet now there is a warning letter that my future fiance has poor health, so I must be careful. The man with the white hair is Butler Henrik Langs. And the guy next to you is Assistant Roderick Rosa. The two silently listen to Raycart questioning, where did the information leak out from? After a moment of silence, Roderick immediately speaks to explain, I only knew today that your highness was preparing to proceed with the marriage, so it is impossible for the rumor to spread in the Grand Duke's mansion. Understanding these things, Raycart becomes thoughtful. He quickly orders, Henrik, wait at the headquarters, and Roderick, prepare for the trip. Hearing this, the butler nods in agreement. Yes, your highness. Roderick on the side seems to have realized something. Could it be that you intend to meet that serious guy? Raycart keeps tapping lightly on the table. It says on the waning day of autumn, at the seven-sided stone of the Dollar Temple. His face becomes extremely serious. That is the meeting place. He continues to signal, prepare a few people to follow me. Roderick is about to say something more. Your highness. The butler also hastily stops him. Your highness, that. But Raycart's next words make both of them freeze immediately. Get out. After the two leave outside, Raycart sighs. He looks at the letter right in front of him with some fatigue. It is indeed a letter that is so flowery it is uncomfortable. His face is a little confused. My first marriage. Raycart wonders to himself, serious, who is it? On this side Alicia is still lost in thought. Has the letter arrived yet? On a beautiful day, the carriage keeps moving forward. Alicia suddenly feels anxious. Daisy, how much longer until we arrive at the Dollar Temple? Daisy calmly informs her, we are almost there. Seeing the time constantly passing makes Alicia a little regretful. It is taking more time than I thought. She sighs, looking at the current carriage. Luckily I had mother lend me her carriage. If I went by my carriage, I would probably faint from car sickness. Saying this, a look of anticipation appears on Alicia's face. It is truly April's carriage. It does not shake at all. As soon as Alicia finishes speaking, the carriage suddenly moves. She senses that something is not quite right. The carriage seems to be undergoing a strange change. She confusedly sits still, holding her head. What is going on? My head. Alicia thinks to herself, the carriage only shook a little and it is already like this. When Alicia was in hell, she was very comfortable. Today the ride is so smooth. Alicia in hell. Returning to reality, she wearily holds her head. Why was I so weak when I was 17? Realizing that something is not right, Alicia's eyes gradually become suspicious. Could it be robbers? She sighs, thinking, how could anyone dare to openly rob April family's carriage? Daisy quickly stands up to inform her, I will go out and check. Her actions make Alicia very worried. What? Do not open the door, Daisy. But at this time, Daisy has accidentally opened the door. Yes. Immediately, something hits her, causing her to painfully fall to the ground. This makes Alicia worried, hastily running over to check the situation. Daisy, wake up, she thinks to herself. She is still breathing. Is this unconsciousness? Noticing the needle on Daisy's neck makes her a little helpless. This is a poison needle. It actually hit the back of her neck through that narrow gap. Alicia hastily brings the needle to her nose to smell it. Cinnamon and cedar. There is only one type of poison with that scent. Her thoughts make her feel even more wrong. How could it be here? After thinking carefully about this thing, Alicia quickly realizes, Musto. While Alicia is still confused, Raycart appears. It is Musto. At the same time, Roderick also gently steps inside the carriage. She is just sleeping soundly. There is no danger to her life, so do not worry. Excuse me. He comes forward to carry Daisy away from this place, saying, "We can't reveal information about the royal family. I will put her in a safe place, so I have to use this method. I hope you understand." Seeing Alicia still sitting there, Raycart reminds her, "Get out of the carriage, Lady Alicia." He coldly stares at her, "Or should I call you serious?" Seeing Raycart for the first time surprises Alicia a little. Golden hair like forged from gold, skin as white as snow, eyes as clear as a stream. He has an appearance that is very different from the rumors she heard. I heard he has a very fierce appearance, not inheriting the characteristics of a family. This makes her very confused, but he is very handsome. Raycart is still constantly ordering his subordinates, "Just wait here until I call you." Raycart looks at Alicia and then secretly thinks, looking at her appearance, it is really unimaginable that she wrote that letter. She is still examining her current clothes, this dress. This makes him a little pensive. Perhaps in other people's eyes, I seem to be attacking a pitiful woman. Before Alicia can say hello, he speaks, "Lady Loren of the Greit's family has a heart condition." Hearing this, she smiles, turning to look at him. "Is that so?" Raycart continues, "With such a weak body." He says what he knows, she probably can't withstand the treacherous road to Tessen. I heard that in that family, only blood relatives and private maids know about this. The more he thinks, the more confused he feels. Why does she know? Alicia laughs, turning to look at him, "Are you curious?" Out of courtesy, Raycart reaches out towards her, "Get out of the carriage." Looking at the empty space here makes her very confused, but this is not the meeting place in the letter. Alicia smiles, walking forward, "Well, I will just walk a little further to get there." Seeing him still standing there, she urges, "Let us go." Raycart thoughtfully asks himself, "I heard that the Lane Marchioness is very shy, how strange." While she is still feeling confused, he immediately walks. Can I refuse that question? Remembering something makes Raycart curious, but why did she make the appointment here? She smiles, turning her head to explain, "Because I want to check something." The thing that Alicia noticed was the stone pillars right in front of her. Originally the 7 stones at Dalor are a sundial. The two walk side by side. She continues, "From morning to night is the time of this world, and from night to dawn is the time of the other world." Alicia remembers her experience when she was in the underworld, so when the sun is shining, non-human creatures will not be able to set foot in the relic. Saying this, she secretly glances at Raycart. "I do not know if your highness has ever entered this place." He seriously explains, "This is the first time. What about the lady?" She suddenly stops as he is still walking. Alicia's actions make Raycart very confused. "Are you not going any further?" She smiles, saying, "You go first." Realizing that Alicia is still standing there, he keeps thinking, what is she plotting, setting a trap in the relic? At the same time, behind him, her face breaks into a forced smile. "What if I can't get in?" Raycart keeps walking forward, thinking, if there is a trap, I will just break it. After a moment of silence, Alicia suddenly speaks, "Your Highness, you are human." Seeing this, he confusedly turns his head. What? The light shining on him makes him feel a little tired. Alicia's voice rings out, "Are not you afraid, if you can't enter the relic?" She coldly looks at him, "Then you are not human." Her words draw his attention. It seems she believes the rumor that I am a demon, but he still calmly replies, "Why be afraid, it is just a big rock." She smiles lightly, saying, "Your Highness is very brave." After receiving the answer she wants, Alicia secretly thinks, what if this relic is real, the underworld exists? She suddenly realizes an important thing, then maybe the sundial, the thing that helps to distinguish between humans and other creatures, is also real. Time seems to stop at this place. Alicia realizes the boundary between the two, but if that is the case, a person who has fallen into hell and returned to the past. Her footsteps gradually move forward. Would you be considered human? She secretly hopes for something, if not. When Alicia sets foot down, nothing happens. Raycart is still blankly watching her actions. Before he understands what is going on, she suddenly turns her head and smiles, "I am also a human." This makes Raycart startled. She really is a strange girl. Suddenly, Alicia comes closer, happily smiling, "Thank you for waiting for me. Thanks to you, I have answered my questions." The distance between the two closing makes her realize something. Alicia hastily backs away, smiling, saying, "First, I should greet you properly." Her attitude gradually becomes calm. "I am serious, the one who sent the letter to the Grand Duke." But Alicia's smile is still so dazzling. "Alicia Sirius Lane." Hearing her introduce her name, Raycart nods politely, "I know you are the Lane Marchioness." She smiles, continuing to look at him. "If you already know, then everything is easier." At this moment, Alicia suddenly kneels down on the ground. "Grand Duke Raycart Tessen." This action makes Raycart freeze once again. She does not hesitate to reach her hand out to him. "Please marry me." Time seems to stop at this place. He secretly thinks, this woman is not only strange. His face gradually turns pale, but also crazy. Seeing Raykart still not reacting, Alicia continues to call out, Grand Duke. She does not hesitate and continues to propose, please marry me. The more he listens, the more speechless he feels. Understanding Raykart's reaction, she sighs, saying, it is true that it is a bit sudden, but your highness won't lose anything. His voice suddenly lowers, you think I came all the way here? He feels very uncomfortable with her actions, just to listen to you say these nonsense words. Ignoring Alicia kneeling on the ground, Raykart walks forward, what a waste of time. His refusal stuns her. With no other choice, she hastily yells, wait. Alicia's mourning gets even more awkward, you have not heard all of my proposal yet. He starts to walk again, I do not want to hear it. While he is still thinking, Alicia explains, are not you curious, why I know about the royal marriage? Raykart still ignores her, I am not curious. His cold attitude makes Alicia very embarrassed, come on, he has to be curious. She does not pay attention to his frowning face, Grand Duke. At this moment, Raykart's uncomfortable eyes widen, looking forward, there is still a long time. It seems that he is hiding a secret, it is only the Lewis cycle. His eyes gradually become anxious, glancing behind, is it because I have traveled far from my territory? He tells himself, I must quickly return to the Tessen territory. Seeing this, Alicia curiously comes closer, what is wrong, Grand Duke? She keeps asking, are you alright, Grand Duke? Before he can react, Alicia quickly reaches out her hand, Your Highness. Raykart's eyes gradually become haunted when he sees her hands, Duke, can you hear me? Unable to endure any more, he suddenly shouts, do not touch me. It seems that Raykart at that moment has completely become a different person. Seeing Alicia's current appearance, he hastily says, I am alright. His actions make Alicia very angry. Raykart's eyes suddenly startle, as if he has realized something. She has been holding his hand since when? Her face is very serious as she proposes, I will help you to the carriage. Time seems to stop, Raykart also does not know how to act. He suddenly becomes silent, that voice. A gentle breeze blows by, Raykart still does not dare to believe the truth, that voice has stopped. He looks at Alicia with unbelievable eyes, is it because of this girl? Seeing Raykart still not reacting, Alicia immediately becomes blank, is he angry because I took his hand without permission? Feeling a little awkward, she hastily lets go of his hand. But then Raykart suddenly grabs her hand again. This makes Alicia not react and hastily rushes forward. While she falls into Raykart's arms, he quickly speaks, do not let go. His constant changes make Alicia very confused. After that, the two sit on the chair, holding each other's hands tightly. Sensing that something is wrong, she slowly turns her head. Alicia realizes that Raykart is holding her hand, are we going to continue talking like this? Because he really does not want to, but he can only helplessly say, that is the condition to continue talking, so. His appearance gradually becomes desperate, what are you going to do to me? Hearing this makes her laugh, this is the moment. Without hesitation, Alicia quickly proposes, please marry me, if you agree. Before Raykart can react, she continues, then I will predict the future for you, 4 times a year. Of course, these words make Raykart very suspicious, how ridiculous. He sighs, continuing to explain, how can I believe in that prediction? Alicia smiles innocently, turning her head to look at him, did not you come here because the content in the letter was completely accurate? Alicia's words are partly correct, making Raykart not know how to retort. After thinking for a while, he quickly speaks, if you were still sane, you would not talk about marrying me. Remembering something, Raykart turns his head to look at her, so who is the person that I need to help you chase away? The opportunity has come, Alicia hastily says a name, Gregory Barker. Hearing this name makes him thoughtful, Barker, he thinks to himself, although creating conflict with the Barker family will cause significant damage. Raykart's eyes suddenly stop, but this girl is the one who holds the clues about the Tessen curse, I myself must be the one to stick to this deal. After calculating, Raykart nods in agreement, okay. His next words make Alicia blank, but we can't get married right now, she confusedly asks, why? Before she can react, he continues to explain, let us just get engaged, it is not necessary to get married, just that is enough to deal with Barker. Alicia silently listens to his words, and I will treat you well with the status of the Grand Duke's fiance, is that so, then do you need anything else? Seeing everything handled so easily makes Alicia unbelievable, I believe you will know to prepare it yourself. She suddenly turns to look at him, saying a very confusing sentence, I am the ambitious type, just so you know. Hearing this, he nods in agreement, I will remember. After discussing this matter, Alicia smiles, we have finished talking too. She raises her hand that is being held tightly by Raykart. So can you let go? These words make him freeze for a moment. With no other choice, he can only let go of her hand. I know. Seeing her plan has succeeded makes Alicia very happy. Then I will be relying on you in the future, Grand Duke. In Raykart's eyes, there is some worry as he explains, I am the one who needs to rely on you. On a beautiful day, the streets constantly hear the sound of hawking. Hot news, hot news. The boy holding the newspaper quickly invites everyone. Constant discussions keep ringing out. Have you heard the news? Grand Duke Tessen is engaged. It seems to be the lady from the north. I have never heard of this name. It seems the Grand Duke is so infatuated that he has lost his mind. It seems that this is a widely discussed topic. The engagement gift is the last work of Bernardo Wells, Rittern Castle. They are very curious about this event. The Lily's mansion has a room made of gold, and an important strategic point between the capital and the south, the entire Echevarria territory too. It seems he is giving it all. There are even many people asking, who is Alicia Lane to enjoy these things? Alicia at home is still constantly practicing. No matter how much I practice, if I do not have magic stones, it is useless. Right at this moment Harry runs over, calling loudly, Alicia. His face is very panicked, pointing at the newspaper. What is this newspaper saying? The newspaper clearly records the information. Lady Alicia becomes the owner of the Echevarria territory. This surprises Alicia, turning her head to say, before anything else, the rumors have already spread to the north. She does not hesitate and picks up the newspaper to examine it, well prepared, but I am the main character, so why is everyone just talking about the Grand Duke? Harry replies with a bit of speechlessness, well, you are not that famous in high society. Realizing that something is not right, he keeps asking, no, that is not important, you said you were going to the temple to pray, what is all this about? Her next words make him very speechless, I lied. Alicia still does not care about Harry, continuing to read the new news. Someone has discovered a salt mine during mining, and is currently calling for investment. Unable to endure any more, he quickly snatches the newspaper from her hand. His face is very angry as he shouts, do not look at it anymore. Harry's actions make Alicia very confused. Did not you bring it here for me to read? She thinks to herself, how did my younger sister turn out like this? Noticing something, her eyes immediately glance to the side. The servant pulls a large white horse in front of the two of them. Lady, I have prepared what you asked for. Alicia's eyes immediately light up. It is done. Harry confusedly asks, a horse? You have never ridden a horse before. But she still does not care much, continuing to run towards the white horse. Alicia continues to jump onto the horse. She smiles, turning her head to explain, I have learned. Harry's mood gradually worsens when he hears these words, a lie. The horse's feet falter. Alicia's eyes suddenly stop. After a moment of silence, she smiles, offering, let me show you. At this moment, the servant hastily runs over, calling loudly, young master. It seems he is very anxious. You have to go to the main mansion now. Harry still does not understand what is going on. What happened? The servant worriedly turns his head to look behind him. That. Noticing Alicia's eyes, he keeps whispering, it is a little difficult to say here, or you should just go there first. Seeing there is no other choice, Harry smiles, announcing, Alicia, I have to go now. He does not forget to tell her, I will be right back, so you can't cause trouble. Alicia laughs, constantly waving her hand. She watches Harry's hurried back as he leaves this place. Her face suddenly breaks into a strange smile. Alicia quickly directs the white horse to change direction. She takes a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. Then she slowly exhales. The horse also starts rushing forward. Alicia thinks to herself, initially, I plan to jump down 12 steps. In the space here, she constantly practices different skills. If the maids had not stopped her in time, perhaps both of my legs would have broken and I would have to stay in my room now. Even though I still remember how to control my body, but no matter how much I try to exercise or train. Alicia's small hand tightly grips the tree trunk, then clearly the limit is still there. She can easily climb the tree in a classy way, it is still okay now. Then she rushes forward again. Alicia's footsteps are very hurried. She lightly jumps up into the air, step by step. He is shining, Alicia's body is swinging in the tree. What I remember most after returning from hell is. At this moment, Alicia's hand accidentally slips, darn. And so she falls hard onto the ground below, magic stones. Thinking of her current weak power makes Alicia very helpless. As expected, it still does not work. She is still immersed in her own thoughts. I can't get power like magic stones if I only rely on effort. Seeing Alicia act like just now makes Raykart very speechless. At the Lane family, are everyone trained like this? Seeing this, she hastily turns around and reacts, Gra, Grand Duke. Her face gradually becomes confused. Why are you here? Raykart slowly reaches out towards her. I am here for the knighting ceremony. Out of habit, Alicia touches him, thank you. Even in her eyes, Raykart's hands are reflected. What surprises her the most is the yellow stone attached to his cuff, that is. While Alicia is still bewildered, Raykart asks, what are you doing? She withdraws her hand, stands up, and smiles. I am just exercising. This action makes him freeze. Although a little displeased, he can only say, this kind of special training would be very effective if applied to knights, but for the lady, it is just exercise. Alicia laughs, shaking her head, well, let us forget about that. Looking at her current appearance makes him feel a little funny. First, brush the leaves off your head. Alicia hastily reaches out, is it here? Seeing Raykart still standing there, she immediately searches in other directions, or here. With no other choice, Raykart reaches out towards her, excuse me. He gently takes the leaf stuck on her hair. His face is very calm, it is done. Seeing Alicia standing still, Raykart is very confused, lady. He hastily takes a step back, calling, Lady Alicia. Unfortunately, because he is too surprised, Raykart accidentally slips. And so Alicia's body also falls into his arms, Alicia. While Raykart is still not understanding what is happening, Alicia suddenly speaks, at first, I thought I was seeing things. Her hand has been tightly gripping his hand since when, but now I am sure. Seeing the situation is a bit awkward, Raykart hastily urges, Lady, let go. He confusedly thinks, if I push her away, she will get hurt. Alicia's voice rings out, Your Highness. She does not hesitate and speaks, please give me the button. Before he understands what is happening, she puts her hand on his face, give it to me. Alicia thinks to herself, I am sure. It seems that she has realized something, this is a magic stone. And that is also the reason that Alicia is speaking in such an endearing tone, please give me the button, give it to me. Seeing this situation, Raykart is a little speechless, I knew it. He sighs, slowly withdrawing his hand, making Alicia blank, what a pity. Before Alicia can understand what is going on, Raykart continues, this is an item passed down to the Duke of Tessen, so it is a bit difficult. Hearing this, she is curious, is that so? A thought appears in her head, should I steal it? He immediately reminds her, first. Raykart's face has been red since when, please get off of me. Seeing this situation, Alicia hastily moves back, sorry, he also quickly sits up, it is okay. After fixing his clothes, he calmly informs her, I can't give it to you, but there are some similar types of gemstones in Tessen, so I will try to find them, and then I will send you a gift next time. His words please Alicia very much, really. Raykart continues to reach out, I do not guarantee that I will find it. Hearing this, she smiles, nodding, it is okay, I just need to know it exists. And Alicia has also discovered an important thing, magic stones appear in Tessen. She quickly runs after Raykart, let us go together, Grand Duke. Remembering something, she suddenly says very confusing words, then, should I repay you in advance for the gift that you are going to give me? This makes Raykart curiously turn his head to look at her, it did not snow this winter. Alicia stands there, constantly saying what she knows, instead, it will snow heavily and abnormally from the last week of March to the beginning of April. These words make Raykart freeze, is that true? He suddenly realizes a truth, if it snows heavily in March and April, then perhaps many people in the territory will die. This makes him think, so I have to prepare a method to deal with it. After finishing speaking, Alicia does not forget to announce, this time it is a gift that I am giving you. So I won't deduct it from the number of predictions. Her expression draws Raykart's attention, this confident expression, she is telling the truth. Although there are still many things he wants to ask, he can only turn around and leave. I still have not given you the gemstones, so thank you, thanks to you, my territory will reduce the damage. Hearing this, Alicia laughs, continuing to walk forward, I hope I can help your highness. At this moment, she has seen that everyone is still waiting there. Seeing this, Daisy quickly reports, he is here. Alicia is a little confused, Daisy. Roderick hastily hands an item forward, Your Highness, this is what you requested. She is still blank, why are so many people gathered here? Right at this moment, Raykart moves even closer to her, Lady Alicia, I want to give you a few things. Alicia does not think much and nods in agreement, yes, Grand Duke. The two are still talking when the servant on the side continues to announce, Your Highness, Marquis Felix is waiting in the reception room of the main mansion. This makes Alicia suspiciously turn to look at him, could it be that when you came here, you went straight to the annex mansion? Raykart defines it, explaining to her. I came here to meet you, Lady Alicia. His eyes are somewhat uncomfortable, coldly saying, "Everyone, leave." Although very reluctant, everyone can only nod, "Yes, Grand Duke." Before everyone leaves, Alicia keeps calling out, "Daisy, Daisy." She hastily whispers, signaling to her, "I have finished exercising, you take the horse back to the stable." Seeing Daisy nod, understanding, makes Alicia very happy, "Thank you." At this moment, Raycard asks again, "Finished?" Seeing him suddenly appear right next to her makes her very blank, "Your Highness." Raycard pensively opens the box in his hand, "Now it is my turn." The box is gradually opened before Alicia's surprise. But the precious jewelry hits right in front of her eyes. This is the Duchess Margretta's ruby jewelry set. Alicia's eyes immediately light up, "You are giving it to me." While she is still confused, Raycard continues to explain, because from the past until now, the Duchess Margretta's ruby jewelry set has always been paired with the title of Countess Echevarria. He gently turns to look at Alicia, "Now you are the Countess of Echevarria, so you can try wearing it when necessary." She nods excitedly, "I will do that." Looking at her current appearance makes Raycard confused. Does this need that much determination? She replies firmly, "Yes." This makes Raycard notice, she also has a rather cute side. He suddenly asks, "How much do you know about the royal family?" Alicia immediately becomes blank. Why is he suddenly testing me? She does not hesitate to speak. "I know the emperor has a total of 5 princes and 1 princess, including the current emperor." In her head, she secretly thinks, the second prince, Duke Biais, passed away in an accident 7 years ago. She continues to remember the next people. The third prince is Marquis Lennox, the fourth prince is Countess Debna. And immediately after that is Raycard, and the fifth prince is Grand Duke Tessen. The last one mentioned in her thoughts, and Princess Louise, at the same time Duchess Liren is his half-sister. Understanding what Alicia wants to say, Raycard feels a little, "So you have a basic knowledge." She hears this and laughs proudly, "I may look like this, but my hobby is reading." This makes him look at her with suspicious eyes. "I will have a teacher from the royal family come to teach you the rest, so you can learn that exercise of the lady. It is best to keep it a secret." Before leaving, Raycard does not forget to add, "Then, I will see you at the knighting ceremony." Alicia smiles, nodding, "When I choose the color of the dress, I will contact the Grand Duke's mansion." He feels a little expectant, "Then thank you." Suddenly, Raycard comes closer to her face, and he suddenly whispers a few words to her. This makes Alicia widen her eyes, looking at him, "Is that true?" He does not hide it, nodding firmly, "I saw it with my own eyes, so I am very sure." After that, Raycard's horse slowly moves forward. Before leaving, he does not forget to add a few words, "I hope it will be helpful to you." Alicia stands there, watching his figure. A strange feeling suddenly rises in her heart, he leaves as fast as the wind. She sighs, immediately turning in another direction. "I was very surprised when he came here without any announcement, but it seems he is better than I thought." As soon as she steps inside the house, the servants keep asking, "Lady Alicia, since when has your relationship become like this?" Everyone looks at her with very worried eyes. "Lady, are you all right? What did the Grand Duke say?" This reaction makes Alicia speechless, thinking, these people, in front of the Grand Duke, they do not dare to say a word. Her eyes gradually become cold, yet now, Alicia slowly speaks, "Except for Daisy." She can't take it anymore, yelling loudly, "Then everyone get out." Seeing Alicia's anger makes everyone not dare to come closer. Seeing that there is no other choice, the servant hastily speaks, "It seems that the lady is tired, so I will go now." Seeing this, the others also suggest, "It seems that it is time to prepare for the evening. I will also excuse myself." "Me too." Only Daisy remains around this place. After a moment of silence, she quickly asks, "The lady has also finished exercising, so I will go prepare the tea." Alicia laughs, hugging the gift box tightly in her hand, "No need, I have something to do now." She turns to look at her with expectant eyes, "Daisy." It seems that Alicia can't wait any longer, "Let us prepare to set off." She hastily orders, "We will go to the Echevarria territory." Remembering the scene of the two of them just now makes Alicia a little thoughtful, and at that time, he whispered a few words to her, "Marquis Lane will not return to the territory for a while." It seems that this is very good news for Alicia, because he dared to oppose the Emperor's order to cancel the engagement with Gregory, so he has to stay in the capital for a while. She involuntarily remembers his scary face, "If I want to do something, this is the most suitable time." Thinking of this, Alicia quickly suggests, "First, we have to leave this territory." After that, the chains from the gate keep making strange sounds. A loud voice suddenly rings out, "Quickly open the door." This makes Harry very hastily run down, "What is going on out of nowhere?" He confusedly asks, "Father has returned." The Duchess quickly says, "Henrik, go down slowly." Felix on the side feels very confused. Have not you heard anything, mother? Her face is a little pensive, replying, I have not heard anything. But she breaks into a very happy smile. I knew it, every time he deliberately announces in advance so that the whole family can come out to greet him to be satisfied. If I had heard anything, I would have prepared in advance. Remembering something is not right, Harry is a little surprised. Wait. Involuntarily, he remembers Alicia's beautiful face. At this time, Harry hastily asks, where's Alicia? At the same time, the large door is opened hastily. The servant quickly greets, the family head is back, but it seems that Valdemar is very angry. Alicia. He keeps screaming in anger, Alicia, come out here. Looking all around here makes Valdemar almost go crazy. Not here, not here. He bites his teeth very angrily. That little thing did not come out to greet me, she is crazy. Seeing Valdemar's direction makes the servants very confused. Marquis, what are you doing at the south gate? He angrily asks, where is Alicia's room? The subordinate quickly speaks to report, the Mrs. room is over there. Hearing the answer he wants seems to drive him crazy. Get out of the way. Valdemar steps to the door of Alicia's room, opening the door. Before everyone's witnessing, he suddenly yells, Alicia Sirius Lane. But the room has been empty since when? Seeing the situation is not good, Felix hastily reminds him, Father, there are many people watching. Not seeing Alicia has made Valdemar almost go crazy. Unable to endure any more, he frantically yells, the Marchioness suddenly disappeared. His voice is like it has exploded, yet no one knows where she is. Do not you think it is unreasonable? The Duchess steps forward, coldly announcing, the girl has gone to Echeverria. The expression on Valdemar's face gradually changes. What are you saying? She does not hesitate and steps forward, step by step. Her face is very calm when facing his questioning, Madam. While he is still assuming that the Duchess is talking nonsense, she has once again repeated, Alicia said that she has gone to Echeverria. Valdemar's mood also gradually calms down. So, what is going on? Sitting inside the room, she smiles, explaining, the girl left a letter. It seems that because she was given the territory and the title, she wants to go see the territory. Hearing this, his face immediately changes. What? He keeps blaming, if she said such unreasonable words, you have to stop her. Even if he says that, the Duchess does not care much. How can I do that? Before Valdemar can react, she continues, how can I stop her, when I am not allowed to go to the south gate? That is the first time Valdemar feels helpless. What? Thinking of all the things that have happened makes his head hurt. Marine, just because of such a small thing, I have become like this. The Duchess still has a gentle smile on her face. I am just telling the truth. Why are you like this? These words make him quickly freeze. The attitude on her face also gradually changes. This is the first time the girl has revealed something that she does not like. She remembers the time when Daisy appeared before her. Alicia sent a letter to me. She seriously nods in agreement. Yes, madam. The Duchess's voice keeps ringing out. The girl called me mother. The letter clearly records Alicia's content. Before father returns to the mansion, please help me extend the time a little so that I can live here. I am relying on you. This makes her very touched, and asking me. Saying this, the Duchess turns to look at Valdemar, so please stop here. Her eyes gradually become sad, reminding him, do not raise your children into tools. Unable to endure any more, he suddenly stands up. Enough, stop. His face becomes very calm, announcing, once you are born into the family, then dedicating yourself to the family is a noble's obligation. I will send people to Echeverria to bring Alicia back. Valdemar quickly walks out of the room, and, when the girl returns, Madame is free to enter and leave the south gate. His actions surprise the Duchess. She immediately sighs wearily. This is enough time extended, right? Suddenly, she feels a little worried. Has Alicia arrived yet? The scene switches to another place. The large door slowly opens. Many people have been waiting there. Please come in, master. This scene makes Alicia unable to hide her surprise. While she is still blank, Petunia smiles, quickly introducing herself. You must be tired from traveling a long distance to get here. I am Petunia Rocaz, the one who will help the lady learn royal etiquette and adapt to life in the royal palace. This makes her very excited. What a surprise. I came so urgently and was still welcomed so warmly. Alicia quickly replies, thank you for welcoming me, Count Rocaz. Remembering something, she turns to go in another direction. It is an honor, but the Grand Duke told me in advance, you must be tired from the long trip, so I have prepared a room for you to rest after traveling here. She points to a girl with cute pink hair. Annie will take care of Lady Alicia in the future. Annie laughs, speaking, hello lady, I will lead the way for you. Looking at this girl's face makes Alicia very interested. This enthusiasm is rare in the Marquis's mansion. Alicia immediately suggests, I will be relying on you in the future, Annie. While leading Alicia to the room, Annie walks and happily talks. The master said that she would come here, so we were very excited, so we redecorated the mansion so that you can rest comfortably. She tightly grips the large door, and this is. Her voice is a little proud, the bedroom that the master will use in the future. Do you like it? The vast space here pleases Alicia very much. She smiles, turning her head to inform her, I like it very much. Seeing her so happy, Annie feels very satisfied. I am glad the master likes it, then I will excuse myself. After admiring the space here, Alicia happily talks to herself. I heard that this is the last work of Bernarda Wells. This place is as beautiful as the rumors. Daisy, but Daisy's voice rings out, Lady. She feels very suspicious. Were not we going to Echevarria? The space before her eyes makes Daisy unable to hide her surprise. This is. It seems that she has realized something, the capital. Understanding her thoughts, Alicia laughs, asking, It is almost the knighting ceremony, why would we go to Echevarria? She does not hesitate and turns her head to say, Daisy, let us go shopping. Although a little surprised, Daisy still nods in agreement, yes. Alicia does not care about anything else, smiling, talking, we have already come to the capital, so let us just go play. The scene switches to inside the perfume shop. She secretly thinks, as the rumors say, all these perfume bottles are so dazzling. The things in this space make her feel very interested. If it was me from before, I probably could not imagine it. I can't believe I would set foot in the capital. And even visit a perfume factory. Alicia thinks in her head, usually I would be holed up in the study to read. She suddenly points forward, I will try this perfume. The server hears this and nods in agreement. We will prepare it for you. Her movements are very quick as she takes some perfume to try. While Alicia is still comfortably breathing in the scent, the server continues to ask, Do you like this scent? The figure of a woman slowly moves forward. Alicia calmly turns her head to look behind. She is here. The woman with the red hair quickly introduces herself. I am Katrina, the perfumer of Vale. Alicia knows this information about her. Katrina, the perfume genius from the west of the continent. This is the person who will create the Vale series perfume. It seems that she is not an ordinary person, a perfume that shook the empire and caused a sensation throughout the continent. In the future, this woman. While Alicia is still thinking, Katrina continues to talk. Because this is the first time you have smelled this scent, I could not restrain myself and boldly came to ask. If I was impolite, please forgive me. This makes her even more sure that Katrina will create the Vale series in the future. First I have to get to know her. Alicia turns her head to praise. This scent is very pure. She continues to say what she feels, because this scent will change depending on the body odor of each person. It seems that the information that Alicia has been searching for is very helpful. So it is like the only perfume exclusively for yourself. It is really special. Seeing Alicia search for information so meticulously makes Katrina very proud. I am very happy that you can feel the intent of this scent. She smiles, replying, I am also very happy to be able to meet a skilled perfumer like you. Her face gradually turns red. It is a great honor for me, lady. After searching for a while, Alicia points forward, then I will buy this perfume, and... Her next words make Katrina immediately freeze in surprise. I want to try the perfume that you create at my mansion next time. The thoughts in her head keep appearing. You are just a stranger from the west of the continent. You do have some ability, but your origin is still as humble as before. I said to do it and you do it. A humble merchant like you dares to resist me. Alicia does not pay attention to Katrina's strange expression, continuing to ask, Can I invite you to come? This makes her very appreciative, nodding in agreement. It is my honor. After solving Katrina's matter, Alicia quickly walks outside. Daisy next to her feels very surprised. I did not know that the lady has such in-depth knowledge of scents. Alicia does not hesitate, immediately activating her acting mode. I do not know either, she secretly thinks, because I know she will achieve success in the future. So I pretended to know everything. Involuntarily, she remembers the time she smelled the perfume just now. Then Alicia continues to analyze her actions. Thanks to what I have heard and learned until now, I can say such convincing words. If I do not know anything in the capital, I will be looked down upon. Not mentioning this, she turns her head to look at Daisy. Actually, I do not know what is the best. My knowledge in this field is very narrow, but it is quite convincing. She is also praised. The lady looks very like someone living here. This makes Alicia feel very pleased. Then that is great. Hurry, we still have many places to see. After that, she has chosen a new dress for herself. Great, I am buying it. Looking at herself in the mirror, Alicia feels very pleased. I am buying it, starting from here. And so she keeps choosing the luxurious items on the table. Come on, Now Alicia has transformed into a wealthy woman. I am buying everything. Expensive gifts are constantly being bought by her. This makes the sellers very happy. Really, thank you, madam. Alicia's actions make Daisy on the side very speechless. Seeing this, she notices her expression. Daisy, are you tired? At this moment she hastily shakes her head, speaking, no, lady. Alicia continues to walk forward quickly. Try a little harder. She does not hesitate, looking at the small wooden house before her. This is the end point. Inside the house, the man is still constantly working. Realizing that Alicia has also appeared at this place makes him very surprised. Why did you come here? Alicia smiles, turning her head to explain, I came here to place an embroidery order. Hearing this, he nods in reply. The embroidery shop is on the second floor. He turns his head, looking up at the second floor. Judith, there is a new customer. The figure of a small girl quickly comes down. Yes, uncle. Realizing that Alicia is still waiting, she smiles, informing her, the embroidery shop is this way, please come this way. After Alicia and Daisy go upstairs, Judith smiles, saying, I will prepare tea, please wait a moment, sorry, this place is a bit messy. There is some embarrassment in her voice. If I had known there was a customer, I would have cleaned up beforehand. Alicia looks at the space here, not blaming, but praising instead. It is okay, this place is also very beautiful. Her appearance is a bit awkward as she puts the teacup down on the table. Thank you for your praise. At this moment, she introduces her name. I am Judith Perlman, you can call me Judith. I did not study much, so I do not know if this greeting is right. Listening to this, Alicia quickly gets straight to the main topic. I am Alicia. I heard that you are very good at embroidery. It seems that you also take custom orders, right? These compliments make Judith very excited. Is my skill really that good that it has been spread around? Seeing the opportunity has come, she turns her head to signal. Daisy, take that out. Daisy holds the box, slowly stepping forward. Yes, lady. Alicia hands a scroll of paper in front of her. I have brought the design. Can you take a look? She is a little surprised, looking at the design right in front of her. Can I embroider just based on this? Judith continues to notice a very strange design. Seeing the opportunity has come, Alicia turns her head to signal. Daisy, step back. She hears this and nods, understanding. Yes, lady. Judith's mood at this moment has completely changed. Alicia continues, only I know about this, so do not worry. She calmly looks at her face, which is still wearing a forced smile. I have been going around so much just to avoid being discovered that this is the destination. Judith stands there, constantly listening to Alicia speaking. Thanks to this, Daisy, who does not know anything, has to suffer a bit. The first floor is a shoe factory. She is still focused on talking, not noticing that behind her Judith is holding a pair of scissors. Daisy has been walking for a long time, so her feet must hurt. Or you can give her a pair of shoes. Judith's face immediately changes, rushing over. Who are you? Alicia does not hesitate and throws the fan into the air. Who is the most famous person in the capital right now? When she attacks, she also uses the fan to block. After defending the blow, Alicia continues to announce, the sole heir of the Croat clan, the largest information group on the continent. It turns out that she has recognized the identity of the woman before her, Judith Perlman. Looking at Alicia's current figure makes Judith a bit speechless. What a daughter, she is as strong as an ox. While she is still wondering, Alicia smiles, saying, I just want to be your friend. It seems that she has her own plan, Croat clan. Judith becomes very wary, staring at her. There are 6 people leading the Croat clan, including the master. She is still constantly speaking. Everyone knows this already. Judith secretly glances to the side. It seems I put the fabric cutting knife in that basket. Alicia's next words make her startle. But 8 years ago, 6 farms and shops near the capital were burned at the same time. Judith's eyes immediately widen with disbelief. This event was quite big, so it was also reported on the news, right, but no one would have thought that 6 families were attacked that day. Alicia knows this story better than anyone. They were the 6 people who once led the Croat clan. Time turns back to the past. A desperate voice rings out. No. Pitiful Judith keeps screaming in desperation. Let me go. My mother and father are there. Although very reluctant, the man can only helplessly pull her away from this place. It is too late. At least you have to live. You have to live. That way you can do something. Seeing the house has been burned to the ground with her own eyes makes her very desperate. I do not want to. Let me down, please. The fire is burning everything right before Judith's eyes. No. Finally, the fire has gradually died down. And Judith's hard life has started from then on. Everything has gradually burned down and no one can survive, but there is only one house. Alicia keeps recounting the story she has learned. It was impossible to find the body of the little girl. Saying this, Judith suddenly yells, "Stop." She helplessly takes the knife, handing it to Alicia. "You go back." Before she can react, she has lowered her head, looking down at the ground. The Croat clan no longer exists. Contrary to Judith's cowardice, Alicia appears very calm. "If you keep running away like this." The next words make her freeze, "then it will really disappear." Unable to endure any more, Judith keeps screaming in desperation, What do you know?" Perhaps what she does not know is that Alicia seems to have grasped all the information. "I know, the one who betrayed the Croat clan." Judith's voice gradually stutters. "What are you saying?" Alicia slowly pushes the knife to one side. "I know the one who betrayed the Croat clan." She continues to look at her, proposing, "Judith, I will help you take revenge." Until now, Judith slowly puts down the knife in her hand. "Why would you help me?" Alicia does not hesitate, handing the fan forward. "I said, I want to be your friend." No one knows what she is thinking in her head. "If possible, I want us to help each other." While Judith is still very hesitant, Alicia comes closer, whispering in her ear. On the surface, the Croat clan is led by 6 people, but there is still a group of 6 others that only the master knows. A name quickly appears in her head, Croat Hexagon clan. She does not hesitate, whispering in Judith's ear, "The 6 anonymous leaders are the ones who betrayed the Croat clan." This information makes Judith very blank. Is that true? Noticing her thoughts, Alicia smiles, saying, "You can verify whether what I said is true. Are not you the one who will become the master?" After saying these words, her mood has become very comfortable, and it is best that you clean up this place as soon as possible, otherwise you will really die before you can do anything. Hearing this, her eyes gradually become suspicious. "You mean this place has been discovered?" At this moment, Alicia startles, realizing that time has passed so quickly. She quickly speaks, "You can find out about that yourself. I hope my embroidery order will be completed before spring." Not wanting to waste time, she prepares to leave this place. "I am really serious. What do you think about still continuing to embroider after becoming the master of the Croat clan?" Of course, if you can keep your life. Judith is still about to say something more. Wait, Alicia does not give her a chance to speak. "If you need anything, please contact the Ritter mansion." Judith's face gradually becomes blank, suggesting, "I still want to ask." Seeing Alicia disappear right before her eyes makes her freeze immediately. Unable to endure any more, Judith angrily shouts, "Is she crazy?" Alicia continues to run down the stairs. "Daisy, let us go home." Inside the room, Judith is still blankly asking herself, what is going on? At this moment, the twins hastily come outside. "Judith, we are different. Can we go out?" Judith hears this and nods, understanding. "Go out." She does not forget to turn her head, smiling, saying, "It took longer than expected. Sorry." The 2 children hold hands. "No worries, we were playing together." Remembering something, Judith quickly asks for help. "Flora, go call uncle for me." She continues to turn to look at the girl next to her. "Agnes, prepare for the trip." The girl hears this and is confused. "The trip?" Flora continues to run forward. "I know." There is some sadness in Agnes's eyes. "I will prepare right away." This draws Judith's attention. She hastily sits down, worriedly asking, "Agnes, you do not want to leave, right?" The girl's voice is somewhat afraid. "No, it is not that I do not want to. If we do not leave, you will be in danger." Understanding the girl's thoughts, Judith gently hugs Agnes. "I am sorry, you have been working hard because of me, but I promise, this will be the last time." Hearing this promise, the girl's eyes gradually become expectant. "Really? Then we won't secretly leave without saying goodbye to our friends anymore." She does not hesitate, smiling, nodding in agreement. "Of course, just as long as this time is over, I won't let it happen again." While she is still happy, Bran smiles, stepping forward. "You have finally made up your mind." Recognizing his familiar figure touches Judith. "Uncle Bran." She immediately stands up, smiling, explaining, "Uncle, I really hope that you will become the master." Agnes quickly runs over to him. "Father." His face suddenly breaks into a gentle smile. "Judith, I know what you want to say, but I am just a shoemaker." Listening to these things makes Judith suddenly feel worried. "Can I do it?" Bran gently comes closer, holding her hand tightly. "Everything is up to you." His voice rings out, "No matter what choice you make." Her face finally breaks into a happy smile. "Then remember that, I will always support and encourage you." Remembering something, she turns to look at everyone. "Let us go quickly." Judith's eyes stop on the document placed on the table. "I still have an embroidery that I have to complete before spring." The scene switches to the Ritter mansion. Annie is still handing the letter to Alicia. Outside the room, the girl's voice rings. "Lady, I am Annie." The girl is a little worried, continuing to ask, sorry for interrupting the lesson, but can I come in for a bit? Noticing that time is running out, Petunia smiles, explaining, time passes so quickly, perhaps today's lesson should end here. This makes Alicia very happy, really, then come in, Annie, it is good to finish early, she thinks to herself, but what is the matter? At this moment, Annie steps inside the room and announces, the item that Lady Alicia has been waiting for has arrived, this is the invitation to the royal knighting ceremony. The girl's face breaks into a very excited smile, and there is also another letter. This news makes Alicia a little confused, another letter. In a flash, the scene has switched to inside the royal palace. The man slowly steps forward, speaking, Your Majesty, this is a letter from Grand Duke Tessen. Raykart slowly sits down on the chair. Did you see the request I sent? Leonhardt hears this and nods, saying, I saw it. He continues to take the pen, signing the agreements on the table. You are requesting an increase of troops for the western border. His face gradually becomes confused. This is too unexpected, Grand Duke. Saying this, he raises his head, looking at Raykart. Do not we already have enough troops? In a moment of silence, Raykart finally speaks. You also know that Tessen is always short of manpower. The foreign tribes are short of food. Sooner or later they will start looting the villages. Hearing this problem makes Leonhardt sigh, a little helplessly. Tessen already has a lot of troops. The other nobles will definitely object strongly. He turns his face away, constantly reminding him, even if I am your brother, what can't be done, still can't be done. While he is still complaining, Raykart has sighed. These days the atmosphere has been unusually tense. These words make Leonhardt suddenly stop. It seems that he finds this unbelievable, really. Raykart does not hide it, nodding in agreement. That is Roderick's report. Leonhardt's face gradually becomes thoughtful. If it is Lieutenant Roderick, then I trust it. Suddenly, he has realized something. With no other choice, he immediately decides, I will approve your request. This makes Raykart very happy. Thank you, Your Majesty. Leonhardt's face immediately turns upset, reminding him, you have to be grateful to me. Just thinking about being surrounded by people makes him very uncomfortable. Do you know how much trouble I will be given by the nobles because of this? Perhaps this is the reason why Leonhardt can't sleep. I have been struggling for days just to arrange the seats for that damn knighting ceremony. This makes him very helpless. Because of that, I argued with Eleonora. We had to sleep separately for 5 days. Outside the room, Leonhardt hastily calls, Queen, Eleonora. Listening to this story makes Raykart speechless. Is the queen very angry? Leonhardt's eyes gradually become sad. Recounting the story, it seems that Eleonora is also very tired, because no one in the capital knows the Countess of Echevarria. So many people must be trying to get information through Eleonora. Saying this, he keeps blaming, it is all your fault. It seems that he is very annoyed by this event. When we were sleeping separately, I had to work hard to coax her to calm down. Remembering something, Leonhardt feels curious. How is the Countess of Echevarria doing these days? Raykart seriously explains, she is not the Countess yet. He feels a little funny. But I am the one giving the title, so what if I call her that a little early? Involuntarily, Raykart remembers Alicia's figure. She seems to be adapting quite well in return. Hearing this, his face is a little confused. You know I am not asking about that. When she turns 18, marry her properly. His next words make Raykart realize that something is not right. Lady Alicia is still young. Your Majesty was the one who said that we have to wait 2 more years before getting married. At that time, Leonhardt sits on the throne, speaking, I understand the Marquis's concerns about getting married too early. He smiles, continuing to say, I did not say you have to get married right now. Suddenly, his face becomes thoughtful. Let us see, you said she is 17 years old. After a moment of silence, Leonhardt immediately slaps his thigh, laughing loudly, that is right, get married at the age of 19, after 2 more years, it is okay. Before Valdemar can speak, he keeps talking, that way there is also time for the 2 of them to become closer, and also give the Marquis time to prepare himself to send his precious youngest daughter off to marry. It seems that Leonhardt feels very interested in this matter. This plan is not bad, right? Noticing Valdemar's expression draws his attention. Marquis, why do you look so unhappy? The more Leonhardt speaks, the more angry he becomes. Do not tell me that you are not happy about becoming in-laws with the royal family. With no other choice, Valdemar immediately breaks into a forced smile. Of course not. Being given this opportunity is a great honor for me. After seeing that he has agreed, Leonhardt becomes very happy. Right, then from now on, I will be relying on you, Marquis Lane. Returning to reality, Leonhardt keeps sighing, complaining, that was just sweet talk to please Marquis Lane. Raykart calmly asks, that has been decided already. Should not the royal family show some integrity? Listening to this makes him angrily slam his hand on the table. I did not expect you to suddenly give away the Echeverria title like that. His voice is somewhat blaming. Once the title has been given, then even I can't cancel the engagement. Raykart is still about to explain something more. It is not like that. But Leonhardt does not give him a chance to speak. Now just because you have fallen in love with someone too late, you are going to ignore everything your brother says. Seeing that time is running out, Raykart immediately stands up. She is the one that I can give Echeverria to without regret, instead of wasting time like this. You should worry about dealing with the rumors that are spreading throughout the capital. His face has now become very resolute. Now there are even rumors that I took an axe to kidnap Lady Alicia. He still feels that what he did was not wrong. Was not it because you have always been famous for your bad reputation? Leonhardt hears this, confusedly saying, I clearly ordered that the news should be spread in the direction of a legendary romantic story. Raykart's mood suddenly turns heavy. Seeing his reaction makes Leonhardt also thoughtful, unable to speak. And he does not want to stay here for another second. I will excuse myself to go back, brother. Seeing him leaving, Leonhardt hastily speaks, Raykart. His voice gradually becomes very strange. Be careful, people are spreading that Lua will rise right after the new year begins and winter ends. These words make Raykart suddenly stop. But then he quickly walks outside. I will remember that. Only Leonhardt remains in the room. Remembering all the things that have happened makes him feel a little tired. Unable to restrain himself, he sighs. What am I supposed to do with you, younger brother? Seeing Raykart walking outside, Henrik smiles, bowing his head, saying, Did your highness have a pleasant conversation? Raykart does not care, walking past him. We have received the promise to increase troops for Tessen. He hears this and smiles, saying, Perhaps the lady will come to Tessen this winter. It is such a relief that we won't let her witness a chaotic scene. This makes Raykart feel a little funny. The lady, why, she is only 17 years old. Henrik keeps walking, constantly talking, but she is the one who personally wrote the letter to your highness proposing marriage. She is not an ordinary 17-year-old girl. While he is still secretly thinking, he continues to suggest, when the summer passes and the new year comes, she will turn 18, that is the perfect age to get married. Remembering something, Henrik suddenly asks, Did not your majesty also say to marry her when she turns 18? Listening to this, Raykart turns his head uncomfortably. Are you a spy that the emperor planted? Noticing his reaction, he immediately breaks into a forced smile. Your highness's caution is always justified, but it is not that his majesty only recently wanted you to get married. That intention has been there for quite some time, he sighs, replying, She is only 2 years younger than Lady Josephina. But Henrik still does not understand, constantly joking. Lady Josephina has also just gotten engaged recently. It is your highness who is slow. Raykart slowly steps inside the carriage. Be careful with your words, Henrik. He sits inside, declaring, I do not intend to marry Lady Alicia. At this moment, Alicia's familiar figure appears, Your Highness. This makes both of them startled, surprised, turning their heads. Realizing that his words just now have made him a little embarrassed, he hastily asks, Lady Alicia. Alicia smiles, speaking, I saw the crest of Tessen, so I wondered if it was you. Her face breaks into a radiant smile, as if nothing had happened. Long time no see, Grand Duke. Time seems to stop at this place. The two of them look at each other. Sweat on Raykart's face keeps streaming down. Did she hear what I just said? He remembers his own words just now. I will not marry Lady Alicia. This makes him even more sure, because I will not marry Alicia. He does not know how to face her. There will be no marriage. Seeing Raykart still sitting there, Alicia suddenly asks, Your Highness, why are not you saying anything? He sighs in relief, thinking, she probably did not hear. Raykart hastily shakes his head, speaking, It is not like that. Remembering something, he quickly turns to look at her. I did not expect to meet the lady here. Why did the lady come all the way to the royal palace? Alicia is surprised. You do not know. She continues to come closer, telling him everything. His Majesty the Emperor has summoned me. He sent a letter. He said he wants to meet me once before giving the title. This makes Raykart secretly think, brother. At that time Leonhardt had told him, tell the lady to sign the marriage contract as soon as possible. This makes him a little angry, because his urging to marry has not succeeded, so now he intends to switch to threatening. Raykart continues, the button that you liked at that time. While Alicia is still expecting, he continues to announce, I said I would find something similar and send it to you as a gift. It just so happens that in my mansion in the capital there is that gem. This time Raykart has used seduction. I will report to the Emperor on your behalf. So do you want to go with me right now? Alicia's eyes immediately light up. I am going to receive the magic stone. She nodded in agreement without hesitation. I want to go. In a flash, the scene changed to the Tessen mansion. After searching for a while, Raykart presented a box. There are not many opportunities to craft gemstones in Tessen. He continued to look at her still expectant face, so the artisans in the territory were very excited when they heard about it. Looking at the contents of the box, Alicia thought to herself, since this is land, I am not expecting much from magic stones. The beautiful stone that appeared before her eyes surprised her immensely. I did not expect it to be this big. All the small stones in my mind are magic stones, right? While she was still thinking, Raykart asked, are you satisfied? Alicia smiled and nodded, yes, I am. Remembering something, she cheerfully chimed in, I heard rumors that in Tessen, diamonds are scattered in streams, and small gemstones are all over the ground. Is that true? She felt extremely fond of the stone. Really, it is so beautiful. Thoughts raced through Alicia's mind. I want to devour it all at once. I want to possess the power hidden inside it. At that moment, Raykart interrupted her train of thought. There is indeed gold dust in the lower reaches of the river leading to the swamp, but not as much as the rumors say. You need to know how to read the terrain where gold can accumulate, and you also need tools to extract it. This information made Alicia exclaim, so it is partly true, huh? She thought silently about these things. Gold rolls around in the river, and there is even a diamond mine in the mountains. It does not sound like a dead land, it looks like paradise. Alicia's eyes lit up noticeably. I really want to go to Tessen and try it out. Just then, a servant entered with pastries. Tea and cakes are ready, my lord. After a moment of silence, Raykart slowly picked up a teacup. After the inauguration ceremony, I will return to Tessen immediately. He continued to look at the teacup below the table, because after the inauguration ceremony, there will be an evening party, so there probably won't be any time to talk. His voice was a bit cold. Let me say goodbye in advance. Alicia was confused when she heard this. Yes, she thought silently, I know the Grand Duke rarely leaves the territory. But is he really going to leave his fiancé and leave right away? Remembering something, she suddenly asked, if you go back to Tessen, when will you return to the capital? Raykart thought for a short time and replied, perhaps I will return around the end of spring. Next year. If you need to contact me, I will have a servant deliver a letter. This made Alicia feel a bit difficult. That. She thought silently, isn't that a bit inconvenient? Remembering something, her eyes lit up with a sparkling expression. I want to go to Tessen too, but winter in Echevarria would be more comfortable. But it seemed like Raykart did not care about her at all. Living there probably would not be too difficult. Once you get used to Luttern, please visit Echevarria too. This made her extremely angry. Why do not you just say directly, don't come to Tessen? Alicia was about to say something, if you keep acting like this. But she quickly calmed down. Anyway, we are engaged, so there will be plenty of opportunities to go to Tessen later. Don't be too impatient. Alicia gave a forced smile and replied, I will keep that in mind. Before she left, she did not forget to say to Raykart, I guess the next time we meet will be at the inauguration ceremony, right? He silently listened to her words next to her. I will wear a wine-red dress. I won't put my hair up, I will just tie it to one side and let it down. Raykart nodded as if he remembered her words. I will keep it in mind for reference. Before leaving, Alicia did not forget to add, I will also be looking forward to your formal attire. The carriage slowly rolled forward. But in reality, there had been a conversation with the butler Henrik. What will you wear to the party this time, sir? Alicia coldly replied, something that does not attract attention. And so, the Grand Duke's wardrobe had nothing that looked decent. Remembering everything, Henrik hurried over to tease. This time, you can't say, anything is fine, okay. Raykart turned around and retorted, then I will wear the Royal Knight's uniform. This made him even more excited than ever. That is an excellent choice, sir. It has been a while since the maids had such an exciting opportunity. In the blink of an eye, time passed until the day of the investiture. Luxurious carriages slowly entered the interior. Raykart slowly asked, are you nervous? Alicia slowly replied, just a little. He looked at her with some concern. Do you remember the order of the investiture ceremony? Her face became thoughtful. In the hall, then what? Seeing her looking strange, Raykart seriously explained to her, just walk straight to the middle of the hall. He gently turned his face to the other side. Don't be nervous. The doors gradually opened before their eyes, because today is your day. At the same time, a voice rang out, welcoming Grand Duke Tessen and Marchioness Alicia. Followed by the sound of discussions, that is Marchioness Alicia. It seemed that the people present were very surprised by the important day. Her face looks gentler than I thought. Such an angelic woman is engaged to a devilish axe wielder. That jewelry, could it be the Duchess Marguerite's rubies? They continued to discuss. I heard it was love at first sight, so he kidnapped her. It turns out she is really infatuated. After showering her with gifts, he even bestowed a title. The women continued to chat together, but they noticed Alicia and Raycart's current appearance. She really has the beauty to be worth it. She went to the end and bowed before the two people called the Emperor and Empress. Your Majesty the Emperor, Your Majesty the Empress, I greet you. Leonhardt smiled and quickly offered, I am very happy to meet someone more famous than me in the capital right now. Come closer. Alicia slowly walked forward. Yes, Your Majesty. He placed the sword on her shoulder. From now on, as Countess of Echevarria, I hope you will dedicate yourself to the Empire. Alicia also read out what she had prepared. I am extremely honored, Your Majesty. Seeing everything going so well made Leonhardt very pleased. Today is truly a very joyous day. In front of everyone, he congratulated, a new Countess of Echevarria has officially been born. My younger sibling has finally found a partner and is engaged. Welcome to the royal family, Countess of Echevarria. He continued to turn and look at Raycart. And you, Raycart, he seemed very calm. Yes. Leonhardt gradually became very excited. Your Majesty, congratulations on finding a lifelong partner. Seeing such a happy marriage, Leonhardt pointed behind him. This is the engagement gift I give to you too. A large box was placed right in front of the two of them. I hope my sister-in-law will be satisfied with my gift. When the box was opened, a white cloth appeared before everyone's eyes. Seeing this item made Raycart very uncomfortable, that is. The more he thought about it, the more incomprehensible he found it. That is a veil specifically for the bride, only used by the royal family during the most important rituals. Is he going to use that to completely affirm the position of a fiancé as if she was already a member of the royal family? Involuntarily, Raycart recalled Leonhardt's words, I wish you two will soon become a real family. He wearily thought, the intention is so obvious that it is suffocating. Looking at the white cloth right in front of them made everyone constantly discuss, oh my god, this is the first time I have seen the royal family act so proactively. It seemed that this was a lively topic for everyone to discuss, from the veil to the way of addressing her. It seems that the royal family has truly recognized her as a member of the family. This made Raycart feel very uncomfortable when he heard it. I heard that His Majesty the Emperor dotes on his younger sibling, but I did not expect it to be to this extent. The discussions continued incessantly, saying it is just an engagement, but the Duchess of Tessen is clearly Countess Alicia already. At that moment, Eleonora slowly spoke, Grand Duke. She smiled and said what she knew, I heard that you will return to Tessen after the inauguration ceremony. Leonhardt turned to look at her in surprise. It seems that my empress has something to say. To the Grand Duke. At the same time, Raycart nodded in response, yes, Your Majesty the Empress, I cannot leave the border for too long, so I will return immediately after the ceremony. Listening to these decisive words made Eleonora feel a bit sorry for them, having to separate right after getting engaged. I really feel sorry for my sister-in-law. Therefore, she unhesitatingly reached out to the two of them, why do not you invite the Countess to Tessen for a trip? The expression on Raycart's face gradually changed. What do you mean? But Leonhardt felt extremely excited, that is a great idea. He smiled and turned to chat with his wife, even though Tessen is a bit far, because the two of you will be together, you certainly won't be lonely. Seeing this, another person standing and watching clapped, a truly wise decision. Followed by applause ringing out around them, it is so sad to be separated right after getting engaged. This made Raycart realize something. Since the beginning, I have seen them deliberately making the atmosphere unusually lively. The crowd kept praising, he is so considerate. He was very helpless but had no other way, so this was the intention from the start. Everyone is trying to understand according to Leonhardt's intentions, he must not want to be separated from the one he loves. The two stood there listening to the discussions, the Grand Duke must be very happy. Raycart suddenly understood everything, so everything has been arranged. His eyes gradually became extremely uncomfortable, so everything has been arranged. He turned to look at Alicia. While she was still pondering, he suddenly spoke, my fiancé will come to Tessen. Alicia did not hesitate to nod in agreement, I will be happy to accept. This made Leonhardt and Eleonora very happy and clap. Seeing this, the people around also clapped continuously. In front of everyone's witnesses, Alicia and Raycart immediately bowed. That was the moment that Alicia Lane's trip to Tessen was decided. Sometime later, the horses galloped forward continuously. A servant on horseback hurriedly called out loudly, Miss Alicia. Remembering something, the servants kept blaming each other. Hey, Roderick, She is the first miss to be born in the Marquis's house in 200 years, a great aristocrat of the north. You said to be extremely careful when welcoming her. Time turned back to before, when Roderick had said to Alicia, "Welcome to Tessen, Countess." Just thinking about this makes everyone very angry. You said she probably never had to lift anything heavier than a spoon. Roderick did not forget to inform Alicia, "We are the escort knights who will protect you today, Countess. We have prepared a carriage." She was even more surprised than ever when she heard this. "But this is not a carriage." The people were still arguing incessantly. "You told me not to show off my brute strength." Alicia smiled and turned around to suggest, "Can I ride a horse and go for a tour?" Remembering everything made everyone even more angry. "You said that even if you take a break every 3 steps, you can't complain." Everyone kept blaming each other, but the person who rides faster than the knight is. "How can you call her a weak lady, Miss Alicia? That way is the forest." Seeing Alicia riding so well made Roderick very confused. How did I know that the Countess would be like this? At this moment, he realized that something was wrong. The horse's legs seemed to be having a problem. With no other choice, Roderick hurriedly turned around and ordered, "Quickly call His Highness here." It seemed that Alicia had just made a very wrong decision. "Miss Alicia has entered the forest." He did not hesitate to turn around and shout, "We must immediately chase after Miss Alicia." After speaking, Roderick continued to ride his horse forward. At the same time, everyone gradually advanced deeper into the forest. Alicia's familiar figure appeared before everyone's eyes. They were still standing there. Everyone hurriedly asked, "Miss Alicia?" Roderick quickly approached her and said loudly, "This forest is a restricted area." Seeing her still standing there, he hurriedly jumped off his horse. "Miss Alicia?" His face gradually became worried and called out loudly, "You must leave this place immediately." A very strange creature was reflected in the horse's eyes. It stomped its foot on the ground below. This made the horse very scared and scream. Seeing this situation, the waiting knight hurriedly drew his sword. They continuously advanced forward and spoke, "Enemy, prepare for battle, please stay behind me." Alicia silently looked at the monsters right in front of her, cock and magic beasts. The extremely dangerous situation made Roderick a bit helpless. Damn it. With no other choice, he rushed straight forward. Protecting Miss Alicia is the top priority. The knights holding swords immediately rushed up to fight the monsters. Hold on until the Grand Duke arrives. Roderick's figure angrily defeated one monster after another. At this moment, Olivier realized that something was wrong. Fortunately, he reacted very quickly and attacked the monster. Their thick skin made the battle gradually become more difficult. Finally, the bodies of these magic beasts were gradually separated. This made Olivier a bit helpless, not knowing what to do. Roderick's eyes gradually became desperate and silently thought, "Blocked." Now, the magic beasts were gradually surrounding everyone. Their speed was extremely nimble, making it very difficult for Olivier. Finally, he was attacked by one of the magic beasts. The weapon was blown away into the distance. Coincidentally, at this moment the weapon flew to Alicia's feet. Seeing this situation, Olivier hurriedly shouted loudly, "Miss Alicia, danger, get out of the way." She was not afraid and picked up this object to examine it. "This spear is well preserved." Her face gradually became very interested. "I will borrow it for a while." Perhaps Alicia did not notice that there was a magic beast aiming at her from behind. Olivier shouted, "Get out of the way." In a flash, the person was gone. Alicia gently flew over the Kocken's body. She stepped on its mouth and said, "About that Kokken." Alicia pointed the tip of the spear towards the Kokken. Its outer shell is as hard as stone, so if you do not have extraordinary strength, it is difficult to cut through. She gently flew up, so you have to aim for soft spots like the eyes or mouth. Thrust the weapon into the gaps between the rocks. It opened its mouth full of sharp teeth. Immediately, a spear was thrust straight into the Kocken's oral cavity. Cracks gradually appeared. Alicia gently landed on the ground, doing that will deal with it. She pointed to its corpse. "When everything is over, remember to collect all the black stones here." On this side, Roderick was struggling to fight another Kokken. You mean until everything is over?" Suddenly, a series of their footsteps ran over. The Kokkens surrounded her. They are a species that lives in flocks. Roderick and Oliver, although panting, did not dare to relax their vigilance. Alicia said confidently, "Daisy is waiting, so let us finish this quickly." With those words, the Kokkens rushed towards the 3 of them. He did not hesitate to fly straight into it. A stab straight into the oral cavity. On this side, he also fought hard. She defeated 4 Kokkens while secretly assessing. Indeed, the Knights of Tessen know how to attack, so they solve it quickly. Suddenly, a Kokken rushed over fiercely. Alicia still calmly thought, "If we continue like this, we can finish it soon." Its hand touched the body of the spear. Suddenly, the spear was broken in half by the cockon. She looked at the situation in front of her in shock. Huh. The broken spear fell down. Why did this break? At this moment, Raykart came with a tight grip on his axe. He did not hesitate to throw it straight at the cockon attacking Alicia. Before her frightened face, it was chopped in half. The axe fell next to Alicia. She was still in a panic and asked, "Your Highness." Raykart, panting, came. Alicia. He hurriedly grabbed Alicia's shoulders tightly. Raykart anxiously asked, "Are you okay?" She stared at him with wide eyes. Alicia smiled brightly and replied, "I am fine. Are there any more like this here?" She pointed to the rock next to her, the one that was attacking Alicia a few seconds ago. "This one." Raykart sighed in relief when he saw that she was still safe. "Fortunately, you do not seem to be seriously injured. I will talk about the forest later." He turned and called, "Roderick, Olivier." They both replied in unison, "Yes, Your Highness." Raykart radiated a murderous aura. "Knights of Tessen can't even protect one person." He shuddered, "I am dead." He spoke, "I will not pursue responsibility for the fact that the Grand Duke's future fiancé entered the forest." Raykart looked at the pile of rocks in front of him. "Instead, absolutely keep what you saw today a secret." They both replied, "Yes, sir, I will remember." His voice softened, "Clean up around here and go back to the mansion." Alicia reminded, "Remember not to forget to pick up the stones." She was excited. "If you say go back to the mansion, then, of course." Alicia was very happy. "It is going back to the Tessen mansion, right?" But Raykart said sternly, "Countess, you should go to the Lilies mansion." Daisy objected, "How can you say that? This is the mansion that was given as a gift. Of course we have to stay here." She looked up at her, "You have to be on my side." Daisy continued to brush Alicia's hair. She spoke, "It has been a month since I came to Tessen." Alicia said boredly, "Yet from that day until now, I have not met the Grand Duke even once. The only thing I do all day is..." She looked out the window, accepting one person after another lining up outside the city, just hoping to see the Grand Duke's fiancé once. At this time a guard stepped into the living room. "Please invite the guests from the Berengreitz family in." The people who were waiting all stood up. "Finally it is our turn, let us go in." The guard went ahead, "I will lead you to the reception room." Suddenly, the person at the end changed direction. He turned and went in the opposite direction, quickly turning into a corner. His footsteps became faster. He said confidently, "As long as I sneak in successfully, the rest will be easy." He is Vic, a first-class assassin of the Grijan family. Vic sat hiding in a corner, self-satisfied. "I heard that she is an innocent young lady from the north. Indeed, the internal security is extremely lax." He took out something from his coat pocket. Suddenly a voice rang out above Vic's head. "What are those things?" He answered the question naturally without paying attention. "What else? Gifts that will turn the owner of this mansion into a heretic." But the smile suddenly froze. "Huh." He immediately turned his face towards the voice. Before Vic could turn around, someone quickly took away the object in his hand. Finally Vic lay sprawled on the ground. And that person was Alicia. She held the object in her hand and exclaimed, "Too many guests are coming." The night made the mansion even more splendid. Upstairs, someone gently opened the window. Another assassin, covered in black, gently entered Alicia's room. He had come to the bed where she was sleeping soundly. He took out his knife, tacitly confirming the target. He held the knife tightly, ready to stab. At this moment, Alicia suddenly opened her eyes. The knife was a short distance from her face. His eyes contracted in shock. Suddenly the hand holding the knife was empty. The knife was now spinning in the air. Finally, it was grasped by Alicia. "Do you know how many people have sneaked in at night until now?" Alicia sat up, preparing to get out of bed. "I do not care if you come or not." She stood up and yawned, "But at least let me sleep a little." He had another knife in his hand. Finally he spoke. "I knew something was wrong." He regained his spirits. "I kept wondering why none of the assassins returned. I did not expect the future Grand Duchess to be a monster like this." Outside, a hand grasped the balcony railing. "A few more assassins," he said triumphantly, "but this time, we have prepared carefully. Do you know how many top assassins we have mobilized?" His voice turned cold. "Just to defeat a girl, huh?" A hand came to his neck while he was still talking. "This time, you can't survive." His neck was twisted by that hand. He quickly collapsed to the floor. Alicia looked at the person in front of her in shock. A clear voice rang out. "It seems I made it in time." The owner of that voice was Judith. "Long time no see, Miss Alicia." She smiled brightly. "I have finished embroidering what you asked me to, so I brought it here to deliver it in person." Hearing that, she was very happy, her eyes lit up. Alicia excitedly called, "Judith." In another room, Alicia and Judith sat on chairs, while the assassin was tied up. She praised, exactly as I asked, perfect. She felt a little proud. I knew I was right to give you that task. Alicia praised, well done, Judith. Judith smiled brightly and replied, I am very happy that you are satisfied. She changed the subject, then, should we take care of that guy for you? Hearing this, he sneered defiantly, do you really think that killing me will end everything? Do you know how many members my family has? Judith frowned uncomfortably and growled the order, gag him. The guards quickly obeyed, yes, chief. Alicia sat with her arms crossed, silently watching him being restrained. She stared at him and asked probing, who hired you? He laughed provocatively, his tone sarcastic, you think I will just spill the beans? We never reveal our clients' information. No matter what you do, you won't be able to get any information. So you might as well give up. Judith interrupted him, it is Baron Greitz. I heard that Baron desperately tried everything to make his daughter the Grand Duchess. He was startled when he heard her. Judith revealed the perpetrator's plan. Initially, he even planned to brand her as a cunning heretic, hoping that would cause her engagement to be broken off. But Miss Alicia is not the type to act according to other people's expectations, so it seems they had to resort to such extreme methods. She tilted her head slightly and said sarcastically, did they really think that plan would work? If it were me, I would never accept such a request. It seems your leader is short-sighted. Alicia smiled happily, praising Judith, you are amazing, Judith. Now you have really become the official leader of Croat, have not you? Hearing that name, he could not help but feel bewildered, sweat dripping down his face, Croat. He stared at her and thought, that kid is the new leader who restored the Croat clan. Judith smiled gently and replied, it is all thanks to Miss Alicia's support. He was immersed in his thoughts, if the leader of Croat personally came to see her, there is no way she is just a normal noble lady. Alicia did not take credit for herself and gently replied, Judith is the one who did a great job. She finished speaking and slowly stood up, now then. Alicia went in front of the assassin, about these uninvited guests. She crossed her arms, coldly looking down at him with icy eyes, whoever caused the trouble should clean it up. The next day, the sky was clear with beautiful weather, at the luxurious and magnificent mansion, the Tessen mansion. In the room warmed by the heat from the fireplace, Reichardt's voice was heard, you killed him. The teacup in Alicia's hand wavered, shaking slightly, she was taken aback, not knowing how to react to his question. Alicia did not answer immediately, but silently looked up to observe Reichardt's expression. She gave a light smile and replied, not yet. Hearing this, he praised Alicia, well done, I will send a cleanup team to help you. From now on, that team will be responsible for handling the uninvited guests on your side. Reichard said bluntly with a cold tone, if you are in a hurry, you can just kill him, it is fine. But do not bother burying him, digging him up again to clean up later is much more troublesome. Alicia was very surprised by his enthusiasm. She looked at Reichard and asked, do you have nothing else to say? Alicia thought to herself, for example, I am sorry or are you okay? He was silent for a moment and then said in a deep voice, it seems that the privileges for the future Grand Duchess have exceeded their expectations, so from now on, things like this will probably continue to happen. Perhaps this is a suitable time to increase security and guard teams for the Lillis mansion. Hearing this, Alicia suddenly realized, for this person, that is just normal. Reichard asked with a blank face, do you have any other questions? She silently judged him, he has lived his whole life under surveillance and targeted. So if his fiance's life is threatened, it is just like an event within his expectations. Alicia closed her eyes and sighed helplessly. She gave up asking any further, forget it, I will leave that part for you to handle in your own way. Alicia smiled lightly and pointed one finger on the table, because of you, I have endured and remained calm all this time, yet now they think they can look down on me. The table where her finger was resting suddenly cracked wide open. Alicia growled, from now on, I will do everything my way, is that okay? Outside the mansion at this time, a fire was happening, black smoke billowing into the sky. Outside was noisy with screams, evacuate quickly. Alicia was stretching her shoulders while resting on the bed, I can't even have one peaceful day in this place. Suddenly a knock on the door caught her attention, Miss. Daisy was using a handkerchief to cover her nose to avoid inhaling the smoke from the fire. Annie peeked her head in and hurriedly said, you must leave here right now. Alicia was stunned, bewildered, outside the noise could be heard, the guard tower is on fire. It is on fire, everyone, move quickly. The girl quickly grabbed her hand, this way, miss. Alicia asked again for clarification, you said it is on fire. She covered her nose and mouth with a handkerchief and pondered, I suspected that they would attack directly, but I did not expect them to dare set the mansion on fire. A loud voice outside was strenuously shouting, "We have blocked the field, take the miss out quickly." The guard saw Alicia and signaled, "Miss Alicia, this way." She stepped forward, sat on the carriage and wondered, "Isn't the fire in the tower?" The guard replied, "It can spread, it is safer if the miss evacuates first, please go to Tessen mansion." Alicia understood after hearing this, looked out the window and said in a low voice, "Let us go." The carriage was enveloped in silence. Daisy and Annie sitting next to her did not dare to say anything more. Suddenly, the guard outside who was driving the carriage shouted, "Stop." Two strangers appeared from the front and blocked the carriage. The guard shouted a warning, "If you dare to move, we will attack, report your identities quickly." He got off his horse and shouted, "Who are you?" Judith wearing a black cloak said in a low voice, "We are friends of Miss Alicia, mention the name Judith and she will know immediately." Alicia jumped out of the carriage. Annie was startled and stopped her. Miss, where are you going?" She calmly went forward and gently signaled, "Please get out of the way." The guard quickly obeyed and yielded the way, "Yes." Alicia softly told him, "You go back too." The guard hesitated and was embarrassed, but Miss Alicia, she gently reassured him, "It is okay." Judith, wearing a black cloak that covered her face, knelt before Alicia and reported, "Miss, the attack on the auxiliary mansion today was orchestrated by Count Combat. I sensed that something was about to happen, so I rushed here, but this time I was one step too late." Hearing this, she was a little surprised. "Count Combat," she explained the situation clearly, "it seems that Count Combat intends to eliminate you, and then put his second daughter, Lily Combat, as the Grand Duchess instead." Tessen is a remote and secluded region, very suitable for disguising the incident as an accident. Alicia was silent after hearing this. Her expression became cold and extremely serious. She reached out her hand, smiled slightly and replied, "Thank you. I have a new task for you, Greitz, Hieronymo, Strahl, Moro, Kopf, Combat." Alicia issued the next order, "Investigate all movements of those 6 families, I do not care how much money it costs." Judith bowed respectfully and said softly, "Request, if a friend of Croat speaks up, it can't be considered a normal request." She took out a thick small bag and handed it to her. "This is Grey Pearl Sea gemstone, there are 15 pieces in total, that should be worth at least 30,000 gold. Alicia was very generous and spent it all with a radiant expression, use the extra money to buy snacks. At this time, on Reichardt's mansion side, Henrik reported the situation. Fortunately, the fire was completely extinguished within 20 minutes. It only caused some minor damage to the outer wall. Overall, the impact is negligible, there were no casualties. Reichard listened, writing the document and relieved, and then ordered, "Good, please announce that it was just an accident due to negligence, hunt down the arsonist to the end and eliminate him. We must prevent this from happening again." He bowed and received the order, then added a few things, "Understood, sir. Also, Miss Alicia has just arrived at the main mansion, perhaps you can have dinner with her." He looked up, silently pondered those words of Henrik. The table was already prepared and laid out with many attractive dishes. He kept pleading, please listen to us." Another servant also spoke to help. "He is right, sir. You must keep Miss Alicia at this mansion, it is the only way to ensure her safety, please reconsider." Henrik, standing next to Reichard, kept saying. He was a little embarrassed and hesitant when he was continuously bothered by him and others, then closed his eyes and pondered without answering. Alicia sat at the table and saw that scene and secretly wondered, they really submit reports right during dinner, it sounds more like nagging. Reichard, after a moment of thinking, looked up and called, "Miss Alicia." She quickly replied, "Yes, Your Highness." He hesitated for a moment, then offered, "How about you just stay at the main mansion until the renovation of Lilith's mansion is complete, because it is being renovated. There are quite a few outsiders coming in and out, it is difficult to ensure security." Alicia immediately replied with a gentle smile, "Of course, I do not mind." She was secretly happy. "Great, then I will go hunting every day." Reichard said the place where Alicia would stay temporarily, "You will stay in the auxiliary house with your maids." She heard like a bolt from the blue, "Wait, what did he just say? I just thought that I would finally see him more often." He continued to instruct with a cold expression, "In addition, starting from 2 days from now, you are forbidden to set foot in the main mansion. Please do not leave the auxiliary house unless it is really necessary." The maid standing behind Alicia revealed an embarrassed and helpless expression. She heard Reichard say that and was a little disappointed. "He avoided me for a whole month, now it is like this." Alicia gave a forced smile and hesitated to ask, So I can't even go for a walk?" He smiled lightly, answering her question with a cold tone, "Even if you want to, you probably can't go." Rykart finished speaking and stood up immediately. I have work to do, so I will leave first. Alicia looked at him with a dazed expression. Rykart passed by her, expressing while walking, I am very glad that you were not injured, you must have been very tired after what happened. Please rest well. Alicia felt confused, Your Highness. He spoke to urge, in a gentle tone, Alicia. Remember to lock the door when you sleep. She could only listen awkwardly, okay. Alicia cried secretly in her heart full of resentment, I even came to the main mansion and I still can't go hunting. She remembered Rykart's instructions along with his gentle expression, Alicia, remember to lock the door when you sleep. Alicia cut the food into small pieces and mumbled, that sentence is really strange. The maid standing behind spoke up, he is so picky, really too picky. In the room containing a lot of books, the light from the lamp shined brightly. Rykart was writing the document when his hand holding the pen suddenly froze, a few drops of blood fell on the paper. He suddenly coughed strongly and continuously, his expression became painful. Suddenly Rykart felt everything spinning before his eyes, his body gradually falling back due to dizziness. He fell heavily to the ground, creating a loud noise. Henrik outside immediately heard and noticed, looking inside. Rykart was lying on the ground trying to look up, his breath becoming heavy, there was still blood on the corner of his mouth. Henrik outside kept calling the door with a worried and panicked mood, Your Highness. He tried to put all his strength to shout the order, stay away. He only followed the order, worried and urged, Your Highness, if you need anything, you must call me. Rykart tried to sit up with heavy breath, then replied, I am fine. His sight gradually darkened, his breath became heavier, his eyes dull with a tired expression. Rykart took a knife and stabbed his left hand himself, blood splattered everywhere, he tried to restrain his scream. Rykart used that way to keep himself awake, sweat dripping down his face. A wounded arm clung to the floor. Rykart lost all strength, his whole body fell down with a mouthful of fresh red blood. Only a few seconds later, he tried to regain consciousness and then made an estimate, I have to go back to the room while I am awake a little. The figure of Rykart struggling and embracing the wound, progressing forward, damn it, an endless series of pain, like punishment, continues through generations. Until it passed to the 26th Grand Duke of Tessen, among the generations of Grand Dukes of Tessen. Some have summoned countless doctors to find the medicine that could soothe the pain. Some prayed, and others twisted the prayers into curses. And there were those who, unable to bear the pain, ruined everything around them, even hurting themselves in the process. But none of those methods brought lasting effect, the pain was so intense that they did not even have the strength to move. When the second moon lua appeared and the pain began to rise, no poison or elixir could help. No matter how many bottles of medicine were drunk, it was useless. So, Rykart began to resent the former emperor, who passed on this blood. That if when he was alive, he had killed him, would he feel better, that was a curse, the fact that an emperor without an heir brought him to the rank of Grand Duke. Forcing him to endure pain forever, a series of memories appeared in his head, making him temporarily silent. Suddenly Rykart raised his deadly eyes high, his face cold and calculated, or kill them all for good. After that, he still continued to leave step by step, enduring this pain for 10 days until Lua set, that is right, I will kill everyone. At this time, outside the palace, the rain had begun to fall. Inside, Alicia was slowly removing the costume accessories. Very quickly Roderick was present to salute, welcome, miss. She slowly glanced over and asked, His Highness has not woken up yet, right? He did not answer but only announced, I am afraid you have to leave today. Roderick lowered his head, sighing sadly, His Highness is not well. Alicia asked in surprise, Rykart Tessen can also get sick, what about the doctor? He still answered briefly, the doctor has examined him. She showed a suspicious appearance, stroking her chin probing, are the symptoms serious? Roderick standing opposite replied without missing an idea, his condition is not very good. He is sleeping right now. Then he blurted out a few words of lament, he is not someone familiar with illness, so whenever he is sick, he usually does not let anyone near him. Between the time the two of them were engrossed in gossiping, Rykart was still immersed in a coma. I heard that whenever he is sick, His Highness will become quite sensitive. You mean, it is a pity that you have labored to come all the way here on such a bleak day, Miss Alicia. Despite Roderick's persuasion, Alicia still ignored him, please do not feel sorry, when did His Highness go to sleep, he said, not long ago. Suddenly he changed the subject to the current situation of the two maids in the back, wet like rats, everyone got their clothes wet on the way here, surely we will be given a little rest before leaving. Roderick slowly gave the reason, in this cold day, it is really not good to move around in wet clothes, but His Highness's intention is still not very clear. After listening to a long series, she gave a gentle smile and requested, I will just greet him a little, while the maids are resting, why does not he try asking him directly? The icy and stern appearance of him appeared in Alicia's head. A man who is called a demon, has been stabbed many times, stabbed with a sword, shot through with arrows, but does not leave a single scar. She thought about the previous things and then asked thousands of incomprehensible things, but his attitude is too strange. Finishing speaking, Alicia happily turned to look at the bewildered look on his face. I can go in alone, I will just look a little and come right out. Finally Roderick could only comply. I dare not stop the miss, I will lead the way for you. Inside the room lacking light, Reichardt was lying motionless, immersed deep in a coma. She quietly observed everything around and secretly thought, there is no logistics to take care of the Grand Duke. Following that, Alicia tried to find someone everywhere. There was no guard standing guard nearby, she did not even see a knight. She cautiously approached to look at him in a tired state. Is he really that sensitive whenever he is sick? Reichardt had difficulty breathing each breath, sweat running down his cheek. Alicia watched him with a straight face for a long time without saying anything. She tightly grasped the small towel on her shoulder. After that, Alicia raised the towel closer to take care of him. So, even someone like you has times like this. She carefully pressed the towel slowly to his sweat and secretly thought, he is always burning up. Suddenly Alicia remembered something, thinking back, when we first met. Then she recalled the past when she met Reichardt. Back then he also looked like he was suffering. Alicia remembered his terrifying wild eyes. Returning to reality, she raised Reichardt's hand, conveniently looking at his current complexion. When I held his hand, he calmed down. The more she thought, the more boldly Alicia grabbed that hand. Could it be that contact with people can soothe his pain? A few days later in the evening, he slowly opened the door and stepped in. What caught Reichardt's eye was the image of her sleeping soundly in the quiet night. His whole body immediately froze, his eyes widened. Alicia still did not know about Reichardt's appearance. Suddenly she woke up and called softly, Your Highness. He lowered his head, his face darkened, his voice deep with sorrow, I am sorry, Alicia. Reichardt leaned closer to the edge of the bed and said, This will probably confuse you. Then he opened his eyes wide with a rare plea, but please, your hand. This made Alicia panic a little and sit up immediately, Your Highness. Before she could finish speaking, Reichardt quickly locked her down, hands intertwining, Don't leave my hand. Alicia looked at him blankly. Reichardt had difficulty squeezing out a few words, I am sorry. Immediately after that he collapsed on her shoulder. Alicia hurried to support him, her face clearly showing confusion, Your Highness. The two remained in a sitting and standing posture for a long time. Time passed until the next morning. The sun had penetrated through the window. Reichardt then slowly opened his eyes slightly. He slightly looked at the objects around and secretly felt, This is the first time since I was 14 years old, that I do not feel even a little pain. Reichardt turned around and saw her sleeping soundly with two hands tightly clasped. Then he rolled his eyes to try to rummage through the remaining memories of yesterday. I do not remember lying on the bed. Reichardt's focus suddenly stopped at the burning fireplace. Did someone take me up when I was sleeping? He fell into a state of contemplation. After that Reichardt slowly analyzed the previous things. When I held Alicia Lane's hand, the pain disappeared. He remembered Alicia's flustered expression when holding hands. Just doing that, this curse has stopped. After thinking, Reichardt gently stroked her cheek to show affection for her. This person is the benefactor given to me by heaven, my salvation. Also because of that, Alicia stirred a little bit with a few sounds. He startled and quickly pulled his hand out to look at her. Only a few seconds later, Alicia had woken up and even rubbed her eyes with her hand. Immediately, she jumped up yawning, ignoring everything, thinking back, yesterday, that man. Suddenly Alicia raised her hands to examine in extreme panic. He released my hand, where did he go? Then she suddenly glanced over when she heard someone's voice, releasing it for a moment is fine. Facing Alicia, Reichardt was propping his chin, looking at her affectionately, and said, You are awake. Alicia anxiously leaned forward to ask, You are awake, how is your pain today? He slowly extended his hand to hold her hand. If there is anything to ask, I should be the one to ask about your situation. Reichardt carefully asked about every little thing. Is the bed uncomfortable? Alicia replied with a happy smile, her voice also high-pitched, I am fine. Is not today's atmosphere a little different? Suddenly she looked at him and froze. Don't tell me. Alicia's face revealed a cunning and lecherous look. He is so awake just because we are holding hands. In return, Reichardt's face was somewhat colder. I know I look very strange now. But immediately after that sentence she quickly refuted, Not at all, Your Highness. Then Alicia looked up and suggested, It is not strange, I am just curious, can you tell me what happened? He calmly accepted, okay, but there is one thing, you must not let anyone know that you have realized this. Next, she sat quietly listening to Rykard explain little by little, although the exact cause is not known, the pain that I experienced is like a kind of shackle. The more he spoke, the more serious his expression became. I can't survive if I leave Tessen. Hearing this, Alicia was surprised, cutting in, what, but the last time in Dolor. Rykard still slowly continued by reminding her, do you remember how I was when we first met? That was what happened when I left Tessen, that day the pain was still mild. He was speaking and looking straight into Alicia's eyes. The real suffering is what I am feeling right now, although her brain was still quite vague, at this time. Then Rykard continued his story, when the second moon lua rises, simply put, it is like I am being torn apart. A burning pain, an aching pain, a crushing pain as if being pressed down by a huge force. A writhing pain, a twisting pain, all coming at the same time. Each word as if he had accepted giving up on life, and no doctor can help me cure it. Alicia hesitantly called, Your Highness. Rykard then replied, there is no need to look at me like that. Then, he turned to give her a loving look filled with emotion, because I have met a very special person. Yet Alicia still innocently asked, who is it? Rykard remained silent, a smile in his eyes as he looked at her. So Alicia pointed at her face and gave the answer, don't tell me, it is me. After she finished speaking, he stood up and announced generously, just like you have proposed an agreement with me, I also want to propose something to you. Alicia repeated the word unconsciously, a proposal. Then Rykard took her hands and made a request, whenever I am in pain in Tessen, hold my hand, as long as it is not related to the royal family, you can ask for anything you want, Miss Alicia. He seriously instructed every detail, I do not mind other things, but being involved with the royal family is very troublesome. Seeing this, Alicia could only smile wryly to hide her inner thoughts, so anything is okay, as long as it is not related to the royal family, right? Then she casually asked and quickly received an answer from Rykard, all I need to do is hold your hand, every time I hold your hand I can ask for something. Or is this an offer that can only be used once? Ignoring his next sentence, Alicia blankly pointed her finger and thought, we will decide on a case-by-case basis, depending on what you ask for, just holding hands is enough. Rykard always replied in a gentle voice, just that is more than enough, so now we are holding hands, if you want anything, just say it. Immediately, she eagerly made a suggestion, how about the aquamarine jewelry from the Lillis mansion? He gently lifted her chin and smiled, just that, if that is what you want, every time we hold hands I can give it to you. Every word Rykard said made Alicia jump, actually, that jewelry is already hers, if she wants to keep it forever, I will sign the transfer papers. Is he seeing that treasure on par with holding hands? Suddenly his face fell a few notches, but I will add one more condition. Hearing this, she sighed, of course, there is no way he would give up such a valuable thing so easily, what condition? Waiting for Alicia to speak, Rykard turned and urged, no one must know that my pain will disappear, when you hold my hand, especially the emperor or anyone belonging to the royal bloodline. She curiously asked, why the royal family, aren't they your relatives? His hand slowly left the hand that was safely on Alicia's bed, because if they knew, they would immediately ennoble you as the Grand Duchess of Tessen tomorrow. But I want this agreement to last a long time. She looked up at Rykard's action, what do you mean? However, he chose to bow his head and remain silent. Then Rykard said, Alicia, do not marry me. Alicia stared thoughtfully into the distance, in her heart she asked herself, what is he saying? She remembered the moment she met Rykard. His eyes looked at Alicia with some concern, she thought, yesterday he looked like he was about to cry, he even clung to me, begging to hold my hand. In contrast to yesterday's expression, today he seemed cold and distant. Alicia felt confused and troubled, now he says he does not want to get married, it is ridiculous. What on earth is he playing with me? This made her think a lot. Alicia put herself in a hypothetical situation, if I am like a living painkiller, and he really does not love me, then should not he at least lie that he wants to marry me? Thinking of this, her eyebrows furrowed, in her heart she complained, he is really provoking me, I am so annoyed. At this time there were only two people in the room, Annie was combing her hair, Alicia confidently affirmed in her heart, in short, I have been dumped, and dumped in the most brutal way. She recalled the moment in the middle of the night, Alicia with a bewildered face but still chose to hold Rykard's hand. Alicia sighed, I woke up, held the hand of someone who sneaked into my room. And all I got was a rejection. She unconsciously pursed her lips, her eyebrows furrowed, thought for a moment and muttered, thinking carefully, this is not even the first time. The moment Alicia knelt down and reached out to Rykard on the grass, it was the same then. She gritted her teeth, her face darkened and annoyed thinking, he only becomes desperate when he needs something. Alicia continuously stomped her feet hard on the floor, causing the floor to crack. She angrily complained, "What an ungrateful man." Annie was still standing and combing her hair. The girl seemed not to know, so she still happily said naturally, "It seems that your highness really has feelings for you. Miss, usually when sick, he always wants to be alone, but today he spent the whole day with you." Hearing this, Alicia paused. She suspiciously thought, "That is not right." Annie leaned down and continued, "If you visit him again today, everyone will be sure." The girl did not pay attention to Alicia's uncomfortable face and continued, "They might even start saying that his highness can't overcome the illness without Miss Alicia by his side." At this time Alicia softly said, "That is not right." Hearing this, Annie was startled and froze looking at her. Daisy, who had just arrived, was also shocked. The girl's face suddenly changed. Annie worriedly said, "I am sorry, miss, I just thought you two looked very good together." Leaving this aside, the three of them went out when it was already dusk and raining heavily. The atmosphere was very quiet. Daisy, who was walking behind her, then spoke to break this atmosphere. Annie may have said that in passing, but honestly. With a calm face, she said softly, "I feel a little happy when I see your highness being taken care of by you." Daisy recalled the times she silently listened to the servants in Tessen. Daisy said, "Before, between the two of you, you were always the one who took the initiative to meet your highness. The maids in the Tessen mansion still whispered that you liked him more than he liked you." Hearing those words, Alicia turned back and asked, "Is that so?" Annie had a straightforward personality. The girl standing next to her grabbed her hand and shouted, "Just ignore them, they do not know anything." Alicia did not respond. She looked up at the rain. In her heart she said, "So that is it." Soon the three of them were standing in front of the gate of Tessen mansion. Alicia was not in a hurry to enter. She hesitated, thinking, "Originally I did not want to come here now." Alicia quietly looked at the gate, in her heart swirling calculations, "But now I want the rumors about my intimacy with the Duke to spread." She drew in her head the image of Raycart lingeringly holding her hand. Alicia thought, "That way everyone will think that he is so fascinated with me that there is no escape." She was very satisfied with this thought. Alicia secretly said, "I think that is the only thing that can make me feel better." Inside the mansion, the chandelier was being lit. Alicia opened the door of the room, peeked her head in and called softly, "Your Highness." In the corner, Raycart was lying on the bed in a very strange position. When Alicia got closer she could see his miserable appearance clearly, sweat dripping down, his eyes dark circles. She worriedly called, "Your Highness." Alicia panicked and knelt down by the bed. She touched his face and said, "I am sorry, I am late." Raycart was really tired. He only had time to look at the worried face and anxious voice. "What happened?" Raycart thought. "Alicia." Alicia stroked his hair. She gently said, "You said it would be okay for a while." At this time his face was better. Raycart lay down enjoying and said, "In a short time, I am okay." Hearing this answer, Alicia suppressed her anger. In her heart she thought, "I really need to stop teasing a patient." She still kept her hand on his face. Alicia asked, "How do you feel when I touch you?" Raycart then replied, "The worst pain will subside in any place you put your hand." Hearing that, Alicia asked again, "The worst pain?" Then she sat up, putting her hand on Raycart's forehead and asked, "So, does this make the pain in your head disappear?" Raycart laughed. He closed his eyes and happily replied, "Just holding hands is enough." Hearing this, Alicia pulled her hand back. She teasingly said, "So, should I take my hand off your forehead?" Raycart did not say anything. He just gently intertwined his hand with hers. Raycart became weak again. He looked at her pleadingly. "No, please just leave it there." Alicia became embarrassed. She was confused by this action of his. Alicia also listened and did not pull her hand back. She thought, seeing him so desperate, it also soothes the emotions that surged just now. She carefully observed him again. Alicia wondered, and also, when the pain disappears, how long will the pleasant feeling last? Raycart continued her words, "As long as we hold hands. It will be okay, once we let go." Raycart used his hand to wipe the sweat on his forehead. He said, "The pain will gradually return, and in the end, it will hurt as much as before." When she heard the answer, Alicia, surprised, said, "You did not say that the pain would come back as soon as we let go before." Raycart looked at her and thought, "Even if it is just a moment of peace, it is worth being grateful for." Alicia used both hands to hold his slender hands. She pondered, "The more I think about it, the sadder I feel, to have such a healthy body." She stood there dazed, thinking, yet still have to endure pain every time the moon rises. Noticing her looking at him with a different look, Raycart said, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Alicia still held his hand tightly. She slowly said, "Because I feel sorry for you." Raycart looked at her with gentleness. He said calmly, "If so?" His voice warmly asked, "Can you stay here for this pitiful man?" Hearing that, Alicia innocently replied, I am already here, are not I? Raykart smiled and asked, is that auxiliary house far from here? Then he took out a key, Raykart gave it to her and said, this. Alicia looked at the key in her palm, she suspiciously asked, what is it? Raykart slowly said, the key to the Grand Duchess's room. Raykart instructed, just give that to Henrik, he will lead you there. Alicia followed his words to find him. Henrik led her to the front of that room. Alicia put the key into the lock. When the door of the room was opened, Alicia stood outside the door and admired. She thought, it is at the very end of the mansion, but it is still closer than the auxiliary house. She observed the room once and pondered, as far as I remember, the Grand Duke of Tessen has 6 wives. The images of the 6 wives appeared in her head in turn, Alicia secretly said, but he has never let anyone use the Grand Duchess's room. Precisely because no one has used it, that is why the Grand Duchess's room in Tessen Mansion is becoming more and more famous. She thought about people often gossiping about Raykart. The rumor said that the Grand Duke already had someone else in his heart, and refused to let the official Grand Duchess use that room. Thinking of this, Alicia's eyes became bright. That room now. She stood in front of the door, looking at the noisy room in front of her. Alicia thought, has been opened for me, in this way. Alicia put her hand in front of her chest, pondering in her heart, then. She remembered Raykart's handsome face and warm voice. I will rely on you, Alicia. Alicia was too surprised. She hurriedly ran back to his room. On the way back from the Grand Duchess's room, met Raykart. Alicia hurriedly asked, why is this mansion so big? Raykart sat on the bed. He revealed a secret to her. There is a secret passage between the Grand Duchess's room and the Grand Duke's room. He said, from now on, use that way. After hearing that, Alicia had tears in her eyes, but her voice also had some reproach. But you are only telling me now. Alicia thought, it is already the 4th day. Raykart reached out to caress a strand of her hair. Alicia whispered, you said. Each strand of her hair was skillfully woven by both his hands and her hands. Alicia asked, Lua lasts about 10 days, right? Raykart replied, yeah. Raykart's hand was still holding her hair tightly. He softly called, Alicia. Soon the hair was almost finished braiding. One hand Alicia was holding his hand, one hand was braiding the hair. Raykart wondered and asked, why did you ask me to braid your hair? Alicia replied casually, because that way it is more convenient. At first when they were not used to it, their hands were all messed up. When hearing her say that, Raykart could only sigh and think, it is convenient for you, not for me. Raykart softly said, you can let go for a moment. Alicia continued, no. Do you want me to tell you why you have to braid my hair? She thought of every time she washed her hair, she had to run around to find things. At those times Alicia often asked, why is the bathroom so far away? She explained. Unlike you, I have to wash my hair often to maintain my appearance. Thinking of the time for washing her hair being too long, she said, if I leave this place, you will writhe in pain. Those words, if thought of in another way, would be, I can't take a shower often because of you. After hearing that Raykart turned away and said, I am sorry. Alicia, still busy braiding her hair, replied. I did not mean to make you apologize. The maids in the mansion also very attentively prepared clothes and sweets for her. Everyone cared and said, if you need anything, just say it, miss, Alicia said. The maids have also helped make that work less difficult. Alicia quietly listened to the servants' discussions outside the door. It feels like spring has come to Tessen Castle. That is right, it is all thanks to the miss. In her heart she thought, anyway, if that makes people think the Grand Duke relies on me more, then. After a while of struggling, finally the hair was finished braiding. Alicia shouted, done. Her hair became neat. Alicia glanced at him and said, Your Highness, can I ask you something? Raykart looked at her. He replied, just ask. Her eyes widened with curiosity and asked, Lua lasts up to 10 days. Alicia thought of the time before she was there. Raykart had to struggle in pain. She asked, before I appeared, how could you endure alone? The two were still holding hands, looking straight into each other's eyes to talk. Moreover, you often get sick and it lasts very long. I really do not understand how you can still get the title of undefeated warrior. Hearing this, his eyes became sharp and asked, do you really want to know? He used his other hand to touch the knife that was tucked on his side. Alicia watched his actions intently. Before he could draw his knife, Alicia quickly blocked his hand. Seeing this agile action of Alicia, he thought, oh, that is, the instinct to block an upcoming attack. Raykart spoke to reassure, there is no need to worry. While Alicia's hand was trembling to block his hand, she thought, my hand was able to make a move before I even thought about it, that is, the skill honed by eliminating assassins. Raykart calmly said, I do not intend to harm you, but, you must not run away. In his heart he thought, that is exactly when she should run. Then, he took out the knife and slashed straight into his hand, blood flowing profusely. Alicia surprised and stammered, "I." But the blood did not flow for long before the wound on his hand automatically healed. Alicia thought, that wound. In Alicia's heart it was empty. She surprised wondered, it healed itself. Looking at the last drop of blood remaining and flowing down, he said, "I only soothe the pain. The most extreme pain, Raykart often solved, by replacing it with a bigger pain, and it is not just wounds. Even when I do not sleep, I do not feel sleepy." When hearing him say that, Alicia also felt empathy. She thought, I have experienced that myself. She remembered the scene when she was alone in hell. I have also experienced that myself, in hell. Her lips trembled. Alicia thought, maybe. In her head she thought about the fact that he had stepped into hell. She secretly said, he has. At this time, Alicia's eyes became hazy. She questioned and wondered, has been to hell. Alicia carried the basin of water up. She softly called, Your Highness. After hearing her call, Raykart gently turned to look at her. Alicia intended to say something, but then she pursed her lips and told herself, no, do not talk nonsense. She dipped the towel into the basin of water. Alicia told herself, I still need time to focus my thoughts. Suddenly Raykart spoke, people. Raykart sighed and said, I'll call me a demon. He seemed to read her thoughts. Raykart reassured, you do not need to worry, because I have never been to hell, and this condition is not contagious to anyone. It seemed that Alicia did not care much. She used the towel she had just washed to press on his face. Alicia gently wiped away the drops of sweat. She slowly asked, why do you say such words? Letting her wipe, Raykart looked straight at her and replied, because, the way you look at me, Alicia. Alicia felt confused and asked, how am I looking at you? Raykart did not hesitate to reply, like last time. She stared at him to hear the answer. He softly said, as if you pity me. Her shadow was clearly visible on the clear water in the basin. She implicitly admitted, you are right. Alicia recalled when she died, in hell, I did not feel hungry. That is when I realized I was really dead. At that time, she tried to eat the dry bark. She thought, but I can't let go of what is still holding me back. I forced myself to eat dry bark and soil. In that dark and desolate place, Alicia struggled and rolled on the ground. She murmured in her heart, I just swallowed it, but they can't be digested at all. In her head she remembered the image of Alicia all over with wounds. She pondered, seeing you struggling in pain has evoked those memories of that time. You remind me of someone. And that makes me feel sorry for you. Leaving this aside, the two went to the dining table. A plate of delicious food was laid out on the table. Raykart asked, what is this? Alicia while explaining and urging. A meal, enough for you two, Your Highness, even if you are not hungry, but please eat with me. He confusedly asked, why do I have to? Alicia got close to his face. She smiled and coaxed, you promised, when I hold your hand, you will agree to anything I ask. Seeing that he still had not accepted, she said softly, maybe I should ask you to propose to me, huh? When hearing that, Raykart was scared. He was silent and obedient. Raykart quickly said, I will eat. Raykart's hand trembled as he picked up the spoon. Alicia observed. She thought, you are still holding my hand. Alicia worriedly asked, Your Highness, are you in a lot of pain? Raykart hesitantly said, I. The food in the spoon kept spilling out. He had no choice but to say helplessly, I am right-handed. Hearing that, Alicia burst out laughing. Alicia cautiously asked, can I sit closer to you? Then she moved closer to him. The two sat close to each other. Alicia hooked his arm and slowly started the meal. Alicia thought, from that night, the two of us ate at the same table. We had meals together. Drank tea together. She lay prone playing puzzles. At that time she thought, we spent a lot of time together. The Grand Duke told me about Tessen. She slowly pieced the map pieces together. In her heart she pondered, about the way the surrounding political context operates, and how the family spread across the continent. It is impossible to enter the empire without going through Tessen. Alicia hesitated, and also, the two were still holding hands tightly. Suddenly she shouted, here it is. Raykart gently said, if you put this here, it will fit. Alicia looked at him and asked, you have gotten used to this puzzle game from the last try, have not you, Your Highness? Raykart smiled softly and replied, that is right, but... Raykart looked at the puzzle that were all familiar faces. He said, it is also easier because they are all familiar faces, even the characteristics of the royal family and their direct relatives. Hearing that, Alicia asked in wonder, have you met all of them in person? Raykart replied, no, I only look at them through portraits. Alicia held the puzzle piece up. She thought, the royal family attaches great importance to portraits. They can replace them dozens of times before finding an artist who satisfies them. Alicia observed Raykart once. She secretly assessed, the Grand Duke himself is also royal, but he does not look like them at all. The more she looked, the brighter her eyes became. Alicia admitted, "Ah well, being handsome probably makes up for some of it." Suddenly a voice outside the door panicked, breaking the playful space of the two people. "Your Highness, there is urgent news from the royal family." A letter was sent to him, Alicia thought. The Emperor has never contacted Tessen in the course of a Lua cycle. She looked at the puzzle piece in her palm. Alicia pondered, the fact that he is summoning the Grand Duke this time means. Alicia clenched her palm, with a firm expression certain that the inside of the palace is now very serious. She looked at the map. From where he was to the palace was very far. She thought, even if you go as fast as possible, it will take at least 5 days from Tessen to the royal capital. This letter being sent and the Grand Duke preparing to set off for the capital, it is clearly very unusual in anyone's eyes. Alicia hid outside the door, eavesdropping on the conversation between Henrik and her. Her voice said harshly, summoning him urgently to the capital like this. While they already know his health condition, Henrik calmly replied, "Enough, he said he will depart tomorrow." She quietly stood pondering. I can guess some of the reasons why the Emperor summoned the Grand Duke of Tessen to the capital. Alicia leaned against the door. She murmured, "He must be stalling until the Grand Duke arrives." She thought, the urgent report said that there is a woman, pregnant with the Emperor's child outside the palace, will be taken into the harem to give birth. Alicia recalled the conversation in the night. A shrouded figure gave her information. She is the daughter of Marquis Manaz. Alicia crossed her arms and said, "Marquis Manaz." She wondered and asked, "Isn't he almost the biggest opponent of the Grand Duke of Tessen?" The other person then replied, "That is right, he leads the faction of the former emperor." Hearing this, Alicia muttered and judged, if the emperor accepts Marquis Manaz's daughter as a concubine, then that will be a serious threat to Tessen. She secretly put the two sides on a scale to compare. The royal family that was already divided into two factions will start to lose balance because of this. One side of the scale will be tilted, she thought. The emperor, who has not had an heir for a long time, will surely lean towards the Manaz faction. Reichardt swallowed hard, his forehead sweating profusely. No matter how loyal the Grand Duke of Tessen is to the throne, if he opposes Miss Maud's entry into the palace, those thoughts like a heavy object falling on the balance scale, he can't expect to receive protection from the emperor. At night Alicia stood by the window, holding the letter, her thoughtful eyes facing towards the door. It seems that it was time to give a new prediction. Early next morning, 2 carriages stopped before the main gate of the Duke's palace. "Your Highness, please do not overdo it and quickly get on the carriage." "I am fine." Reichardt personally tightened the reins on the horse's back. "I promised His Majesty that I would arrive as soon as possible, so I have to hurry," the butler worried, but at that moment a sweet voice came from behind, causing his hands to freeze. "Your Highness." Alicia gently approached, followed by a guard carrying luggage. Reichardt turned his head, looking at her with a hint of surprise. "Alicia." Seeing the huge suitcase being placed on the ground, he became even more bewildered. "Why are you?" Alicia interrupted, "I am going too." That statement made Reichardt swallow back the words he was about to say. She smiled kindly at the people nearby. "Could everyone step aside for a moment, please?" After they left, Alicia ran to Reichardt. She moved close to his face. "And as for you?" Alicia took his hand, her tone sincere. "You will be riding in my carriage with me." Reichardt froze, speechless. Alicia continued, "Your condition, you said the pain disappears where we touch." She reminisced about the days taking care of Reichardt in his sickbed, and what I have discovered in the past 8 days is that it still works through clothing. Albeit a little weaker, but it does not work in places covered in leather. Saying this, Alicia squeezed his hand tighter. "So I have been thinking about how I can help." After a long moment, Reichardt finally replied, "I am fine now." Alicia asked back, "Fine? No, you are not." Hearing this, Reichardt's eyebrows involuntarily furrowed. Suddenly, strange sounds kept echoing from somewhere. "The sounds in your head are still the same, and they will only get worse when you leave Tessen, so." Reichardt suddenly felt that sound like a shackle binding him. He closed his eyes tightly, sweat pouring down his forehead like a shower. That uncomfortable feeling suddenly gradually disappeared. Reichardt opened his eyes slowly, confused. Before his astonished gaze, Alicia had hugged him tightly. She asked, "How do you feel now?" Reichardt stammered, About what? About the noise in your head, is it better?" He asked in surprise. "So that is what you were worried about?" Alicia nodded, "Yes." She released Reichardt and stepped back. "I thought that the larger the contact area, the stronger the effect might be." Alicia reached out and gently stroked his hair. "In case of emergency, we can do this." Reichardt was lost in thought for a long time, his expression extremely serious. He frowned, his voice slightly hesitant. "There is no need for that." Then, Reichardt got into the carriage, silently looking out. Alicia sat opposite him, smiling and patting the side of the carriage. Let us go. Sunlight shone through the trees. The carriage was stopped by a shepherd. Inside the carriage, Rykart sat opposite Alicia. The two were silent. He watched Alicia drinking tea, thinking to himself, it feels like she is about to say something at any moment. Rykart was lost in his own thoughts. Maybe it is just my imagination. She suddenly spoke up, Your Highness. He swallowed nervously. We are here. Rykart clenched his fist. Speak. Alicia asked, if Lady Maud has her child in the royal palace, will that child become the Emperor's eldest child? Yes. She tilted her head, carefully listening to what he was saying. In that case, you also understand why I do not want the birth to take place inside the royal palace. Rykart continued to analyze the dangers in the royal family. If Maud gives birth as a royal consort, that child could be eligible for the throne, because in this country, the throne is passed down to the Emperor's eldest child. Alicia lowered her head, looking at the teacup and asked, or are you worried that if the child is born outside the royal palace, it might make people suspect that the child is not really the Emperor's child? Finishing speaking, she tilted the small cup and dripped a drop of tea onto her hand. It dripped onto the back of her hand, creating a strange mark. Alicia held it up in front of him. The royal mark, it can verify any member of the royal family. Rykart froze, his pupils widening. The royal mark, as its name suggests. A small birthmark appeared on the skin, a special mark only appearing on members of the royal family. He lowered his head and sighed. If it is the royal mark, then I have one too. Rykart continued to explain, not only do the direct descendants of the former emperor carry this mark, but all of his siblings do as well. Now do you understand what I am trying to say? Alicia nodded and took out a handkerchief. Yes, actually, the royal mark is man-made. She thought of a mysterious vial of medicine, a special chemical passed down to the royal family, so that this mark would be passed down to their descendants. Alicia used the handkerchief to wipe away the drop of water on the back of her hand. It is a mechanism created to protect the royal bloodline, but it also has loopholes. From the beginning, Rykart had been listening quietly, his head lowered. Alicia suddenly asked, do you suspect that the princes are siblings of His Majesty? Alicia slightly raised her head, thinking in her heart, if a royal consort has an affair with the princes, who are siblings of His Majesty, we won't be able to tell the difference through the royal mark. Alicia recalled, the thought flashed by like the wind, considering the Grand Duke's rigid personality, I am sure he will make enemies everywhere. She said calmly, I understand that you want to be cautious, but this is His Majesty's first child. Hearing this, Rykart's eyes flickered. Alicia's voice was soft, she approached step by step, and knowing the Emperor won't help you, so for now, offer your sincere congratulations. There is no need to worry about the future. Everything has its time. Alicia gently lifted the sides of her skirt. When a new season arrives, I will offer a new prophecy. A smile flickered on her lips, she continued, His Majesty will. Before she could finish, the carriage suddenly shook violently, causing Alicia to fall forward. The carriage stopped in front of a flock of sheep crossing the road. She slowly sat up, her voice soft, His Majesty will. Rykart's cheeks flushed slightly as the distance between them became closer. Alicia continued, B. He put his hand on her shoulder, supporting Alicia, blessed with the first child. Both of them suddenly realized how close they were. They immediately sat back to the edges of the seats. Rykart awkwardly said, I am sorry. She replied softly, Forgive me. His expression was slightly flustered, his gaze drifting out the window. Alicia was embarrassed, her cheeks flushed red. It is really hot. After many days of non-stop travel in the carriage, they arrived. Alicia thought to herself, the first thing that greets us is the gloomy sky of the capital. Following Rykart inside, she quietly looked around. The palace is strangely quiet, as if it is the calm before the storm. Alicia noticed the other nobles whispering. The delay of Lady Maud entering the palace, coupled with the news of the Grand Duke Tessen's appearance, has everyone tense. She gave a slight awkward smile. Beside Alicia was a radiant light. She looked up at Rykart, who was smiling brightly, thinking in her heart, the Grand Duke, who is rumored to be a monster, is the only one smiling. Perhaps that is what makes them even more uneasy. A butler approached. He held out his hand and spoke softly, Your Highness, Countess, please follow me this way. Alicia called him, Your Highness. Rykart turned his head. She reminded him, Don't forget what I said before. He looked surprised. Alicia emphasized, her voice serious, His Majesty, he has to make the decision. The Prime Minister spoke up, for the health of the mother and the stability of the unborn child, the entry into the palace must be arranged immediately. Marquis Manas beside him silently watched. Count Strahl continued, Prime Minister, this is unprecedented, should not we be more cautious? Count Combat frowned, I did not say it should not be carried out, I just said that law and order must be put first. The debate was endless, moreover, the Grand Duke Tessen has not arrived yet, is not he pushing His Majesty too much? Furthermore, there is the issue of the child's legitimacy. Renaud tiredly rested his head on his hand. He spoke in a cold voice, that is enough. Another voice rang out, light but clear, ahem. The butler spoke up, Your Majesty, Grand Duke Tessen requests an audience. Renaud tiredly ordered, let him in. The atmosphere immediately quieted down, everyone thinking, surely the Grand Duke will object to Lady Maud entering the palace, right? All eyes were on Ricard as he entered, no one is as principled about procedure as him. Renaud raised his eyebrows slightly, looking at him in surprise. He glanced at Ricard sitting down, what is this? Renaud regained his serious expression, he asked for his opinion, Grand Duke Tessen, what is your opinion? Renaud looked at Ricard, who was smiling, a little confused, what is with that expression? He spoke calmly, congratulations on having your first child, with your royal consort, Your Majesty. Renaud froze, his eyes widening. He turned to look at Ricard, who continued, I hope the royal consort will enter the palace soon, so that preparations can be made for the birth. Everyone gaped when they heard him say that, the Prime Minister exclaimed, Your Highness. Ricard raised his hand, interrupting everyone. He said in a deep voice, his expression gradually regaining its seriousness, however. Ricard recalled the conversation in the carriage with Alicia, I understand what you mean, lady, but the birth of a child cannot be a reason to disregard the law of succession. The issue of succession will definitely be discussed. She turned and gently touched the corner of her lips, replying, that is right, if we only look at the law of succession, then conflict over the successor is inevitable. So, please say this to His Majesty. He continued, recognizing the heir means peace for the empire. To me, that is also a great joy. Renaud was still in shock. Ricard's eyes narrowed, emanating seriousness, but I cannot deny the fact that my first grandchild was born outside the royal palace. Count Combat stroked his chin, nodding repeatedly, he continued, if this continues, suspicions about the birth of the first royal child will persist. Ricard proposed, let us announce the child as the legitimate heir to His Majesty through the royal mark. The Prime Minister was shocked. Alicia's reminder flashed in his head, today, you must support His Majesty and end this dispute, because it is not just the nobles who are putting pressure on His Majesty. The person next to Ricard called softly, Your Highness. Count Estevna, of the royal family, hesitated slightly, isn't this an issue directly related to the line of succession? I am afraid that hastily recognizing an heir could spark new disputes. Marquis Lennox, of the royal family beside him, crossed his arms and watched intently. Ricard looked at them, Alicia's words ringing in his head again, the royal family, who are always sensitive about the issue of succession, will definitely oppose His Majesty's will. If the emperor has no heir, they will take the opportunity to seize the throne for themselves. He spoke up, brother, if the child is a son, then this can be discussed later. Ricard repeated her words, and if it is a daughter, then she should be removed from the line of succession. Those are the words you must say. He still remembered Alicia's explanation, the law of succession does not distinguish between male and female, but until now, no eldest daughter has ascended the throne. Tacitly understanding that the throne is always given to. She spoke, decisively and clearly, the first son born to the empress. Ricard turned, hesitating slightly, even so, if the empress never has a son then. Alicia said quickly, without thinking, that is, not. Realizing that she had misspoke, she hurriedly covered her mouth. He widened his eyes, thinking to himself, so that means I will have several grandsons. Renaud's voice rang out, interrupting his train of thought, all right. He wore a carefree expression, a faint smile on his lips, I understand the Grand Duke's intention, let us do as you say. Renaud continued, his tone calm but resolute, I will allow Maud Manaz to enter the palace, and announce the royal mark, so that everyone can bless her childbirth. He bowed slightly, I am deeply honored. Ricard stood up, then, I will take my leave. Before leaving, he said softly, welcome to the royal family, Marquis. Marquis Mansell frowned slightly, his expression showing undisguised surprise. Renaud's eyes followed his brother, a question arising in his heart, what made him suddenly change his mind. He gently touched his chin, thinking to himself, although it is a good thing, but. Renaud leaned back in his chair, thinking to himself, could one person change so much just because they are engaged? Alicia continued to walk slowly towards the room inside. She stopped in the middle of the walkway, her face showing a hint of surprise. Before her eyes was a large picture hanging on the wall, the image of Eleonora appearing clearly. Alicia's eyes widened, she blurted out, "So beautiful." A moment of reflection flashed through her mind. Lady Eleanor of the Duchy of Ishtarn was once extremely famous. At one time, she was known as the Fairy of the Sea. She recalled the important details. Her reputation spread far beyond the territory, reaching the entire empire, because she was not only beautiful but also a talented lady. In her mind, the image of her not giving flowers to Eleonora appeared. The emperor was one of Eleanor's most ardent admirers. Alicia quietly looked at the picture and fell into thought. "It has been 9 years already," a maid softly called her. "Lady," she said softly, "the empress is calling for you." Alicia turned around in surprise. 9 years is more than enough for everything to change. She entered the room, a sweet voice rang out. "It has been a long time, Lady Alicia." Eleonora sat and sighed, giving Alicia a gentle smile. "Oh no, you have been granted a title now. Perhaps I should call you Countess Echevarria." She gently bowed in courtesy. "I am honored to meet someone as noble as your majesty. Please feel free to call me Alicia." She smiled back. "Lady Alicia, I am very happy that you came. I feel a little lonely because fewer people are visiting these days." Alicia was silent, her eyes shifting slightly in another direction. She glanced at a maid standing behind. That maid. Her gaze stopped on the maid's necklace, daring to openly wear the badge of the Manhwa family, and the empress just stands by and watches. A heavy thought rose in her heart. "I thought everyone would flock to the rising power, but it turns out the empress really has no one on her side." Eleonora paused. Her face darkening slightly, the calmness suddenly fading. She thought to herself, "Ishtarnian." Eleonora asked softly, "What did you just say?" Alicia covered her mouth, smiling and replying, "You are really pitiful, and also really foolish." The maids standing nearby all looked up in surprise, their eyes wide. Eleonora chuckled lightly, her voice deepening, giving a decisive order, "Everyone, leave." The maids obeyed the order, silently leaving the room. Eleonora's voice became deeper, her gaze probing, "You speak Ishtarnian quite well." Alicia replied calmly, "Please forgive my disrespect, your majesty, I had to do that to get everyone to leave." Eleonora immediately stood up, her skirt fluttering slightly. Her eyes darkened, her voice lightly reproachful, "You could have just said in Ishtarnian that you wanted to meet alone." Eleonora's voice grew colder, with a hint of bitterness, "Everyone in the palace is laughing at me now." She looked directly into Alicia's eyes, her gaze filled with resentment. "Did you come here to make me a laughingstock too?" She calmly explained, "I just thought that a maid in the empress's palace should be able to speak Ishtarnian, to understand that we needed to meet alone." Eleonora paused. She gradually regained her composure, her voice smaller, "Perhaps." Eleonora's eyes softened, she looked down. "Thank you for coming to see me, Alicia. I consider that I have received your greeting, so now you can go to Lady Maud." Alicia said sternly, enunciating each word clearly, "Gokins." She continued, "Each word clear, not Lady Maud anymore, she is Baroness Gokins now." Eleonora was stunned to hear that. Alicia calmly spoke a piece of news that shocked Eleonora, because she has been made a royal consort. She lowered her head, her voice still keeping its calm. "I heard His Majesty was very happy, of course, it is his first child." A moment of reflection flashed through Alicia's mind. Normally, the emperor would have many royal consorts beside the empress, however, the emperor always wanted to stay in the empress's palace. And he treasured the empress more than anyone else. She recalled every detail of the story. Unfortunately, for a long time they did not have an heir, and since Baroness Gokins became the royal consort, the atmosphere in the royal palace has completely changed. Eleonora lowered her head, saying with a sad voice mixed with some self-pity, "When he treated me so well, I knew this day would come." She gritted her teeth, her tone becoming increasingly bitter. "Even though he pursued me for 4 years, it is because of this reason that I wanted to reject His Majesty's proposal. Because the emperor must take royal consorts and gather all the women in the world." Eleonora's face at this time had become incredibly contorted. Alicia stood there, silently listening to her confide, "Am I just one of them, then?" Eleonora raised her head, her blue-purple eyes filled with tears. "After all this time, how can he treat me like this? Leaving everything to become the empress, I wonder what all of that was for in the end," she said, her body trembling uncontrollably. Alicia did not say anything. Just quietly held out her hand to comfort the pitiful girl in front of her. Noticing that Eleonora had gradually calmed down, she spoke, "Your Majesty, please accept this." Hearing this, she asked a little awkwardly, "This is?" Eleonora took the small candies and could not help but stare at them intently. "Candies." Seeing this, Alicia explained gently, "These are fruit-flavored candies, Your Majesty. Eating one when you are feeling down will help you feel better." She smiled, pointing to the candies in Eleanor's hand, ignoring her dazed expression. After a while, the candies in Eleanor's hand had been almost completely unwrapped. She suddenly spoke up, "Lady Alicia. Please answer me honestly, why did you come here? I know Grand Duke Tessen has also agreed to allow Baroness Gokins into the palace, so what reason do you have to comfort me?" Eleanor's question left her stunned. Very quickly after that, Alicia gave a soft smile and replied, "Because I know the future. Right now, everyone is trying to stand on the side of the Manhwa family, but Baroness Gokins will give birth to a daughter, and the empress will then give birth to a prince. Through all the changes, the final winner is still the empress. The Grand Duke only agreed to let her into the palace to avoid offending the emperor, not to stand on the side of the Manhwa family." Alicia knelt down, gently taking Eleanor's hand and said softly, "I also had my self-esteem deeply hurt, but I could not confide in anyone and just hid my feelings." She quietly recalled the people she had met and sincerely gave her advice, "If only I had opened my heart more, then there would always have been people around willing to help me." Hearing this, Eleanor smiled slightly. She asked Alicia curiously, "So, are you going to be my companion, Lady Alicia?" At this moment, she could only give the most sincere advice to the respected empress, "Please try speaking frankly to the emperor, your majesty." Hearing this, Eleanor stood up abruptly, reminding her sternly, "Alicia." In contrast to her, Alicia continued very calmly, "Because of her wounded pride, I guess you are embarrassed to admit that you are very sad. But do not forget that the emperor always treasures you the most, your majesty, he still loves you very much." Her words seemed to touch the depths of Eleanor's heart, making her recall it and blush. She lowered her eyes, recounting shyly, "His majesty always calls me his sea fairy." Alicia gently bowed and soothed, "Your majesty, you are still beautiful, even your face when crying looks like a melancholy mermaid." Eleanor asked blankly, "My face when crying?" Then she seemed to have realized the implication in Alicia's words and looked up to ask again, "Are you telling me to cry in front of the emperor?" She just nodded slightly and praised, "That is a good idea, because the emperor will surely guess the reason. And he will be extremely distressed." Alicia's expression at this time was as scary as a true villain. With that, she bowed and excused herself, "The difficult days will pass, your majesty, please take care of your emotions. I will visit you again soon." Seeing Alicia's behavior, Eleanor nodded in praise, "Oh my, it seems Grand Duke Tessen has found himself a very capable fiance." After she finished speaking, Alicia resolutely turned and left. As she was about to leave the empress's palace, she felt something and quickly turned her head to check. Alicia gave an awkward smile, "Was I too much? Reality is hitting me now. Even the past me did not know much about the things in the royal palace." She walked and thought randomly in her head, "However, because the couple has not had children for a long time, I can only guess that Baroness Gokins's pregnancy is the cause of the conflict." She reassured herself, "It is okay, that will happen eventually." Alicia unconsciously remembered the empress's predetermined ending. The empress will give birth to a prince, but because of the prolonged conflict, she will develop heart disease. And when combined with postpartum complications, she won't be able to participate in outside activities. If I comfort her in this way, I can alleviate someone's pain, even if it is just a little bit. It is not a bad thing. Nothing will change too much just because of me. Right, finishing her thoughts, she raised her head, looking straight at the setting sun. Alicia quietly put herself in that situation. If it was the past me, I would not even step foot in the royal palace, let alone have a private audience with the empress like this. Maybe I would still just be holed up in my room. Then she supported herself and asked, or maybe not. Suddenly, Alicia remembered, if it was at this time, then I would be engaged to Gregory Barker. And the Lane territory would definitely be in chaos after he was caught cheating. Remembering that ending, she could not help but sigh. Can it be that all men do not intend to have normal marriages? She unconsciously remembered the words the Grand Duke once said, "Alicia, do not marry me." Her violet eyes drooped slightly, Grand Duke. Unconsciously, she imagined Reichardt with another girl and asked herself, will there be someone else? Suddenly, from behind, a deep, hoarse male voice spoke, who said I will have someone else. That voice stunned Alicia, Your Highness. Before her eyes was the image of Reichardt, his hair fluttering in the wind, walking towards her. Reichardt and Alicia walked together in the courtyard. He suddenly asked her, I heard you just met the Empress. Alicia replied softly, yes. She pursed her lips and thought to herself, of all the things he could hear, he heard that, what good hearing. Recalling 10 minutes ago, Alicia was standing next to him mumbling to herself when Reichardt interrupted. Could it be that His Highness will also have someone else? He asked her blankly, who said I will have someone else? Alicia was startled and quickly gave an awkward smile. I was talking about other people. Returning to the present, she cursed inwardly, as expected of Grand Duke Tessen. He approaches without revealing any openings. Rykart next to her spoke again. How is the empress? Alicia thought for a moment and replied, she is indeed a person full of style and grace. The two stopped to chat for a while. Are you planning to go to Baroness Gokens's place now? Hearing Rykart ask, Alicia shook her head. No, why would I go there? Rykart lowered his eyes to look at her. If you only visit the empress and leave, people will find it very strange. Alicia said indifferently, I do not care. She smiled slightly at him. I do not need to ingratiate myself with Baroness Gokens. Rykart was silent, his eyes intently looking at her, that confident tone. He shook his head and chuckled to himself, and an expression as if she knew what was about to happen. Then Rykart suddenly reached out and put his coat over Alicia's shoulders. I understand. While she was still stunned, Rykart started to leave. It is getting late and quite cold, let us go back. At this time, someone was standing behind a tree watching the two. No need to ingratiate. The woman bit her lip angrily. Her jealous eyes stared at Alicia's back. Who does she think she is? A week later, Leonhardt looked at the person opposite him and said seriously, Rykart, are you and your fiance planning to put on a fake married couple act to fool people? Rykart raised his teacup, took a sip and replied calmly, we are not married yet. Leonhardt rolled his eyes unhappily at him. But you have a fiance, right? Rykart replied calmly, making Leonhardt speechless. Being engaged does not mean we are married. After a while, he slumped back into his chair and said, today. Leonhardt's voice was even. Thanks to your support, I was able to arrange for Baroness Gokens to move to a better residence. Nana Manas is very grateful to you. Rykart raised his eyes to look at him. I am just doing what I can so that my sister-in-law can live more comfortably. Leonhardt raised one finger in front of Rykart and shook it. While you were so busy? He asked. I heard your fiancé is in and out of the Empress's palace every day. Leonhardt tried to recall what he had heard. Eleanor said she behaved very likably. He covered his mouth and thought to himself, no bribes at all, just bringing candy and pastries again and again. Why do I find it seems more cunning than naive? After Leonhardt finished speaking, Rykart asked indifferently, so what is wrong with that? He asked Leonhardt. According to what I heard, they get along very well. As soon as Rykart finished speaking, Leonhardt snapped, that is exactly it. He stopped halfway, but circling in the air still seemed to be echoing the half-sentence that he did not have time to say, that is what is more suspicious. Rykart's attitude was impenetrable defense, breaking the law, that is illegal, absolutely not. Subordinates were beaten until their heads were broken, Your Highness. Please let me off this time. If you do that, I will tell His Majesty. Leonhardt pursed his lips and thought to himself, he is called the Iron Prince for a reason. He is always making enemies. He is not the type of person who easily complies with anyone. At first I was happy when his attitude changed. He secretly raised his eyes to look at Rykart, but the more I think about it, the stranger it is. Could it really be because of that matter? Leonhardt thought of Rykart's 180-degree change when he was next to Alicia. The only change is that he is engaged to the lady of the Lane family. On one side supporting the royal consort to appease me. These thoughts kept swirling around in their heads, while on the other side approaching the Empress, who must have found this very awkward. If this is not a two-pronged strategy, then what is it? Leonhardt thought to himself, the Grand Duke that I knew never used to be so skilled in interpersonal relationships. Perhaps, all of this is thanks to his sister-in-law. He nodded. I really want to meet her once to know. After a long time, Leonhardt tapped his fingers on the table. By the way, is not Countess Echevarria about to have an audience with the ladies in the capital? I heard it is today. He brought his face close to Rykart. Do you know who she is planning to meet first? Rykart raised his head. I do not know, but... He paused slightly. I heard it won't be Baroness Gokens. Leonhardt lowered his head and thought a little. Your fiancé is very suspicious too, Rykart. You should not have gotten involved with her. At night, on Alicia's side, rumors about the lady had spread throughout the capital. Alicia was startled. What, so fast? She lowered her head and continued to thread the needle, but I have only been in the capital for 8 days. This thread broke as soon as it was pulled. Was it already weak? Alicia smiled and thought to herself, could it be that the first print of the Vesely's rampage that I gave to the Duchess Pauls has been passed around? She spoke to the person sitting next to her. It seems like the gifts I sent to the ladies have made them think I have good taste. Judith sitting next to her hesitated. Well, she said indifferently, people are rumored that the Grand Duke's future fiancé is quite rude, arrogant and only knows how to indulge herself. As soon as Alicia heard this, she gasped, huh. She frowned and stared at the embroidery frame in front of her. That is impossible. Judith sitting next to her continued, people said she bluntly ignored another lady's greeting. When she was spoken to she replied curtly, coldly, not only that. There are rumors that she did not respond to any social invitations, and never attends. After listening, Alicia was a little speechless. Well, the invitations did come, but I was too busy at the time. She slammed the embroidery frame in her hand down. What should I do now? Alicia cried, it is so hard, Judith. I also want to be as good at embroidery as other people. I practice every day, but why do not I improve at all? Judith sitting next to her was startled. This can't be taken lightly, lady. Alicia sighed again, that is right, even though I am being taught by the most skilled embroidery master in the empire, I can only perform in a pathetic way. I promise I will try harder. Judith was helpless. I do not mean that. Alicia turned to look at her seriously, but Judith, those rumors are not true. Judith nodded, I know. She said, that is exactly the problem. Normally rumors like that would soon die down, but for some reason this time they are getting wider and wider. At this rate they will soon spread throughout the country, beyond the capital. Alicia puffed her cheeks unhappily, it is so unfair. Judith next to her suddenly gave her embroidery frame, use this, I have already done the background, you just need to add the highlights. Alicia took it embarrassedly, one day I will embroider everything myself with my own ability, I can do it. Judith replied calmly, yes, you can do it. Alicia watched Judith decisively cut off her embroidery stitches with scissors, accompanied by her cold voice, making her freeze, it will probably take about 10 years. Not dwelling on this for too long, Alicia changed the subject and asked, so someone is deliberately spreading bad rumors about me, who is it? Judith asked her. If you find out, what are you going to do? Alicia shrugged, I am not sure, this is the first time I have encountered something like this. Judith asked Alicia, don't you suspect anyone, or does someone hate you, Lady Alicia? Alicia raised her head thoughtfully, after all, I have never socialized with the high society before. After a while, she spoke up, I can't think of anyone. Judith clicked her tongue and exclaimed, how strange, a person who always knows everything like Lady Alicia does not know this time. That person is Lady Viviana Manas. Alicia was surprised, not Maud, Judith explained to her, Viviana is Maud's younger sister, the third daughter of Marquis Manas. Alicia absent-mindedly stuck a needle down, Judith suddenly shouted, no, no. She quickly snatched back the embroidery frame. Alicia supported her forehead, seriously, annoying. Judith asked her, Viviana Manas, or are you talking about embroidery? Alicia said coldly, both. She turned to look at Judith and said seriously, help me investigate Viviana Manas, see if she is taking orders from anyone, or if the entire family is plotting together. Alicia added, and check if this is related to the Grand Duke or not. Judith bowed and accepted the order, I understand. After a while, Judith presented a perfect embroidery in her hand, done. Alicia sitting next to her exclaimed, oh my, it is so beautiful. She raised her head to look at her, Judith, can I ask you for another favor? I suddenly want to send a gift to Viviana Manas. The next morning, the bright sun hung high. A bouquet of flowers and a card sent from Alicia were lying neatly on the table. A hand reached out and angrily grabbed the bouquet, throwing it away. Is she out of her mind? Viviana raised her hand and bit down hard. Alicia Lane actually sent flowers used to decorate coffins. She recalled seeing Alicia with Rykart the other day, so she is gloating because she is about to marry into the royal family, but compared to her sister, who is pregnant with the emperor's child, she is nothing. Viviana's eyes revealed a malicious look. That country bumpkin from the north actually dares to look down on the Manas family. I will let her know what manners are. And at this time, Alicia gradually became acquainted with life in the imperial capital. The things she heard about her own personality that she did not even know were thanks to Viviana, who despised her. It was a thick book that seemed to emit a dazzling halo, that was, Rituals for Taming Newcomers to the Imperial High Society. Alicia went to the party alone. In front were people chatting together. She politely bowed to them, but those people all turned a blind eye. Alicia raised her head to look at their backs. This is the first thing, ignoring greetings, and treating others as if they do not exist. As Alicia followed the servant inside, the places she passed echoed with whispers. I greeted her, but she did not even bother to look at me, she is so cold. People say she has the face of an angel, but her personality is colder than ice. Among them was a not-so-easy-to-hear sentence that made Alicia turn back. Maybe it is because she is from the north, she frowned. What does that have to do with this? That is the second thing, making trouble for no reason, trying to isolate and exclude them. Those people were frightened by Alicia's sudden gaze, so scary. She curled her lips and smiled. Over time, this situation becomes more and more funny. Leaving the people trembling behind, she straightened her back and walked forward. If people are gossiping so much, then I must be famous. What is Judith worrying about? Suddenly at this time, a sob entered Alicia's ears. She followed the sound forward. Who is crying? Inside there was the sound of people talking. When I greeted her, she just walked past as if I did not exist. Alicia raised her eyebrows inwardly. So I am not the only one who has to suffer this kind of bullying. From a distance, she saw the figure of a girl crying and complaining. Just because she is liked by everyone in the palace, I never believed the bad rumors about the future Grand Duchess. Alicia was still standing in place. The other person's voice had not stopped, but to me, she acted as if I did not exist, as if she hated me. Alicia's eyes stared forward. The future Grand Duchess. At this time, she belatedly realized, are they talking about me again? Then the servant leading the way in front also turned to look at her. Alicia was speechless. It seems like that is the case. In the courtyard, a group of people were surrounding and comforting a girl. Waiting until she could clearly see the person, Alicia silently said oh to herself, Viviana Manas. The pressure around Alicia dropped sharply. She turned on kill mode and stared forward. Does she really have nothing better to do? She took a breath and turned to follow the servant leading the way. I did not hear anything. I did not hear anything. If I resist, whether she is right or wrong, I will just look like an idiot. After taking 2 steps, Alicia suddenly lifted her skirt and stopped. But, she was the one who started it first. Is she crazy? Why should I restrain myself? Her heels seemed to want to sink deep into the ground. She is destroying the reputation that I have built. Do I really have to endure it? Alicia took a deep breath. She closed her eyes to try to calm down. Don't forget, Alicia. This is the world of the educated. I can do it. Try to restrain yourself. Damn it. Suddenly at this time, Viviana's voice rang out. Can you believe it? A sentence that shattered all of Alicia's composure. She slammed her fist hard on the wall next to her. Viviana told everyone. She said I blocked her way and slapped her hard in the face. Pieces of wall fell down. Alicia kept telling herself, damn it, just restrain myself. It seems like I have to teach her a lesson. The servant in front turned around in fear. Alicia took a deep breath. I can't kill her either, so just touching her lightly should be fine. Then she calmly faced the servant. Oh my god, this wall is too weak. It cracked just by touching it lightly. She waved her hand to dispel the embarrassment. Oh my goodness, can I relax a little? The servant stammered. You. Alicia sighed to herself. Fighting monsters in hell is much easier. At least there, everything is silent even when I chop them all up. While Viviana was constantly complaining, a voice rang out cutting off her emotional flow. Are you saying that I slapped your cheek? Viviana quickly wiped away her tears and turned back. Lady Alicia. Alicia looked at her. Did I hit you that hard? Viviana secretly felt uneasy. Why did she suddenly lower her voice to me? Does she think that will scare me? She thought. She spoke softly. Oh God, what is she planning to do? Viviana smiled a little smugly. What is wrong with lying a little? What can she do to me? Is she going to hit me? She looked straight at Alicia. Really, I have no idea what you are talking about. Before Viviana's dazed gaze, Alicia unhesitatingly raised her hand high. By the time her hand came down, she had fallen to the ground under her cold gaze. Alicia's cold voice rang out like a wake-up call, causing everyone around to turn pale. I was planning to ignore some of your nonsensical stories, but hearing this one it would be really too absurd if I continued to remain silent. She lightly flicked her hand that had just slapped Vivian, indifferently saying, honestly, what I just did. Alicia narrowed her eyes and gave a gentle smile, but each word she uttered was full of threat, was only less than 1/5 of my strength. Then she ignored it and turned back to disdainfully order, stand up, Lady Viviana, this time, I will use all of my strength. And the gossiping people all widened their eyes and simultaneously asked themselves, she has not used all of her strength yet. Looking at Alicia striding towards her, without an appointment everyone had a question in their minds. It is already like this. At this time, she walked and questioned in a very resentful voice. You were saying so much just now, why are you suddenly silent? Another girl saw this and quickly supported Vivian, her voice trembling, she is unconscious. Hearing this, Alicia was silent and secretly cursed in her heart. Damn it, I should have restrained myself less. Just as she was stunned, everyone simultaneously bowed their heads and shouted loudly, His Majesty the Emperor. At the same time, a lazy voice rang out, Countess Echevarria. Leonhardt stepped forward and asked coldly, what the hell is going on in my palace? A moment later, 2 more chairs were added to the large hall for Vivian and Alicia to sit. Prime Minister Manas unwillingly turned to bitterly complain to the person next to him, why was my daughter beaten? what the hell is going on? He was flustered but still tried to reassure him. Isn't this the reason His Majesty summoned us here? Vivian was using a handkerchief to dab at the tears falling on her face, but her ears were still constantly listening to the conversation around her. He will definitely judge this matter clearly too. Exonerate your daughter. Ignoring her murderous gaze, she was now looking around wondering, hasn't the Grand Duke arrived yet? Just at this moment her gaze suddenly glanced at a pair of shiny leather shoes slowly entering, making Alicia exclaim in surprise, "Ah!" She quickly raised her eyes, unable to resist whispering in her heart, "He is here." However, as Valdemar's straight and cold back passed by, Alicia could not believe it and widened her eyes in a daze for a moment. She could not help but stir in her heart, why did father come to the palace, while he had calmly sat down before Prime Minister Manus' confused gaze? She was sweating profusely. Could it be that this matter has become bigger than I expected? Alicia, Rykard called, running breathlessly. In Alicia's heart she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He is finally here. He asked, is this true? Well, then, she hesitated without answering. Rykard's face magnified before Alicia's, asking, I mean, did you really hit someone? Who was hit? How serious was the injury? She stammered, no, it is. Not seeing her explain, he raised his voice, answer me. At this time, Alicia could only feel helpless in her heart. You have to give me a chance to answer too. Rykard lowered his head and pressed, Alicia, surely you did not. He hesitated, kill someone, she shouted angrily, no, Grand Duke. Everyone around was dumbfounded, and in Alicia's heart she thought, come on, everyone heard that. Hearing the answer from her, Rykard breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately that is not the case, it must just be a misunderstanding. Alicia smiled and replied, what else? I do not even know what killing is. If I really hit someone, then there would be nothing left here. His words made both her and Vivian widen their eyes in a daze. Alicia trembled with anger and cursed inwardly, the person called a monster, Grand Duke Tessen. Why treat his fiancé like a beast in front of everyone? At this time Rykard's face finally relaxed, he seemed to have unloaded a burden. That is good then. Her mouth smiled but the veins showed her anger. Do I look that much like you? The injured person is fine, so please sit down. Hearing the authoritative voice, Rykard had to turn to look. Leonhardt raised his hand and called, Rykard. He immediately bowed his head and said, I apologize. Alicia sat back down on the chair, annoyed. She thought, this is crazy, what will my image be like? Now everyone will definitely think badly of me. He started the interrogation, so then, thank you all for attending this summons despite being very busy. Today there has been an incident of violence in the palace, and we are gathered here to clarify the truth of the matter, Leonhardt explained. His voice rang out evenly, in the palace, any act of violence cannot be tolerated, therefore, please answer the interrogation carefully. So then, Lady Viviana, Lady Alicia. Leonhardt asked, who will come forward to present first? Her face remained cold and unafraid, only Vivian, hearing this, raised the corners of her mouth into a sinister smile. Witnesses appeared, giving their testimony in the hall. Judith stated clearly, Lady Alicia said that Lady Viviana's accusation was slander, and slapped Lady Viviana's cheek. She also said that she had only used 1/5 of her strength. Prime Minister Manus frantically wondered, 1/5. Judith continued, but Lady Viviana was unconscious and could not hear anything else. The entire scene was shocked, she fainted after just one slap. The Emperor blinked his eyes and calmly remarked, even so, Alicia did use violence. Alicia smiled but her hands clenched her skirt tightly, inwardly angry, too annoying, in front of the royal witnesses, I can't deny that I hit her, so. I have to prove that Viviana was the one who spread the rumors first, that is slander, let us fight it out. She thought to herself. Finally, Vivian spoke, that is right, Your Majesty, causing both Alicia and Leonhardt to turn their heads to look. Vivian, holding her face, tearfully complained, Lady Alicia's sudden act of violence left me extremely shocked, how hard did she have to hit for me to faint? She watched her act and thought, how ridiculous, I did not even hit that hard, this is so unfair, I clearly restrained myself a lot. Alicia looked towards Rykard and called out silently, Grand Duke Your Highness. Because I am living with a man like you, I forgot just how fragile the nobility really is. Alicia thought, just then, he turned to look at her. Alicia put on a questioning face, what now, making him only tilt his head, sweating. He turned his head, seeing this scene, and was helpless, really. Leonhardt thought, she is not the type to say things carelessly, the Grand Duke is dry, without a sense of humor, those words are indeed very strange. He smiled to himself, things are getting more and more interesting. Finally, the Emperor called out, Lady Alicia. Do you have anything to say in your own defense? Leonhard asked her. Alicia at this time fell into her own line of thought. Well, I did hit her. But she provoked me first. After thinking, she hesitantly spoke. The Empress has arrived. After the announcement, Eleonora spoke. Sorry for being late, Your Majesty. Seeing her appearance, Alicia was surprised. The Empress. He held the Empress's hands affectionately and said, because this matter happened in the inner palace, it is most appropriate for the Empress to preside over the trial. I entrust you with the task of clarifying the truth of this matter. Leonhard looked at his Empress affectionately. Vivian bit her nails anxiously. The Empress will be the judge, no way. Vivian glanced at her with only the whites of her eyes showing, thinking, the Empress is on the side of that monster, she will definitely be against me. Suddenly, a voice rang out, Lady Alicia. Violence in the inner palace is a very disgraceful thing, Leonhard said in a lowered voice. So I do not need to hear your defense anymore. The gentle voice of the Empress rang out, making Vivian smile smugly. In Vivian's head a series of evil thoughts. What? I thought she was close to the Empress, but it does not seem to be the case. Look at that, but it is also true. She smiled to herself thinking, after so much difficulty, she finally repaired her relationship with the Emperor that had been fractured because of mode. Would she risk everything just for you? In any case, it is my sister who will give birth to the first heir. Vivian was proud. Leonhardt's voice rang out, making Vivian jump. Of course, I am not saying that what Lady Viviana did was right, but a royal consort's younger sister causing trouble. Causing the pregnant woman to be troubled. But I was really wronged, Vivian shouted loudly. Vivian, acting while crying, complained, Lady Alicia not only ignored me, but also hit me several times. Alicia glanced and thought, she is crying like someone is chopping onions nearby, how admirable. She smiled mockingly as if responding to her, in high society, things like this are not strange. She asked Vivian, can you specify the time and place where the incident occurred? She did not hesitate, immediately nodded and replied to Leonhard, yes, Your Majesty. The first time was in the morning, I was walking from the inner palace to the eastern garden. Then Lady Alicia blocked my way and slapped my face, Vivian recounted. Actually, I have already investigated your testimony. She suddenly said. The witnesses, including the gardener and the maid, the gentle voice rang out. All testified that the two of you only passed each other without speaking or touching each other, she continued. Vivian was sweating with panic. The servants in the palace are witnesses, she stammered. What? No way. Leonhard patiently asked again, if not, then perhaps it happened at another time. Vivian, as if grabbing an anchor, immediately changed her attitude. It was not in the morning but at noon, that is right. Vivian changed her testimony. I remembered wrong. She only glanced at her, continuing to act. She raised her hand and placed it on her chin thoughtfully, asking Vivian, at that time, there were friends of Lady Viviana there, so Lady Alicia must have hit you with all her strength. Right, she replied, yes, it hurt terribly. Did she hit you many times? Leonhard continued to ask. Yet Vivian shamelessly fabricated, according to the doctor, I almost lost my sight. She nodded, I understand, if the situation is so serious that a doctor had to be invited. Then it is best to summon that doctor to testify for you. The words of the Empress made her freeze in fear because there was no doctor. Viviana is about to be exposed. Alicia thought. Words must have evidence, must investigate to the end. She watched Vivian widening her eyes in fear and smiled. Hurry up, Lady Viviana, call the doctor over. That person must be a third party, not someone from your side or a friend. The Empress's even voice was making her bite her nails and tremble. Vivian was angry in her heart. Damn it, the Empress is clearly on the same side as that monster. No way. She stammered. Vivian raised her voice. There are a lot of people next to me who saw it. Why make it so complicated? Leonhard still coldly did not trust her, but the testimony of friends can be biased. Difficult to consider reliable evidence. Does that doctor really exist? Lady Viviana, a straightforward question was raised, making Prime Minister Manhwa jump up to call his daughter, Viviana. Finally. Vivian stalled, it is unfair, why am I the only one being judged? She said loudly, the maids close to the Empress are also biased witnesses. Everyone knows that Lady Alicia comes to see the Empress every day. You say that my people are biased. Making the Prime Minister turn green. Vivian argued stubbornly, then is not that different from what you just said, Your Majesty, Lady Vivian, the Empress called in a low voice. Leonhard smiled but asked coldly, are you accusing the people of the royal palace? At this time, Vivian was shocked and panicked. What? I do not mean that. She said, the words you just said were too dangerous. Leonhard sternly reminded her, they make others suspicious of this royal palace. Prime Minister Manhwa immediately ran to shield her. Enough, Viviana, please forgive her. Your Majesty, my daughter is still naive, she does not understand things, he tried to excuse. Leonhardt's voice rang out, living her whole life in the palace and still does not understand things. Prime Minister, that is a weak reason. He said coldly, her testimony is constantly changing. But still maintaining the accusation, there are no witnesses or evidence. Those are the only ways to prove Lady Viviana's story, the cold emperor continued. If Lady Alicia's slap was a lie, then how did you know she used her full strength when she slapped you, instead of just 1/5 of her strength? Leonhardt asked. Let her slap you again with her full strength, then see what happens. The emperor's voice was full of challenge. Prime Minister Manhwa was horrified and shouted, Your Majesty, Viviana, he ordered, quickly apologize immediately. Vivian could only ask with tears in her eyes. What, why should I, and Lady Alicia too, Prime Minister Manhwa added. Seeing Leonhard start to leave, she secretly complained, why is everyone just standing and watching? Why are we, the ones who will give birth to princes, being treated like this? At this time, he spoke, I order, until the royal consort Gokins, Mode Manhwa gives birth. No other direct daughter of the Manhwa family is allowed to enter the palace as a concubine. Prime Minister Manhwa, hearing this, could only call, Your Majesty. Vivian, sweating profusely, struggled to say, but I am the aunt of the unborn child, if I suddenly disappear. Sister Maud will worry. Her voice trembled. Enough, are you threatening us? He asked sternly. Leonhardt turned to look at Vivian, looking annoyed. Are you implying that Baroness Gokins will be miserable without you? Prime Minister Manhwa grabbed Viviana's shoulders and left. Renat Lucas said in a deep voice, warning, Prime Minister Manhwa, from today Viviana is banned from appearing at the royal palace and all social parties, until I allow it. She will have to stay in seclusion, I can't stand seeing her, get out immediately. The rest below were silent, not daring to utter a word. He approached Reichardt and Alicia, a smile flickering on his lips, his voice light but clear, Countess Echevarria. Renat Lucas said happily, his eyes full of excitement, I hope you two will get married without hesitating any longer. He said sincerely, that is my sincere wish. Reichardt, hearing this, frowned slightly, his expression slightly thoughtful. The two of them left together, he said softly, for now, temporarily avoid going to the Empress's palace. She replied puzzledly, why? Reichardt's tone was mixed with concern, his eyes heavy, because His Majesty has noticed you, temporarily avoid appearing for a while. Alicia was surprised, is it anger? He replied, yes, but more than that. Reichardt stopped and looked at her, slowly saying, His Majesty is both curious and suspicious about Alicia Lane. Alicia frowned slightly, puzzled, drew closer to him, her voice soft, suspect me, for what reason? Reichardt replied, the Emperor is always suspicious of strong people, so, be quiet for now. Alicia crossed her arms, but why should I? A deep voice rang out, interrupting, Alicia. He reminded, look ahead. She turned in surprise. Valdemar Lane with a pensive face, step by step slowly approached the two of them, his gait carrying a dignified air. Alicia frowned unhappily, in her heart a fatigue arose, oh my God, what is this about now? He stopped in front of Reichardt, saluting respectfully, Your Highness, I apologize for causing you trouble because of Alicia. Alicia was surprised, her eyes flickering. Valdemar Lane turned to look at her, his eyes stern but calm, Alicia, have you apologized to the Grand Duke? Alicia looked puzzled. In her heart she thought, he really has timed his intervention very well. Alicia smiled, covering half of her face with a fan, on the surface she was annoyed. Did he want to oppose more than anything? She thought about it, anyway, it is not completely wrong, only to the Grand Duke. Alicia bowed slightly, said to Reichardt, I apologize for causing trouble. He happily smiled, his eyes unusually gentle, it is okay, a face that made any apology worthwhile. Alicia calmly looked at Valdemar Lane, her voice indifferent, does father have anything else to say? He frowned slightly at her. Valdemar Lane sighed, he said, I came to tell you that. Valdemar Lane's voice rang out warmly, carrying pride, I believe today you made the right decision. Alicia could not help but be surprised, hurriedly covering her face with a fan. Is that really my father? He continued, you responded to the other party's lies with violence, but that was the best choice in your situation. Valdemar Lane stood opposite her, looking at her without blinking, because the other party has many supporters, and you do not. He continued, his voice heavy with reason, if you only rely on words, then it will be very difficult for you to prove your innocence. The atmosphere suddenly quieted down. Alicia raised her head and let out a soft ah. Outside, the setting sun had turned gold. Rykart gently led her towards the carriage. He gently reached out his hand. Alicia's expression was slightly surprised. She lightly placed her hand on his. Rykart looked down. He helped her step into the carriage first, then slowly followed behind. Suddenly, Rykart tripped, his body staggering forward. He fell to his knees. Alicia shouted in a panic, "Your Highness." Rykart gasped, trying to speak between broken breaths, "Your hand." Alicia did not hesitate, immediately took off his gloves. She tightly held his hand, her voice low but urgent. "Has your condition gotten worse? I heard the pain will get worse when you are too far from Tessen." Rykart tried to answer, his voice hoarse but calm. "It is not that. It is just because that matter was too sudden. I was worried that my fiance had killed someone. So I rushed here." The noise in my head also became a little louder. She was silent, in her heart a doubt arose. "Really, so the illness is worse, and the reason is because of me." Alicia frowned slightly, her voice mixed with a bit of reproach. "You should have said so earlier." She thought in her heart, the Emperor definitely knows the Grand Duke's condition. Yet still summoned him here just for this farce. Rykart spoke, "I am really fine." His voice was warm. "As long as you are by my side, Alicia, then I still have enough strength to endure." Alicia was surprised, her cheeks flushed slightly. Rykart looked at her worriedly, asking softly, "But you really do not have any friends?" Alicia awkwardly replied, "What, of course I do." He continued, his voice mixed with a light tease, "Your servants and your embroidery teacher do not count, Alicia." She was surprised. Why not? Alicia hesitated, trying to remember the people she had met. Then what about the guys I met in hell? She remembered the demon who tried to steal her magic stone, or her pet chimera. The image of the large chimera appeared in her mind. She thought again, "I probably should not mention them, right?" Alicia replied casually, "I originally intended to live alone in this world." E1 immediately retorted, "No one can live alone, especially in the royal capital." She retorted, her voice indifferent, "I was born alone, and I will die alone. Someone will take care of all those things anyway." He was silent hearing that explanation. Alicia thought, why did father say such strange things earlier? She recalled that before Valdemar Lane left, he had said, "Anyway, now that you are back from Tessen, stop by the house, Marine wants to see you." Alicia was stunned. "Mother." Valdemar Lane frowned slightly, he sighed, "Marine is good at making friends and knows many people. You should meet her often to expand your circle of friends." She remembered those words and only felt uncomfortable, thanks to him. Alicia's eyes paused slightly on Rykart's face, who was worried about her. "Now even the Grand Duke is looking at me with such pitying eyes." She said coldly, "If I am already so strong, then why do I need friends? Surely you understand that better than anyone. You probably do not have any friends either." He replied briefly, "I do." Alicia's face darkened, she said sternly, "Really?" In her heart a feeling of defeat arose. Rykart smiled softly, his voice a little teasing, "I have many enemies. But I also have friends. If you do not believe me, just ask Roderick or Henrik." She still could not believe her ears. No way. The horse shook slightly, the wheels rolled slowly. In Alicia's heart a complex feeling arose, even the monster Grand Duke of Tessen has friends. The next morning on the streets, Alicia decided to act normally until the Emperor's suspicions were cleared. When at the Duke's mansion in the capital, she occasionally went out to do some errands. Passers-by recognized Alicia. "Isn't that her?" On the street no one did not know about the incident between her and Viviana. But the new rumor is the Grand Duke's fiance is not an ordinary person. It is even better than the old unfounded rumor that she is a thug. She rolled her eyes and thought, it is probably better to be an extraordinary person than just an ordinary person. Alicia softly called, "Daisy, come in." Alicia entered a large store, a sweet voice rang out, "Lady." Katrina was holding a bottle of perfume, she smiled gracefully, "What can I help you with today?" "It is a pleasure to see you, Katrina." Alicia looked around the room, her eyes searching for something. "I want to buy a gift, but I do not know what to choose that is suitable." Katrina asked, "Who is the gift for?" She bluntly replied, "What is something that the Empress would like, but do not be too ordinary." Katrina's expression was slightly stunned. "I understand." Alicia exclaimed in surprise. She pointed to the neatly tied scented candles on the cabinet. "Scented candles, would you like to give this?" Katrina replied softly, "This type of candle is quite popular recently. The Empress has probably received quite a few already." She smiled, a little embarrassed. "That is true. Luckily, I recently blended a new fragrance. Why do not you try that? This is a completely new product that I have not sold on the market." Alicia happily continued, as expected of shop owner Katrina, "That one is perfect. Please pack it beautifully for me." Katrina quickly replied, "Of course, lady." Alicia quietly looked, seeing her focusing on wrapping the gift, her hands careful in every detail. Alicia suddenly asked, her voice light and curious, "You must have a lot of friends, Katrina." Katrina looked up, surprised. "Huh?" She said softly, "Friends, I have a few, but not many." Daisy behind her, with a slightly surprised expression, looked at Alicia. Katrina slowly said while cutting the ribbon, "I realized that in this capital, it is very difficult to find friends who truly understand your true self." Alicia breathed a sigh of relief. See, even a legend in high society does not have many friends. She suddenly thought of Valdemar Lane and Rykard always nagging. Why do I have to make friends just to make others feel at ease? Katrina held the gift box in her hand, smiling happily. "Since coming to the capital, have you made any friends, lady?" Alicia softly hummed, "Not really yet." She reached out and took a tulip flower. The nobility make friends through social activities. Katrina used the flower to decorate the gift box, her voice gentle mixed with a bit of comfort. "The whole capital is now buzzing about you, lady. Soon you will definitely receive a lot of invitations. So do not worry." Alicia's eyes dimmed slightly, her heart full of thought. "I am not worried. Moreover, I have never answered those invitations before, so surely no one will invite me again. Anyway, I do not intend to accept." A few days later, in the courtyard of Alicia's house. She was riding on horseback, Rykard's voice calling out, "Alicia." Alicia stopped her horse, looking towards him puzzledly. She gripped the reins tightly, her voice soft, "I am sitting straight and riding the horse correctly." Rykard frowned slightly, his voice lowered, "I heard Henrik said that there was an invitation sent to you. What are you planning to do with it?" Alicia smiled slightly, her voice drawn out. "With Henrik," he repeated, "I mean with that invitation." She bluntly replied, "I threw it away." Rykard gently rubbed her head, his voice helpless. "Threw it away again." Alicia turned her horse around, replying coldly, "I had a bunch of unanswered letters. So when cleaning up I threw them all away at once." He leaned slightly, his hand gripping the horse tightly. Rykard gently jumped up, sitting behind her, his movements decisive and easy. He said softly, his voice almost only audible to her, "In the Grand Duke's mansion there are many of the Emperor's people." Rykard asked back, his voice mixed with doubt, "Did you really throw away Josephina's invitation?" Alicia frowned, her voice slow, "So you already knew. Who told you that?" He was slightly flustered, not yet answering. Rykard replied, "The Zephyr family's letter flashed through my mind. It was an invitation from the Zephyr family." He advised her, "I think you should go." Alicia immediately asked back, "Did the Emperor tell you to say that?" Rykard quickly turned away, avoiding her gaze, "No, but..." Alicia thought to herself, "Why is it like this?" He said, his eyes stopping on her, "This is definitely an opportunity to make friends, but it is also an opportunity to discuss people you have in common." Rykard continued, his voice lowered, "I am talking about Gregory Barker." Alicia paused, her eyes wavering. She frowned and turned back, saying loudly, "What?" He replied calmly, "After the engagement with the Lane family was cancelled." Rykard continued, "The eldest son of the Barker family has been decided to be engaged to a royal princess." Alicia froze, the image of Gregory flashed in her mind, making her shudder. That trash. She panicked, realizing, he is engaged to the Emperor's precious granddaughter again. Alicia had a thought, is it all my fault? She turned her head slightly, gently asking, "If so then, can I borrow the carriage?" The most expensive land in the capital, Batum Main Street, here is located the salon of the Zephyr family, the leaders of high society. This place, called the Royal Palace of Batum Main Street, is the Great West Wing, the gathering place of noble ladies. Today, the Great West Wing is particularly lively, because the family's young ladies are waiting for the future fiancé of the Grand Duke. Outside, the whispers never stopped, the young ladies clamoring, what will she be like? If she dared to take action against Viviana, then she definitely is not an ordinary person. Whoever gains the upper hand first will have the advantage, right? Our Lady is not someone that anyone can deal with, right? Inside, Viviana tried to defend herself, her voice harsh, "Why invite such a rude person? Everyone knows what she did to me." A calm female voice rang out, "So what do you want me to do?" She looked out, her voice unchanging, "His Majesty has ordered me to be harmonious with the Grand Duke's future fiancé. I am not happy either, but that is the Emperor's order. What else can I do?" She warned, her voice as cold as frost, "Don't humiliate Lady Alicia any further. Lady Viviana, consider yourself lucky that you have not been expelled from the family." Viviana fearfully covered her mouth, her face paling. Outside, the young ladies were still murmuring. When she said that, I have to admit I felt quite relieved. Lady Viviana is too arrogant, always relying on the baby in her sister's belly. Right, that is right, it is so annoying. In the midst of that, a carriage stopped in front of the door. All eyes turned in one direction, the young ladies looking at the magnificent carriage in surprise. Oh my, it is indeed a splendid carriage. The door slowly opened and everyone's held breath. Lady Alicia, who was born from the Marquis family in the north after 200 years and is the Grand Duke's fiancée. And Lady Josephina, daughter of a duke and a princess, the noblest lineage in the empire. Josephina proudly stepped up, her eyes scrutinizing, waiting to see who would step down, between the two of them, who would be the one with the higher status. A large whomp sound burst out of the carriage. Alicia landed on the ground lightly, her posture graceful and natural. Josephina was surprised. She gently lifted her skirt, her movements elegant, leaned over and bowed. "Hello, Lady Josephina." Alicia politely said, "Thank you for inviting me to the clan gathering." A lady saw that scene and thought, she knows how to behave politely. Josephina also happily replied, "Welcome, I am the one who is honored to meet Countess Echevarria." She assessed in her mind, "What, she is quieter than I thought." Then spoke up to start a conversation, "Lady Alicia's dress, who is the designer?" Hearing this she happily replied, "This is a dress designed by Augusta Tevel-Villette. I heard she is very good at matching blue." But suddenly Josephina pointed her fan at that dress. Her voice was full of killing intent, but on her face she still showed a smile. "Don't wear it again." According to Josephina, among everyone, she was the one who should not wear that thing the most. Everyone present was in an uproar. From the beginning, she showed her attitude, telling others not to wear a dress that they had specially ordered from a designer. Alicia lowered her head and thought, no noble can remain silent after hearing such words. As if she had made up her mind, she moved her lips. To everyone's surprise, Alicia spoke, "I know." She thought in surprise, is she yielding? Then, she quickly tossed her hair. "I did not know it was a design by a designer that you favored, lady." Alicia bent over deeply, "Please forgive me." Josephina was clearly very surprised by that attitude. What is going on? This is clearly a blatant provocation, yet, she humbly bowed and apologized. She was still quite confused. The person who once used violence in the palace, finally spoke, "Be more careful next time." She answered honestly, "Yes, I will be more careful." Then Alicia gave a bright smile, "I am still new to this, so please teach me a lot." The surrounding ladies marveled, "She is so beautiful. Is she originally so kind? Is she an angel?" She brought her face close to Josephina's face. She lowered her eyes and thought, "Really?" Josephina opened her mouth, "Why do not you come with me to visit the salon?" Alicia happily nodded, "Thank you." Her expression was a little sad and self-reproaching. "I am really sorry to you." In Alicia's mind, "Because of me, your life has become very bad. Just thinking about the humiliation you will have to endure when you are engaged to the Barker family, I feel so guilty that I do not dare to raise my head." She began to lead the way, then, "Let us go this way." Seeing the tears on Alicia's face, Josephina was extremely panicked, wondering, is she crying? Gently wiping away her tears, she softly asked, "This is the West Wing," then scolded herself, "Do you have to cry about this too?" An hour later, the young ladies were sitting talking to each other. Alicia happily asked, "The scent is so exquisite, it suits you very well, Miss Blonde." The young lady covered her mouth and laughed. "Oh my, you flatter me, Lady Alicia. I did not expect you to have such a refined taste in perfume. Since coming to the capital, I have had the opportunity to try many things." She enthusiastically introduced, "I know a very talented perfume maker. I will introduce her to you. Even the empress uses her perfume." The person who made it. The young ladies were very interested. How wonderful. Someone asked, "Lady, do you also like embroidery?" Alicia shook her head, "No." Josephina, standing from afar, secretly assessed them. She may be a little clumsy, but it seems she also has a talent for communication. But well, rumors are always exaggerated. Evening gradually fell. Outside, Alicia softly asked, "Why did the Grand Duke come here?" Reichardt replied, "I came to pick you up. How was today?" She happily placed her hand on his. "Yes, everyone welcomed me very much." Alicia cheerfully recounted, "Thanks to the young ladies there, I learned a lot about high society. As a way to express my gratitude, I taught them something." Reichardt asked in surprise, "What?" Suddenly from behind, Josephina appeared. "Grand Duke, your Highness." He replied, "Nephew." Reichardt's eyes showed concern, looking at her. "Josephina." Alicia happily replied, "I taught her how to ride a horse." She looked at the two of them holding hands and frowned. Josephina, with a confused expression, thought, "I knew right away that something was wrong. His Majesty is interfering in the lady's social life." In Josephina's eyes, the image of the two of them was very affectionate. He gently asked, "Have you made many friends?" She reached out to try to cut them off, so it is all caused by the Grand Duke. However, when Josefina's hand came down between the two, their figures had disappeared. She looked at the two of them and thought, I can't stand it anymore. Josefina frowned, biting her teeth and thinking, let go. Rykard still innocently said, are you sick, Josefina, go inside and rest. She screamed in her heart, what are you two doing? Josefina rushed to wave her arms wildly to separate them, but he had already helped Alicia dodge her, holding hands while dating before getting married, as a member of the royal family. You should maintain your dignity. Rykard whispered to Josefina, what are you doing right now? You should first maintain your own dignity. She also whispered back, I will tell Uncle here is the Emperor. His voice was small but still casually replied, I will tell him myself, and red does not suit you. Reaching this sentence, Rykard's voice was no longer small, you look like a peacock. Josefina asked in anger, a peacock. Ignoring her behind, he helped Alicia walk ahead, thank you everyone for seeing us off, I will take my leave first. The surrounding young ladies spoke in unison. Goodbye, Grand Duke Your Highness, see you again Lady Alicia. On the way back, she wondered, you seem very close to your niece. Rykard casually replied, anyway, we are family, so there is also some bond. The two held hands tightly. Alicia asked caringly, does your pain still hurt a lot today, is not that why you came to find me? He turned his face away guiltily thinking, that pain, I have always endured alone, but now, just being away from Alicia even for a little bit, I can't stand it. That makes me very worried. Then spoke to reassure her, I am fine now, more importantly. Rykard continued, I am on the way back after doing what Alicia asked, in exchange for holding her hand earlier. She asked thoughtfully, did you succeed in arousing the suspicion of the royal family? He replied gently, I only said a few words as a suggestion. Rykard recounted his words at that time, sent to Baroness Gokins, prepare yourself, because there may be others besides you that His Majesty is also interested in. Alicia asked suspiciously, was there a reaction? He replied, everyone seemed to be trying to remember whether they had had any relationship with Lady Maud. Rykard continued, I am also curious, about why Alicia is spreading such rumors. He recalled at that time, Your Highness, are you suspecting your other brothers? The image of Rykard bowing his head to her. He looked over at Alicia, asking, do you mean what I am worried about is the truth? She closed her eyes and shook her head, I am not sure, Your Highness, I am just speculating about the upcoming events. Alicia gave more information, what is certain is, Baroness Gokins will give birth to a daughter, and 4 months earlier than expected. She looked up and smiled brightly, it is today. Late at night, knights with torches approached the Grand Duke's mansion. A bodyguard holding a notice said, His Majesty has ordered, bring the two of you into the palace as soon as you are ready. Rykard and Alicia, cloaked, were standing there. She spoke, we will go right now, because, the Grand Duke and his future fiancé, after receiving the Emperor's order from the royal messenger, did not hesitate to immediately set off, as if they had been waiting for this all along. The two bodyguards whispered, did the Emperor tell them in advance? I thought it would take at least an hour to set off. The other replied, it does not matter, the less trouble the better. In the night, the carriage proceeded in the forest. Roderick Rosa, riding his horse beside, approached and asked, Your Highness. He reported the information he had collected. His Majesty has summoned the members of the royal family to the royal palace, and ordered the temporary blockade of the Marquis Manhwa's mansion. I heard it is to protect them, but it seems. He heard that and thought to himself, in reality it is no different than being under house arrest. Then Rykard nodded, you did well. He secretly judged in his heart, Lady Maud gave birth much earlier than expected, meaning the Emperor has now started to give birth himself. Arriving at the place the next morning, Rykard asked, where is the Emperor? A guard replied, he is already inside the delivery room. He muttered, the delivery room. Both Rykard and Alicia stood in front of the delivery room with worried faces. The servants were busy coming and going. She saw someone bring out a cloth stained with blood. Inside the room, Leonhardt sat next to the bed, vigorously encouraging, try a little harder, I believe in you. Outside, the female servants were discussing worriedly, the labor started last night but it is still not over, even the imperial physician seems very worried. Estebna, seeing that situation, spoke up, it is pitiful to this extent, instead of preparing a celebration party, I am afraid we will have to worry about a funeral. The clock quietly ticked, at this time it was past 12 of the clock. There was still no movement until 3 of the clock. At this time, he stepped out, seeing Leonhardt, he quickly turned away. As if understanding her concern, Leonhardt closed his eyes and shook his head in response, then he issued an order, I will remove the blockade of the Manhwa's family. Leonhardt closed his eyes and gave instructions, summon the Marquis here. A guard respectfully bowed, yes. When hearing the Emperor's order, all those present immediately understood the situation at that time. They were preparing themselves for the worst. He cared, Empress, go back and rest for a while. The imperial physician said that the child will not be born until sunset tomorrow. Then, Leonhardt turned his head and looked towards Estebna. He said coldly, before that, do not go too far. He was slightly stunned, then quickly replied, yes, your majesty. In the lounge, Alicia sat down on the chair and leaned her head back to rest. She said calmly, she will be fine. Reichardt was thoughtful, you are really confident. Alicia said with a natural air, because I have foreseen it. She affirmed her words, if the child was not destined to be born, I would not have known it was a princess. He asked seriously, then what about the future of the Emperor's granddaughter? Alicia turned her head in another direction, I do not know. But Reichardt did not think so, you know. He put his hand on the chair where she was sitting. Reichardt stood up and approached, you really do not know, or are you just planning to remain silent until that time to say? Seeing Alicia not answering, he softly called, Alicia. Seeing that she had fallen asleep, Reichardt slightly lowered his eyes, his heart full of mixed emotions. He did not hesitate to take off his outer coat. Reichardt gently draped the coat over Alicia, you really are special. Her past image came back to his mind. At that time, Alicia also fell asleep next to Reichardt. At that time, he even gently reached out to touch her hair. Currently, Reichardt was also gently tucking Alicia's hair while she was sleeping. Her face when sleeping looked so peaceful. He looked at that face feeling warm in his heart, at least she looks a bit normal. Night fell, outside the castle, there was a dark shadow trying to break in. Alexis had successfully landed inside the castle. But unfortunately, he had been discovered, someone. A soldier shouted and chased, intruder, stop right there, that area is the inner palace, no entry is allowed. Alexis, seeing the dangerous situation, stammered, I just came here to find someone. Because he was running headlong, he immediately bumped into Estebna. The guards quickly subdued Alexis. Count, are you okay? He shouted, let go. He sat on the ground and asked in surprise, who is this guy? Alexis kept shouting loudly, let me see her. One person replied, he is a suspicious person who climbed over the wall, sir. He begged in tears, please let me see her one last time. Alexis blurted out a name that shocked Estebna, Mode. A soldier came to report, Sir Count, this guy fell on top of me. He muttered, how can it be? From now on, I will deal with this guy. A day later, outside the palace, the newspapers were rushing to report, hot news here. The people, hearing the news of the princess's birth, were very happy and talked about it, oh my, that is really good news, His Majesty finally has an heir. Think about it. He even personally named the child, it is truly a blessing for the empire. Did you forget, this child has caused the entire palace to be in an uproar even before being born. Someone nodded, that is right, quite a few things have indeed happened since then. That night, countless fireworks were fired from the palace. Everyone raised their glasses together, congratulating the princess on her birth. Leonhardt, sitting in the presiding position, spoke up, everyone, thank you for coming to celebrate. He explained, unfortunately, the princess and my lady have experienced a difficult childbirth, so they are still very weak, and cannot be present here. Leonhardt continued, there is still much work to be done, including confirming the bloodline, so, should not we enjoy the party while we still have time? Alicia silently looked at him smiling and talking happily. She nobly raised her glass of wine and sipped. In the room, Leonhardt sat next to the bed looking at Galkin's Mode holding the child, she really looks like you, I feel warm, perhaps this is one of the happiest moments of my life. Leonhardt said gently, I hope that our daughter will grow up to be both beautiful and strong like you. She chuckled softly, I am honored. Thinking in her heart, thanks to the Emperor's first child, this is also the time when the power of the Manhwa family reaches its peak. He asked softly, that is right, do you think the name Dorothea suits the princess? Suddenly a guard stepped in, Your Majesty, I apologize sir, but Count Estebna said there is an urgent matter. Leonhardt frowned slightly and asked, is there something that can't wait until tomorrow? Estebna rushed to report, there is an intruder in the inner palace. He began to recount, when the guards were about to take him away, he started shouting nonsense. Alexis was escorted in, immediately calling loudly, Mode. He kept repeating accusations, how can you do this to me, why did you abandon me? Alexis continued to say words that stunned both Galkin's Mode and Leonhardt, you promised that we would be together forever, you chose the Emperor because I am just a declining noble. Is that right? Estebna slowly handed over an item, moreover, We found on him a handkerchief embroidered with the initials of the royal consort. He continued, he said that it was a token of love, he exchanged it for a pendant engraved with his initials. He turned back coldly and asked, Gokins, who is this man calling you? Gokins Mode replied, his name is Alexis Tocqueville, your majesty. Estebna continued, he publicly declared that he is having an affair with royal consort Gokins. At this time, Leonhardt's voice had turned a few degrees colder, I ask you. Finally, he was truly angry, when her face was filled with panic, your majesty, I do not know that man, this is a slander. But Alexis kept trembling and crying, Mode, I can't eat or sleep because I can't see you, please, just look at me once. His face was full of hope, is that child. Alexis's next sentence made Gokins Mode freeze, our child, no. Leonhardt could not take it anymore and ordered, it is too noisy, take that man out of my sight, Count. She hurriedly defended herself, your majesty, that is not true. But at this time he had turned his back, lady, your body must still be weak after giving birth. Do not bother about this anymore, get some rest. Seeing Leonhardt and the maid leave, Gokins Mode anxiously asked, your majesty, where are you taking our child? But he did not turn back, your majesty. Reichardt raised his glass, your majesty, congratulations. Leonhardt asked coldly, for what? He replied casually, of course to congratulate the birth of the princess. He coldly replied, there is nothing to prove that she carries my blood. Hearing this, Reichardt was not too surprised, it is a pity to hear that. Seeing that, Leonhardt was slightly surprised, you really did not know. He was silent without answering. After a while, Reichardt finally replied, I had heard rumors, but thought that they were just meaningless gossip, I did not want to bring those dirty rumors into the royal inner palace. He also said his thoughts, actually I had suspected for a long time, that there was something wrong in this situation, but I still chose to pretend not to know and wait for the right opportunity to deal with it, who knew that he would come to see me in person. Leonhardt smiled sincerely, Reichardt, with you by my side, I always feel at ease. He was slightly stunned hearing that, suddenly a soldier entered, your majesty. He nodded and said, you have arrived. Please excuse me for a moment, Grand Duke. He quickly reported, I searched the royal consort's room according to his majesty's orders. The soldier presented a necklace, and found this. Reichardt glanced at it without saying anything. Leonhardt threw the necklace straight back into the wine glass, because of being involved in a scandal related to royal consort Gokins. The Grand Duke would gradually distance himself from the Emperor, but by letting the Emperor directly judge the matter instead of letting the Grand Duke come forward to accuse. The two shook hands, the future had changed. Alicia silently looked at that scene. After the party ended, Reichardt spoke, I am sure the Emperor will execute Alexis Tocqueville. She said indifferently, doing that is right. Seeing that, he asked slightly dissatisfied, did you have to go that far? Alicia wondered secretly, is he sad about Alexis's death? She patiently analyzed, intruding into the royal palace is already a serious crime, and he also publicly admitted his relationship with the royal consort. This case involves a royal descendant. We can't let him live so that the Manhwa family or anyone else can take advantage. Reichardt quickly shook his head, that is not what I meant, if it were me, I would have made sure his majesty never knew about this scandal. He said coldly, by eliminating him from the beginning. She secretly cursed Reichardt, you are the one with the problem. Then spoke, it is fortunate that you were not involved. The two strolled in the garden, it would be tidier to let the Emperor handle it. On this side, two soldiers were escorting Alexis, his head covered. Arriving at the place, Alexis was thrown to the ground roughly. He quickly removed the hood, what is happening, where am I? Alexis saw the soldiers slowly drawing their swords, you are not planning to let me see Mode. At this time, his last words could only be heard two words, wait a. After that day, no one in the royal palace mentioned Alexis Tocqueville again. Princess Dorothea was confirmed to be the Emperor's real daughter, and one of his close confidants was appointed as the guardian for the princess. Royal consort Gokins never appeared at official events, and was said to have been detained in the inner palace. Leonhardt affectionately cradled the princess in his arms. At the Ludern mansion, night had fallen. Alicia comfortably leaned back on her beloved bed, so tired. So another scandal has closed. She sighed to herself, who would have thought everything would be messed up just because the Emperor had a mistress. Suddenly Alicia sat up, thinking back. She suddenly remembered something, isn't this the first time the Grand Duke has been involved in a scandal? Let me try to remember. Alicia remembered Reichardt, there was a rumor back then that he was having an affair. The person mentioned was none other than Baroness Ruhr, an extremely charming and elegant image, but I think the Grand Duke, who gets sick as soon as he leaves Tessen. could not be in good enough condition to meet someone else. It turned out, the rumors were still just rumors, but then, one day, the luggage was neatly packed. Alicia was preparing to leave. She was saying goodbye to everyone in her house. I have troubled everyone for too long. Henrik Langs hurriedly and respectfully said, not at all, lady, safe travels. Both he and she had an expression that was sad but thought, I had hoped that the lady would stay at the Grand Duke's mansion a little longer. It feels like His Highness has chased her away. Alicia smiled and soothed, I have neglected the Ludern mansion for too long. She placed a bag of things in Henrik Langs's hand, please send my regards to everyone. Suddenly Alicia spoke and asked, it seems like His Highness is preparing to go somewhere, right? Where is he going? He replied, he is going to meet Lord Turin. She smiled and said as if she understood. Alicia asked, if it is to Turin, then it is very far, will he be all right? Henrik Langs happily shook his head, not at all, Lord Turin is currently near the capital. His Highness must know how worried the lady is about him. She associated it with the two of them kissing. Lord Turin was Baroness Ruhr, which meant that the Baroness would also be present. Back to reality, Alicia was opening her jewelry box, just as I thought, I knew it, I can't just ignore the rumors. The accessories that Alicia left after removing the mana stones, looking inside the box, she was surprised. Followed by a very sad expression, did they all disappear? At this time, Alicia had come to another room and was sitting embroidering, her expression looking lifeless. Judith sitting next to her thought a little uneasily, she looks even sadder than usual today. She decided to speak up, lady, did something happen today? Judith looked over at the embroidery, she is not even embroidering correctly. Alicia suddenly asked, Judith, can I ask you for a favor? Thoughts were tangled in her head, I should clear my head. Alicia said, the Lord of Turin is currently near the capital. She turned back to her thoughts, but I also need to clarify the Grand Duke's scandal. Alicia said sincerely, please help me find out everything about Baroness Ruhr. Then secretly thought, and take all the remaining mana stones in Tessen as compensation for destroying the engagement. Outside a magnificent palace. A close female servant opened the door, she is waiting. Rykard entered, on both sides were palace maids respectfully lined up bowing their heads. Inside a large room, simply decorated. He walked to the bed covered with a thin curtain. A hand reached out, Your Highness. Rykard hurriedly sat down, using both hands to hold that hand, yes. He replied kindly, it is me. Ruhr put her hand on Rykard's face, Your Highness, I miss you so much. His eyes were full of affection, I miss you too. On this side, at an afternoon tea party, Judith spoke up first, you told me to investigate Baroness Ruhr, right? Alicia nodded. She quickly sat in her chair, saying in a tense voice, there are still a few things that have not been clarified, but I think there is one thing you should know. She dropped the piece of cake she was preparing to eat, asking curiously. Countless thoughts appeared in Alicia's head, what? Why does it look so serious? Could it be that the reason he always opposed marriage was because he was actually in love with someone else? And for some reason, their marriage could not be realized. She thought of the scene, Ruhr crying and saying to Rykard, oh, why is your name Tessen? Quickly cutting off Alicia's line of thought, Judith spoke up, first of all, Baroness Ruhr, Lord of Turin, does not actually directly manage that land, His Majesty's tax collector will go there and oversee everything every time taxes are collected. She hesitated a little and asked, really, but not all places are directly managed by His Majesty. She nodded, that is right, even Batum, the imperial capital, is managed by a brother or another member of the royal family. Alicia wondered, what do those things have to do with? Suddenly another case appeared in her head, wait, a small land with nothing special, yet it is so strictly managed, meaning. In Alicia's head at this time was the image of the two of them embracing intimately, could it be that she is not Rykard's lover, but the Emperor's secret concubine? The person in the rumors is me. Judith's voice pulled her back to reality. Another strange point is that the servants serving Baroness Ruhr all come from the temple. In Alicia's heart when she heard those words, she was a little embarrassed. It is not like that. She asked thoughtfully, the temple, she nodded, yes, they are the clerks of the embassy, the only people allowed to handle the records of the royal family and the imperial family. Judith reasoned, if her husband is the tax collector for His Majesty, then Baroness Ruhr must be a member of the royal family, or at least a person with a status equivalent to the royal family. Alicia pondered, who could she be? She shook her head, I do not know, first of all, I have investigated whether she is one of the former emperor's concubines or not. Judith gave a shocking information, but strangely, all the former emperor's concubines fell ill one after another. She continued, and then they all passed away. On the side of the church, Ruhr said gently, "It has been a long time since you visited me. I know you are busy, but I am still a little disappointed." She continued, "Recently even Raykart has been busy, he does not come to find me anymore, maybe that means he is growing up." Ruhr put her hand on Rykart's shoulder, continuing to confide, "It is really annoying, but I will forgive him, because he is lovable." But at this time, his face was pale and he could not utter a word. Rykart hurriedly turned his head towards the nanny standing behind him. Sadness was expressed on her face, her head slightly lowered. He lost his composure and asked, "Raykart, who is she talking about?" Judith's account still rang out, however, her age does not match the age of a former emperor's concubine. Ruhr called out, "Your Highness." Rykart hurriedly turned his head and held her hand tightly. "Yes, madam." She continued to say the information she knew, because according to the information I have, she is at least over 80 years old. The image of Ruhr lying wearily on the bed, trying to talk to him, please love and cherish Raykart. On this side, Alicia was very surprised. "What, she is over 80 years old?" Judith confirmed, she recalled, "That is right, because we can't send people to directly spy into Haim, where the Baroness resides, so, we investigated the surrounding area. And discovered a caregiver who quit about 10 years ago, after having cared for the Baroness." Judith recounted the situation at that time. According to her, at that time, the Baroness already looked over 80 years old. She hurriedly interrupted, "Wait, if she looked like 80 years old from 10 years ago, then would not she be over 90 years old now?" She scratched her face confusedly, "That is what is most strange." Alicia did not understand, strange. Judith continued to tell, according to the people living around the mansion in Turin, Baroness Ruhr had already looked like she was over 80 years old from 20 years ago. She froze. "What, how can that be?" She gradually gave her conclusion, "That means, according to the words of many witnesses." Judith gradually brought everything to light. Baroness Ruhr had looked like she was in her 80s from 20 years ago, and then 10 years ago as well. Finally, she concluded, and until now, she still looks like she is in her 80s. The nanny hurriedly chased after Rykart, who was losing his composure and running down the stairs. "Your Highness." He finally stopped, lowering his head to ask, "Since when?" She said with difficulty, "We also do not know when the symptoms started, we only noticed it about 2 years ago." Rykart lost his composure and turned back, loudly questioning, "Why did not you tell me?" The nanny gently said, "Because the madam has never failed to recognize your Highness, her condition has only gotten worse in the last 6 months, before that she only confused the past and present." He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. Blue veins bulged on his neck. Rykart could barely say, "Everyone has worked hard." She respectfully said, "Not at all." He finally stepped outside, leaning his back against the door. Tears rolled down his handsome face. Rykart remembered when he was a child, he participated in